Chapter 7, Section 1, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 7, Section 1. Reconstruction, Its Conditions and Purposes. The best method of approaching a critical reconstruction of American political ideas will be by means of an analysis of the meaning of democracy. A clear popular understanding of the contents of the democratic principle is obviously of the utmost practical political importance to the American people. Their loyalty to the idea of democracy, as they understand it, cannot be questioned. Nothing of any considerable political importance is done or left undone in the United States, unless such action or inaction can be plausibly defended on democratic grounds, and the only way to secure for the American people the benefit of a comprehensive and consistent political policy will be to derive it from a comprehensive and consistent conception of democracy. Democracy, as most frequently understood, is essentially and exhaustively defined as a matter of popular government, and such a definition raises at once a multitude of time-honored, but by no means superannuated, controversies. The constitutional liberals in England, in France, and in this country have always objected to democracy as so understood, because of the possible sanction it affords for the substitution of a popular despotism in the place of the former royal or oligarchic despotisms. From their point of view, individual liberty is the greatest blessing which can be secured to a people by a government, and individual liberty can be permanently guaranteed only in case political liberties are in theory and practice subordinated to civil liberties. Popular political institutions constitute a good servant, but a bad master. When introduced in moderation, they keep the government of a country in close relation with the well-informed public opinion, which is a necessary condition of political sanitation. But if carried too far, such institutions compromise the security of the individual and the integrity of the state. They erect a power in the state, which in theory is unlimited and which constantly tends in practice to dispense with restrictions. A power which is theoretically absolute is under no obligation to respect the rights either of individuals or minorities, and sooner or later such power will be used for the purpose of opposing the individual. The only way to secure individual liberty is, consequently, to organize a state in which the sovereign power is deprived of any national excuse or legal opportunity of violating certain essential individual rights. The foregoing criticism of democracy, defined as popular government, may have much practical importance, but there are objections to it on the score of logic. It is not a criticism of a certain conception of democracy, so much as of democracy itself. Ultimate responsibility for the government of a community must reside elsewhere. If the single monarch is practically dethroned, as he is by these liberal critics of democracy, some sovereign power must be provided to take his place. In England, Parliament, by means of a steady encroachment on the royal prerogatives, has gradually become sovereign, but other countries, such as France and the United States, which have wholly dispensed with royalty, cannot, even if they would, make a legislative body sovereign by the simple process of allowing it to usurp power, once enjoyed by the crown. France did, indeed, after it had finally dispensed with legitimacy, make two attempts to found governments in which the theory of popular sovereignty was evaded. The Orleans monarchy, for instance, through the mouths of its friends, denied sovereignty to the people, without being able to claim it for the king. And this insecurity of its legal framework was an indirect cause of a violent explosion of effective popular sovereignty in 1848. The apologists for the Second Empire admitted the theory of a sovereign people, but claimed that the sovereign power could be safely and efficiently used only in case it were delegated to one Napoleon III, a view the correctness of which the results of the imperial policy eventually tended to damage. There is in point of fact no logical escape from a theory of popular sovereignty, once the theory of divinely appointed royal sovereignty is rejected. An escape can be made, of course, as in England, by means of a compromise and a legal fiction, but such an escape can be fully justified from the English national point of view. But countries which have rejected the royal and aristocratic tradition are forbidden this means of escape, if escape it is. They are obliged to proclaim a theory of unlimited popular powers. To be sure, a democracy may impose rules of action upon itself, as the American democracy did in accepting the federal Constitution. But in adopting the federal Constitution, the American people did not abandon either its responsibilities or rights as sovereign. Difficult as it may be to escape from the legal framework defined in the Constitution, that body of law, in theory, remains merely an instrument which was made for the people, and which, if necessary, can and will be modified. A people, to whom was denied the ultimate responsibility for its welfare, would not have obtained the prime condition of genuine liberty. Individual freedom is important, but more important still is the freedom of a whole people to dispose of its own destiny. And I do not see how the existence of such an ultimate popular political freedom and responsibility can be denied by anyone who has rejected the theory of a divinely appointed political order. The fallibility of human nature being what it is, the practical application of this theory will have its grave dangers, but these dangers are only evaded and postponed by a failure to place ultimate political responsibility where it belongs. While a country in the position of Germany or Great Britain may be fully justified, from the point of view of its national tradition, in merely compromising with democracy, other countries, such as the United States and France, who have earned the right to dispense with these compromises, are at least building their political structure on the real and righteous source of political authority. Democracy may mean something more than a theoretically absolute popular government, but it assuredly cannot mean anything less. If, however, democracy does not mean anything less than popular sovereignty, it assuredly does mean something more. It must at least mean an expression of the sovereign will, which will not contradict and destroy the continuous existence of its own sovereign power. Several times during the political history of France in the 19th century, the popular will has expressed itself in a manner averse to popular political institutions. Assemblies have been elected by universal suffrage, whose tendencies have been reactionary and undemocratic, and who have been supported in this reactionary policy by an effective public opinion. Or the French people have, by means of a plebiscite, delegated their sovereign power to an imperial dictator, whose whole political system was based on a deep suspicion of the source of its own authority. A particular group of political institutions or course of political action may, then, be representative of the popular will, and yet may be undemocratic. Popular sovereignty is self-contradictory, unless it is expressed in a manner favorable to its own perpetuity and integrity. The assertion of the doctrine of popular sovereignty is, consequently, rather the beginning than the end of democracy. There can be no democracy where the people do not rule, but government by the people is not necessarily democratic. The popular will must in a democratic state be expressed somehow, in the interest of democracy itself, and we have not traveled very far towards a satisfactory conception of democracy until this democratic purpose has received some definition. In what way must a democratic state behave in order to contribute to its own integrity? The ordinary American answer to this question is contained in the assertion of Lincoln that our government is dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Lincoln's phrasing of the principle was due to the fact that the obnoxious and undemocratic system of Negro slavery was uppermost in his mind when he made his Gettysburg Address. But he meant by his assertion of the principle of equality substantially what is meant today by the principle of equal rights for all and special privileges for none. Government by the people has its natural and logical complement in government for the people. Every state with a legal framework must grant certain rights to individuals, and every state, insofar as it is efficient, must guarantee to the individual that his rights, as legally defined, are secure. But an essentially democratic state consists in the circumstance that all citizens enjoy these rights equally. If any citizen, or any group of citizens, enjoys by virtue of the law any advantage over their fellow citizens, then the most sacred principle of democracy is violated. On the other hand, a community in which no man or no group of men are granted by law any advantage over their fellow citizens, is the type of the perfect and fruitful democratic state. Society is organized politically for the benefit of all the people. Such an organization may permit radical differences among individuals in the opportunities and possessions they actually enjoy, but no man would be able to impute his own success or failure to the legal framework of society. Every citizen would be getting a square deal. Such is the idea of the democratic state, which the majority of good Americans believe to be entirely satisfactory. It would endure indefinitely, because it seeks to satisfy every interest essential to associated life. The interest of the individual is protected because of the liberties he securely enjoys. The general social interest is equally well protected because the liberties enjoyed by one, or by a few, are enjoyed by all. Thus the individual and the social interests are automatically harmonized. The virile Democrat, in pursuing his own interest, under the law, is contributing effectively to the interest of society, while the social interest consists precisely in the promotion of these individual interests, insofar as they can be equally exercised. The divergent demands of the individual and the social interest can be reconciled by grafting the principle of equality on the thrifty tree of individual rights, and the ripe fruit thereof can be gathered merely by shaking the tree. It must be admitted, also, that the principle of equal rights, like the principle of ultimate popular political responsibility, is the expression of an essential aspect of democracy. There is no room for permanent legal privileges in a democratic state. Such privileges may be, and frequently are, defended on many excellent grounds. They may unquestionably contribute for a time to social and economic efficiency, and to individual independence. But whatever advantage may be derived from such permanent discriminations must be abandoned by a democracy. It cannot afford to give any one class of its citizens a permanent advantage, or to others a permanent grievance. It ceases to be a democracy just as soon as any permanent privileges are conferred by its institutions or its laws, and this equality of right and absence of permanent privilege is the expression of a fundamental social interest. But the principle of equal rights, like the principle of ultimate popular political responsibility, is not sufficient, and because of its insufficiency, results in certain dangerous ambiguities and self-contradictions. American political thinkers have always repudiated the idea that by equality of rights they meant anything like equality of performance or power. The utmost varieties of individual power and ability are bound to exist, and are bound to bring about many different levels of individual achievement. Democracy both recognizes the right of the individual to use his powers to the utmost, and encourages him to do so by offering a fair field and, in cases of success, an abundant reward. The democratic principle requires an equal start in the race, while expecting at the same time an unequal finish. But Americans who talk in this way seem wholly blind to the fact that under a legal system which holds private property sacred there may be equal rights, but there cannot possibly be any equal opportunities for exercising such rights. The chance which the individual has to compete with his fellows and take a prize in the race is vitally affected by material conditions over which he has no control. It is as if the competitor in a marathon cross-country run were denied proper nourishment or proper training, and was obliged to toe the mark against rivals who had every benefit of food and discipline. Under such conditions he is not as badly off as if he were entirely excluded from the race. With the aid of exceptional strength and intelligence he may overcome the odds against him and win out. But it would be absurd to claim, because all the rivals toed the same mark, that a man's victory or defeat depended exclusively on his own efforts. Those who have enjoyed the benefits of wealth and thorough education start with an advantage which can be overcome only in very exceptional men so exceptional, in fact, that the average competitor without such benefits feels himself disqualified for the contest. Because of the ambiguity indicated above, different people with different interests, all of them good patriotic Americans, draw very different inferences from the doctrine of equal rights. The man of conservative ideas and interests means by the rights, which are to be equally exercised, only those rights which are defined and protected by the law, the more fundamental of which are the rights to personal freedom and to private property. The man of radical ideas, on the other hand, observing, as he may very clearly, that these equal rights cannot possibly be made really equivalent to equal opportunities, bases upon the same doctrine a more or less drastic criticism of the existing economic and social order, and sometimes of the motives of its beneficiaries and conservators. The same principle, differently interpreted, is the foundation of American political orthodoxy and American political heterodoxy. The same measure of reforming legislation, such as the new interstate commerce law, seems to one party a wholly inadequate attempt to make the exercise of individual rights a little more equal, while it seems to others an egregious violation of the principle itself. What with reforming legislation on the one hand and the lack of it on the other, the once sweet air of the American political mansion is soured by complaints. Privileges and discrimination seek to lurk in every political and economic corner. The people are appealing to the state to protect them against the usurpations of the corporations and the bosses. The government is appealing to the courts to protect the shippers against the railroads. The corporations are appealing to the federal courts to protect them from the unfair treatment of state legislatures. Employers are fighting trades unionism because it denies equal rights to their employers. The unionists are entreating public opinion to protect them against the unfairness of government by injunction. To the free trader, the whole protectionist system seems a flagrant discrimination on behalf of a certain portion of the community. Everybody seems to be clamoring for a square deal, but nobody seems to be getting it. The ambiguity of the principle of equal rights and the resulting confusion of counsel are so obvious that there must be some good reason for their apparently unsuspected existence. The truth is that Americans have not readjusted their political ideas to the teaching of their political and economic experience. For a couple of generations after Jefferson had established the doctrine of equal rights as the fundamental principle of the American democracy, the ambiguity resident in the application of the doctrine was concealed. The Jacksonian Democrats, for instance, who were constantly nosing the ground for a scent of unfair treatment, could discover no example of political privileges except the continued retention of their offices by experienced public servants, and the only case of economic privilege of which they were certain was that of the National Bank. The fact is, of course, that the great majority of Americans were getting a square deal, as long as the economic opportunities of a new country had not been developed and appropriated. Individual and social interests did substantially coincide, as long as so many opportunities were open to the poor and untrained man, and as long as the public interest demanded first of all the utmost celerity of economic development. But, as we have seen in a preceding chapter, the economic development of the country resulted inevitably in a condition which demanded on the part of the successful competitor either increasing capital, improved training, or a larger amount of ability and energy. With the advent of comparative economic and social maturity, the exercise of certain legal rights became substantially equivalent to the exercise of a privilege, and if equality of opportunity was to be maintained, it could not be done by virtue of non-interference. The demands of the higher law began to diverge from the results of the actual legal system. Public opinion is, of course, extremely loath to admit that there exists any such divergence of individual and social interest, or any such contradiction in the fundamental American principle. Reformers, no less than conservatives, have doggedly determined to place some other interpretation upon the generally recognized abuses, and the interpretation on which they have fastened is that some of the victors have captured too many prizes because they did not play fair. There is just enough truth in this interpretation to make it plausible, although, as we have seen, the most flagrant examples of apparent cheating were due as much to equivocal rules as to any fraudulent intention. But orthodox public opinion is obliged by the necessities of its own situation to exaggerate the truth of its favorite interpretation, and any such exaggeration is attended with gravediggers precisely because the ambiguous nature of the principle itself gives a similar ambiguity to its violations. The cheating is understood as disobedience to the actual law, or as violation of a higher law, according to the interests and preconceptions of the different reformers. But however it is understood, they believe themselves to be upholding some kind of a law, and hence endowed with some kind of a sacred mission. Thus the want of integrity, in what is supposed to be the formative principle of democracy results, as it did before the Civil War, in a division of the actual substance of the nation. Men naturally disposed to be indignant at people with whom they disagree come to believe that their indignation is comparable to that of the Lord. Men naturally disposed to be envious and suspicious of others more fortunate than themselves come to confuse their suspicions with a duty to the society. Demagogues can appeal to the passions aroused by this prevailing sense of unfair play for the purpose of getting themselves elected to office, or for the purpose of passing blundering measures of repression. The type of admirable and popular Democrat ceases to be a statesman, attempting to bestow unity and health on the body politic by prescribing more wholesome habits of living. He becomes instead a sublimated district attorney, whose duty it is to punish violations both of the actual and the higher law. Thus he is figured as a kind of an avenging angel, but, as it happens, he is an avenging angel who can find little to avenge and who has no power of flight. There is an enormous discrepancy between the promises of these gentlemen and their performances, no matter whether they occupy an executive office, the editorial chairs of yellow journals, or merely the place of public prosecutor, and it sometimes happens that public prosecutors who have played the part of avenging angels before election are, as Mr. William Travers Jerome knows, themselves prosecuted after a few years of office by their aggrieved constituents. The truth is that these gentlemen are confronted by a task which is, in a large measure, impossible, and which would be either disappointing or dangerous in its results. Hence it is that continued loyalty to a contradictory principle is destructive of a wholesome public sentiment and opinion. A wholesome public opinion in a democracy is one which keeps a democracy sound and whole, and it cannot prevail unless the individuals composing it recognize mutual ties and responsibilities which lie deeper than any differences of interest and idea. No formula whose effect on public opinion is not binding and healing and unifying has any substantial claim to consideration as the essential and formative democratic idea. Belief in the principle of equal rights does not bind, heal, and unify public opinion. Its effect, rather, is confusing, distracting, and at worst, disintegrating. A democratic political organization has no immunity from grievances. They are a necessary result of a complicated and changing industrial and social organism. What is good for one generation will often be followed by consequences that spell deprivation for the next. What is good for one man or one class of men will bring ills to other men or classes of men. What is good for the community as a whole may mean temporary loss and a sense of injustice to a minority. All grievances from any cause should receive full expression in a democracy, but, inasmuch as the righteously discontented must be always with us, the fundamental democratic principle should, above all, counsel mutual forbearance and loyalty. The principle of equal rights encourages mutual suspicion and disloyalty. It tends to attribute individual and social ills, for which general moral, economic, and social causes are usually in large measure responsible, to individual wrongdoing, and in this way it arouses and intensifies that personal and class hatred which never in any society lies far below the surface. Men who have grievances are inflamed into anger and resentment. In claiming what they believe to be their rights, they are, in their own opinion, acting on behalf not merely of their interests, but of an absolute democratic principle. Their angry resentment becomes transformed in their own minds into righteous indignation, and there may be turned loose upon the community a horde of self-seeking fanatics, like unto those soldiers in the religious wars, who robbed and slaughtered their opponents in the service of God. End of Chapter 7, Section 1. Chapter 7, Section 1. Chapter 7, Section 2, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 7, Section 2, Democracy and Discrimination. The principle of equal rights has always appealed to its more patriotic and sensible adherents as essentially an impartial rule of political action, one that held a perfectly fair balance between the individual and society, and between different and hostile individual and class interests. But as a fundamental principle of democratic policy, it is as ambiguous in this respect as it is in other respects. In its traditional form and expression, it has concealed an extremely partial interest under a formal proclamation of impartiality. The political thinker who popularized it in this country was not concerned fundamentally with harmonizing the essential interest of the individual with the essential popular or social interest. Jefferson's political system was intended for the benefit only of a special class of individuals, viz., those average people who would not be helped by any really formative rule or method of discrimination. In practice, it has proved to be inimical to individual liberty, efficiency, and distinction. An insistent demand for equality, even in the form of a demand for equal rights, inevitably has a negative and limiting effect upon the free and able exercise of individual opportunities. From the Jeffersonian point of view, democracy would incur a graver danger from a violation of equality than it would profit from a triumphant assertion of individual liberty. Every opportunity of the edifying exercise of power, on the part either of an individual, a group of individuals, or the state, is by its very nature also an opportunity for its evil exercise. The political leader whose official power depends upon popular confidence may betray the trust. The corporation employing thousands of men and supplying millions of people with some necessary service or commodity may reduce the cost of production only for his own profit. The state may use its great authority chiefly for the benefit of special interests. The advocate of equal rights is preoccupied by these opportunities for the abusive exercise of power, because from his point of view rights exercised in the interest of inequality have ceased to be righteous. He distrusts those forms of individual and associated activity which give any individual or association substantial advantages over their associates. He becomes suspicious of any kind of individual and social distinction, with the nature and effects of which he is not completely familiar. A democracy of equal rights may tend to encourage certain expressions of individual liberty, but they are few in number and limited in scope. It rejoices in the freedom of its citizens, provided this freedom receives certain ordinary expressions. It will follow a political leader, like Jefferson or Jackson, with a blind confidence of which a really free democracy would not be capable, because such leaders are, or claim to be in every respect, except their prominence, one of the people. Distinction of this kind does not separate a leader from the majority. It only ties them together more firmly. It is an acceptable assertion of individual liberty, because it is liberty converted by its exercise into a kind of equality. In the same way, the American democracy most cordially admired for a long time men who pursued more energetically and successfully than their fellows ordinary business occupations, because they believed that such familiar expressions of individual liberty really tended towards social and industrial homogeneity. Herein they were mistaken, but the supposition was made in good faith, and it constitutes the basis of the Jeffersonian Democrat's illusion in reference to his own interest in liberty. He dislikes or ignores liberty only when it looks in the direction of moral and intellectual emancipation. Insofar as his influence has prevailed, Americans have been encouraged to think those thoughts and to perform those acts which everybody else is thinking and performing. The effect of a belief in the principle of equal rights on freedom is, however, most clearly shown by its attitude towards democratic political organization and policy. A people jealous of their rights are not sufficiently afraid of special individual efficiency and distinction to take very many precautions against it. They greet it oftener with neglect than with positive coercion. Jeffersonian democracy is, however, very much afraid of any examples of associated efficiency. Equality of rights is most in danger of being violated when the exercise of rights is associated with power, and any unusual amount of power is usually derived from the association of a number of individuals for a common purpose. The most dangerous example of such association is not, however, a huge corporation or a labor union, it is the state. The state cannot be bound hand and foot by the law, as can a corporation, because it necessarily possesses some powers of legislation, and the power to legislate inevitably escapes the limitation of the principle of equal rights. The power to legislate implies the power to discriminate, and the best way, consequently, for a good democracy of equal rights to avoid the danger of discrimination will be to organize the state so that its power for ill will be rigidly restricted. The possible preferential inference on the part of a strong and efficient government must be checked by making the government feeble and devoid of independence. The less independent and efficient the several departments of the government are permitted to become, the less likely that the government as a whole will use its power for anything but a really popular purpose. In the foregoing type of political organization, which has been very favored by the American democracy, the freedom of the official political leader is sacrificed for the benefit of the supposed freedom of that class of equalized individuals known as the people. But by the people, Jefferson and his followers never meant all of the people, or the people as a whole. They have meant a sort of apotheosized majority, the people in so far as they could be generalized and reduced to an average. The interests of this class were conceived as inimical to any discrimination, which tended to select peculiarly efficient individuals or those who were peculiarly capable of social service. The system of equal rights, particularly in its economic and political application, has worked for the benefit of such a class, but rather in its effect upon American intelligence and morals than in its effect upon American political and economic development. The system, that is, has only partly served the purpose of its founder and its followers, and it has failed because it did not bring with it any machinery, adequate even to its own insipid and barren purposes. Even the meager social interest which Jefferson concealed under the cover of his demand for equal rights could not be promoted without some effective organ of social responsibility, and the Democrats of today are obliged, as we have seen, to invoke the action of the central government, to destroy those economic discriminations which its former inaction had encouraged. But even so, the traditional democracy still retains its dislike of centralized and socialized responsibility. It consents to use the machinery of the government only for a negative or destructive object. Such objects always must be the case, as long as it remains true to its fundamental principle. That principle defines the social interest merely in the terms of its indiscriminate individualism, which is the one kind of individualism murderous to both the essential individual and the essential social interest. The net result has been that wherever the attempt to discriminate in favor of the average or indiscriminate individual has succeeded, it has succeeded at the expense of individual liberty, efficiency, and distinction, but it has more often failed than succeeded. Whenever the exceptional individual has been given any genuine liberty, he has inevitably conquered. That is the whole meaning of the process of economic and social development traced in certain preceding chapters. The strong and capable men not only conquer, but they seek to perpetuate their conquests by occupying all the strategic points in the economic and political battlefield, whereby they obtain certain more or less permanent advantages over their fellow democrats. Thus, insofar as the equal rights are freely exercised, they are bound to result in inequalities, and these inequalities are bound to make for their own perpetuation, and so to provoke still more discrimination. Wherever the principle has been allowed to mean what it seems to mean, it has determined and encouraged its own violation. The marriage which it is supposed to consecrate between liberty and equality gives birth to unnatural children, whose nature it is to devour one or the other of their parents. The only way in which the thoroughgoing adherent of the principle of equal rights can treat these tendencies to discrimination, when they develop, is rigidly to repress them, and this tendency to repression is now beginning to take possession of those Americans who represent the pure democratic tradition. They propose to crush out the chief examples of effective individual and associated action which their system of democracy has encouraged to develop. They propose frankly to destroy, so far as possible, the economic organization which has been built up under stress of competitive conditions, and by assuming such an attitude, they have fallen away even from the pretense of impartiality, and have come out as frankly representative of a class interest. But even to assert this class interest efficiently, they have been obliged to abandon, in fact if not in word, their correlative principle of national irresponsibility. Whatever the national interest may be, it is not to be asserted by the political practice of non-interference. The hope of automatic democratic fulfillment must be abandoned. The national government must stop in and discriminate, but it must discriminate not on behalf of liberty and the special individual, but on behalf of equality and the average man. Thus the Jeffersonian principle of national irresponsibility can no longer be maintained by those Democrats who sincerely believe that the inequalities of power generated in the American economic and political system are dangerous to the integrity of the democratic state. To this extent, really sincere followers of Jefferson are obliged to admit the superior political wisdom of Hamilton's principle of national responsibility, and once they have made this admission, they have implicitly abandoned their contention that the doctrine of equal rights is a sufficient principle of democratic political action. They have implicitly accepted the idea that the public interest is to be asserted, not merely by equalizing individual rights, but by controlling individuals in the exercise of those rights. The national public interest has to be affirmed by positive and aggressive fiction. The nation has to have a will and a policy as well as the individual, and this policy can no longer be confined to the merely negative task of keeping individual rights from becoming in any way privileged. The arduous and responsible political task which a nation in its collective capacity must seek to perform is that of selecting among the various prevailing ways of exercising individual rights, those which contribute to national perpetuity and integrity. Such selection implies interference with the natural course of popular notion, and that interference is always costly and may be harmful either to the individual or the social interest, must be frankly admitted. He would be a foolish Hamiltonian who would claim that a state, no matter how efficiently organized and ably managed, will not make serious and perhaps enduring mistakes. But he can answer that inaction and irresponsibility are more costly and dangerous than intelligent and responsible interference. The practice of non-interference is just as selective in its effects as the practice of state interference. It means merely that the nation is willing to accept the results of natural selection, instead of preferring to substitute the results of artificial selection. In one way or another, a nation is bound to recognize the results of selection. The Hamiltonian principle of national responsibility recognizes the inevitability of selection, and since it is inevitable, it is not afraid to interfere on behalf of the selection of the really fittest. If a selective policy is pursued in good faith and with sufficient intelligence, the nation will at least be learning from its mistakes. It should find out gradually the kind and method of selection which is most desirable, and how far selection by non-interference is to be preferred to active selection. As a matter of fact, the American democracy, both in its central and its local governments, has always practiced both methods of selection. The state governments have sedulously indulged in a kind of interference, conspicuous both for its activity and its inefficiency. The federal government, on the other hand, has been permitted to interfere very much less, but even during the palmiest days of national irresponsibility, it did not altogether escape active intervention. A protective tariff is, of course, a plain case of preferential class legislation, and so was the original Interstate Commerce Act. They were designed to substitute artificial preferences for those affected by unregulated individual action, on the ground that the proposed modification of the natural course of trade would contribute to the general economic prosperity. No less preferential in purpose are the measures of reform recently enacted by the central government. The amended Interstate Commerce Law largely increases the power of possible discrimination possessed by the Federal Commission. The Pure Food Bill forbids many practices which have arisen in connection with the manufacture of food products and discriminates against the perpetrators of such practices. Factory legislation or laws regulating the hours of labor have a similar meaning and justification. It is not too much to say that substantially all the industrial legislation, demanded by the people both here and abroad and passed in the popular interest, has been based essentially on class discrimination. The situation which these laws are supposed to meet is always the same. A certain number of individuals enjoy, in the beginning, equal opportunities to perform certain acts, and in the competition resulting therefrom, some of these individuals or associations obtain advantages over their competitors, or over their fellow citizens whom they employ or serve. Sometimes these advantages and the practices whereby they are obtained are profitable to a larger number of people than they injure. Sometimes the reverse is true. In either event, the state is usually asked to interfere by the class whose economic position has been compromised. It by no means follows that the state should acquiesce in this demand. In many cases, interference may be more costly than beneficial. Each case must be considered on its merits. But whether in any particular case the state takes sides or remains impartial, it most assuredly has a positive function to perform on the promises. If it remains impartial, it simply agrees to abide by the results of natural selection. If it interferes, it seeks to replace natural with artificial discrimination. In both cases, it authorizes discriminations which in their effect violate the doctrine of equal rights. Of course, a reformer can always claim that any particular measure of reform promises merely to restore to the people a square deal, but that is simply an easy and thoughtless way of concealing novel purposes under familiar formulas. Any genuine measure of economic or political reform will, of course, give certain individuals better opportunities than those they have been recently enjoying, but it will reach this result only by depriving other individuals of advantages which they have earned. Impartiality is the duty of the judge rather than the statesman, of the courts rather than the government. The state which proposes to draw a ring around the conflicting interests of its citizens and interfere only on behalf of a fair fight will be obliged to interfere constantly and will never accomplish its purpose. In economic warfare, the fighting can never be fair for long, and it is the business of the state to see that its own friends are victorious. It holds, if you please, itself, a hand in the game. The several players are playing, not merely with one another, but with the political and social bank. The security and perpetuity of the state and of the individual, insofar as he is a social animal, depend upon the victory of the national interest, as represented both in the assurance of the national profit and in the domination of the nation's friends. It is in the position of the Bank of Monte Carlo, which does not pretend to play fair, but which frankly promulgates rules advantageous to itself, considering the percentage in its favor and the length of its purse, and it does not propose to take any unnecessary risks. Neither can a state, democratic or otherwise, which believes in its own purpose, while preserving at times an appearance of impartiality, so that its citizens may enjoy for a while a sense of the reality of their private game, it must on the whole make the rules for its own interest. It must help those men to win who are most capable of using their winnings for the benefit of society. End of Chapter 7, Section 2. Chapter 7, Section 3, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 7, Section 3, Constructive Discrimination. Assuming, then, that a democracy cannot avoid the constant assertion of national responsibility for the national welfare, an all-important question remains as to the way in which, and the purpose for which, this interference should be exercised. Should it be exercised on behalf of individual liberty? Should it be exercised on behalf of social equality? Is there any way in which it can be exercised on behalf both of liberty and equality? Hamilton and the constitutional liberals asserted that the state should interfere exclusively on behalf of individual liberty, but Hamilton was no Democrat and was not outlining the policy of a democratic state. In point of fact, democracies have never been satisfied with a definition of democratic policy in terms of liberty. Not only have the particular friends of liberty usually been hostile to democracy, but democracies both in idea and behavior have frequently been hostile to liberty, and they have been justified in distrusting a political regime organized wholly or even chiefly for its benefit.
La liberté, says Mr. Émile Faguet in a preface to his Politique et moraliste du XIXe siècle, la liberté s'oppose à l'égalité, car la liberté est aristocratique par essence. La liberté ne se donne jamais, ne s'octroie jamais, elle se conquiert. Or, ne peuvent la conquérir que des groupes sociaux qui ont su se donner la cohérence, l'organisation et la discipline, et qui par conséquent sont des groupes aristocratiques.
The fact that states organized exclusively or largely for the benefit of liberty are essentially aristocratic explains the hostile and suspicious attitude of democracies towards such a principle of political action. Only a comparatively small minority are capable at any one time of exercising political, economic, and civil liberties in an able, efficient, or thoroughly worthy manner, and a regime wrought for the benefit of such a minority would become at best a state in which economic, political, and social power would be very unevenly distributed, a state like the Orleans monarchy in France of the bourgeoisie and the intellectuals. Such a state might well give its citizens fairly good government, as did the Orleans monarchy, but just in so far as the mass of the people had any will of its own, it could not arouse vital popular interest and support, and it could not contribute, except negatively, to the fund of popular good sense and experience. The lack of such popular support caused the death of the French liberal monarchy, and no such regime can endure, save, as in England, by virtue of a somewhat abject popular acquiescence. As long as it does endure, moreover, it tends to undermine the virtue of its own beneficiaries. The favored minority, feeling as they do tolerably sure of their position, can scarcely avoid a habit of making it somewhat too easy for one another. The political, economic, and intellectual leaders begin to be selected without any sufficient test of their efficiency. Some sort of a test continues to be required, but the standards which determine it drift into a condition of being narrow, artificial, and lax. Political, intellectual, and social leadership, in order to preserve its vitality, needs a feeling of effective responsibility to a body of public opinion as wide, as varied, and as exacting as that of the whole community. The desirable democratic object, implied in the traditional democratic demand for equality, consists precisely in that of bestowing a share of the responsibility and the benefits, derived from political and economic association, upon the whole community. Democracies have assumed, and have been right in assuming, that a proper diffusion of effective responsibility and substantial benefits is the one means whereby a community can be supplied with an ultimate and sufficient bond of union. The American democracy has attempted to manufacture a sufficient bond out of the equalization of rights, but such a bond is, as we have seen, either a rope of sand or a link of chains. A similar object must be achieved in some other way, and the ultimate success of democracy depends upon its achievement. The fundamental political and social problem of a democracy may be summarized in the following terms. A democracy, like every political and social group, is composed of individuals and must be organized for the benefit of its constituent members. But the individual has no chance of effective personal power, except by means of the secure exercise of certain personal rights. Such rights, then, must be secured and exercised, yet when they are exercised, their tendency is to divide the community into divergent classes. Even if enjoyed with some equality in the beginning, they do not continue to be equally enjoyed, but make towards discriminations advantageous to a minority. The state, as representing the common interest, is obliged to admit the inevitability of such classifications and divisions, and has itself no alternative but to exercise a decisive preference on behalf of one side or the other. A well-governed state will use its power to promote edifying and desirable discriminations. But if discriminations tend to divide the community, and the state itself cannot do more than select among the various possible cases of discrimination those which it has some reason to prefer, how is the solidarity of the community to be preserved? And, above all, how is a democratic community, which necessarily includes everybody in its benefits and responsibilities, to be kept well united? Such a community must retain an ultimate bond of union which counteracts the divergent effect of the discriminations, yet which at the same time is not fundamentally hostile to individual liberties. The clue to the best available solution of the problem is supplied by a consideration of the precise manner in which the advantages derived from the efficient exercise of liberties become inimical to a wholesome social condition. The hostility depends, not upon the existence of such advantageous discriminations for a time, but upon their persistence for too long a time. When, either from natural or artificial causes, they are properly selected, they contribute at the time of their selection both to individual and to social efficiency. They have been earned, and it is both just and edifying that, insofar as they have been earned, they should be freely enjoyed. On the other hand, they should not, so far as possible, be allowed to outlast their own utility. They must continue to be earned. It is power and opportunity enjoyed without being earned which help to damage the individual, both the individuals who benefit and the individuals who consent, and which tend to loosen the ultimate social bond. A democracy, no less than a monarchy or an aristocracy, must recognize political, economic, and social discriminations, but it must also manage to withdraw its consent whenever these discriminations show any tendency to excessive endurance. The essential wholeness of the community depends absolutely on the ceaseless creation of a political, economic, and social aristocracy, and their equally incessant replacement. Both in its organization and in its policy, a democratic state has consequently to seek two different but supplementary objects. It is the function of such a state to represent the whole community, and the whole community includes the individual as well as the mass, the many as well as the few. The individual is merged in the mass, unless he is enabled to exercise efficiently and independently his own private and special purposes. He must not only be permitted, he must be encouraged to earn distinction, and the best way in which he can be encouraged to earn distinction is to reward distinction both by abundant opportunity and cordial appreciation. Individual distinction, resulting from efficient performance of special work, is not only the foundation of all genuine individuality, but is usually of the utmost social value. Insofar as it is efficient, it has a tendency to be constructive. It both inserts some member into the social edifice which forms, for the time being, a desirable part of the whole structure, but it tends to establish a standard of achievement which may well form a permanent contribution to social amelioration. It is useful to the whole community, and not because it is derived from popular sources or conforms to popular standards, but because it is formative, and so helps to convert the community into a well-formed whole. Distinction, however, even when it is earned, always has a tendency to remain satisfied with its achievements, and to seek indefinitely its own perpetuation. When such a course is pursued by an efficient and distinguished individual, he is, of course, faithless to the meaning and the source of his own individual power. In abandoning and replacing him, a democracy is not recreant to the principle of individual liberty. It is merely subjecting individual liberty to conditions which promote and determine its continued efficiency. Such conditions never have been and never will be imposed for long by individuals or classes of individuals upon themselves. They must be imposed by the community, and nothing less than the whole community. The efficient exercise of individual power is necessary to form a community and to make it whole, but the duty of keeping it whole rests with the community itself. It must consciously and resolutely preserve the social benefit derived from the achievements of its favorite sons, and the most efficient means thereto is that of denying to favoritism of all kinds the opportunity of becoming a mere habit. The specific means whereby this necessary and formative favoritism can be prevented from becoming a mere habit vary radically among the different fields of personal activity. In the fields of intellectual work, the conditions imposed upon the individual must for the most part be the creation of public opinion, and in its proper place. This aspect of the relation between individuality and democracy will receive special consideration. In the present connection, however, the relation of individual liberty to democratic organization and policy can be illustrated and explained most helpfully by a consideration of the binding and formative conditions of political and economic liberty. Democracies have always been chiefly preoccupied with the problems raised by the exercise of political and economic opportunities, because success in politics and business implies the control of a great deal of physical power and the consequent possession by the victors, in a peculiar degree, of both the motive and the means to perpetuate their victory. The particular friends of freedom, such as Hamilton and the French doctrinaires, have always believed that both civil and political liberty depended on the denial of popular sovereignty and the rigid limitation of the suffrage. Of course, a Democrat cannot accept such a conclusion. He should doubtless admit that the possession of absolute sovereign power is always liable to abuse, and if he is candid, he can hardly fail to add that democratic favoritism is subject to the same weakness as aristocratic or royal favoritism. It tends, that is, to make individuals seek distinction not by high individual efficiency, but by compromises in the interest of useful popularity. It would be vain to deny the gravity of this danger or the extent to which, in the best of democracies, the seekers after all kinds of distinction have been hypnotized by an express desire for popularity. But American statesmen have not always been obliged to choose between Hamilton's unpopular integrity and Henry Clay's unprincipled bidding for popular favor. The greatest American political leaders have been popular without any personal capitulation, and their success is indicative of what is theoretically the most wholesome relation between individual political liberty and a democratic distribution of effective political power. The highest and most profitable individual political distinction is that which is won from a large field and from a whole people. Political, even more than other kinds of distinction, should not be the fruit of a limited area of selection. It must be open to everybody, and it must be acceptable to the community as a whole. In fact, the concession of substantially equal political rights is an absolute condition of any fundamental political bond. Grave as are the dangers which a democratic political system incurs, still graver ones are incurred by a rigidly limited electoral organization. A community so organized betrays a fundamental lack of confidence in the mutual loyalty and good faith of its members, and such a community can remain well united only at the cost of a mixture of patronage and servility. The limitation of the suffrage to those who are individually capable of making the best use of it has the appearance of being reasonable, and it has made a strong appeal to those statesmen and thinkers who believed in the political leadership of intelligent and educated men. Neither can it be denied that a rigidly restricted suffrage might well make in the beginning for administrative efficiency and good government. But it must never be forgotten that a limited suffrage confines ultimate political responsibility not only to a number of peculiarly competent individuals, but to a larger or smaller class, and in the long run a class is never to be trusted to govern in the interest of the whole community. A democracy should encourage the political leadership of experienced, educated, and well-trained men, but only on the express condition that their power is delegated and is to be used, under severe penalties, for the benefit of the people as a whole. A limited suffrage secures governmental efficiency, if at all, at the expense of the political education and training of the disenfranchised class, and at the expense, also, of a permanent and radical popular political grievance. A substantially universal suffrage merely places the ultimate political responsibility in the hands of those for whose benefit governments are created, and its denial can be justified only on the ground that the whole community is incapable of exercising the responsibility. Such cases unquestionably exist. They exist wherever individuals constituting a community, as at present in the South, are more divided by social or class ambitions and prejudices than they are united by a tradition of common action and mutual loyalty. But wherever the whole people are capable of thinking, feeling, and acting as if they constituted a whole, universal suffrage, even if it costs something in temporary efficiency, has a tendency to be more salutary and more formative than a restricted suffrage. The substantially equal political rights enjoyed by the American people for so many generations have not proved dangerous to the civil liberties of the individual and, except to a limited extent, not to his political liberty. Of course, the American democracy has been absolutely opposed to the delegation to individuals of official political power, except under rigid conditions both as to scope and duration, and the particular friends of liberty have always claimed that such rigid conditions destroyed individual political independence and freedom. Hamilton, for instance, was insistent upon the necessity of an upper house, consisting of life members who would not be dependent on popular favor for their retention of office. But such proposals have no chance of prevailing in a sensible democracy. A democracy is justified in refusing to bestow permanent political power upon individuals, because such permanent tenure of office relaxes oftener than it stimulates the efficiency of the favored individual, and makes him attach excessive importance to mere independence. The official leaders of a democracy should, indeed, hold their offices under conditions which will enable them to act and think independently, but independence is really valuable only when the office holder has won it from his own followers. Under any other conditions it is not only peculiarly liable to abuse, but it deprives the whole people of that ultimate responsibility for their own welfare, without which democracy is meaningless. A democracy is or should be constantly delegating an effective share in this responsibility to its official leaders, but only on condition that the power and responsibility delegated is partial and is periodically resumed. The only Americans who hold important official positions for life are the judges of the federal courts. Radical Democrats have always protested against this exception, which, nevertheless, can be permitted without any infringement of democratic principles. The peculiar position of the federal judge is symptomatic of the peculiar importance in the American system of the federal Constitution. A senator would be less likely to be an efficient and public-spirited legislator, in case he were not obliged at regular intervals to perform title to his distinction. A justice of the Supreme Court, on the other hand, can the better perform his special task, provided he has a firm and permanent hold upon his office. He cannot, to be sure, entirely escape responsibility to public opinion, but his primary duty is to expound the Constitution as he understands it, and it is a duty which demands the utmost personal independence. The fault with the American system in this respect consists not in the independence of the federal judiciary, but in the practical immutability of the Constitution. If the instrument which the Supreme Court expounds could be altered whenever a sufficiently large body of public opinion has demanded a change for a sufficiently long time, the American democracy would have much more to gain than to fear from the independence of the federal judiciary. The interest of individual liberty in relation to the organization of democracy demands simply that the individual officeholder should possess an amount of power and independence adequate to the efficient performance of his work. The work of a justice of the Supreme Court demands a power that is absolute for its own special work, and it demands technically complete independence. An executive should, as a rule, serve for a longer term, and hold a position of greater independence than a legislator, because his work of enforcing the laws and attending to the business details of government demands continuity, complete responsibility within its own sphere, and the necessity occasionally of braving adverse currents of public opinion. The term of service and the technical independence of a legislator might well be more restricted than that of an executive, but even a legislator should be granted as much power and independence as he may need for the official performance of his public duty. The American democracy has shown its enmity to individual political liberty, not because it has required its political favorites constantly to seek re-election, but because it has, since 1800, tended to refuse to its favorites during their official term, as much power and independence as is needed for administrative, legislative, and judicial efficiency. It has been jealous of the power it delegated, and it has tried to take away with one hand what it gave with the other. Taking American political traditions, ideals, institutions, and practices as a whole, there is no reason to believe that the American democracy cannot, and will not, combine sufficient opportunities for individual political distinction with an effective ultimate popular political responsibility. The manner in which the combination has been made hitherto is far from flawless, and the American democracy has much to learn before it reaches an organization adequate to its own proper purposes. It must learn, above all, that the state, and the individuals who are temporarily responsible for the action of the state must be granted all the power necessary to redeem that responsibility. Individual opportunity and social welfare both depend upon the learning of this lesson, and while it is still very far from being learned, the obstacles in the way are not of a disheartening nature. The Federalists refrained from protecting individual political rights by incorporating in the Constitution any limitation of the suffrage, but they sought to protect the property rights of the individual by the most absolute constitutional guarantees. Moreover, American practice has allowed the individual a far larger measure of economic liberty than is required by the Constitution, and this liberty was granted in the expectation that it would benefit, not the individual as such, but the great mass of the American people. It has undoubtedly benefited the great mass of the American people, but it has been of far more benefit to a comparatively few individuals. Americans are just beginning to learn that the great freedom which the individual property owner has enjoyed is having the inevitable result of all unrestrained exercise of freedom. It has tended to create a powerful but limited class, whose chief object is to hold and to increase the power which they have gained, and this unexpected result has presented the American democracy with the most difficult and radical of its problems. Is it to the interest of the American people as a democracy to permit the increase or the perpetuation of the power gained by this aristocracy of money? A candid consideration of the foregoing question will, I believe, result in a negative answer. A democracy has as much interest in regulating for its own benefit the distribution of economic power as it has the distribution of political power, and the consequences of ignoring this interest would be as fatal in one case as in the other. In both instances, regulation in the democratic interest is as far as possible from meaning the annihilation of individual liberty, but in both instances individual liberty should be subjected to conditions which will continue to keep it efficient and generally serviceable. Individual economic power is not any more dangerous than individual political power, provided it is not held too absolutely and for too long a time. But in both cases the interest of the community as a whole should be dominant, and the interest of the whole community demands a considerable concentration of economic power and responsibility, but only for the ultimate purpose of its more efficient exercise and the better distribution of its fruits. That certain existing American fortunes have in their making been of the utmost benefit to the whole economic organism is, in my mind, unquestionably the fact. Men like Mr. J. Pierpont Morgan, Mr. Andrew Carnegie, Mr. James J. Hill, and Mr. Edward Harriman, Mr. James J. Hill, and Mr. Edward Harriman have in the course of their business careers contributed enormously to American economic efficiency. They have been overpaid for their services, but that is irrelevant to the question immediately under consideration. It is sufficient that their economic power has been just as much earned by substantial service as was the political power of a man like Andrew Jackson, and if our country is to continue its prosperous economic career, it must retain an economic organization which will offer to men of this stamp the opportunity and the inducement to earn distinction. The rule which has already been applied to the case of political power applies, also, to economic power. Individuals should enjoy as much freedom from restraint, as much opportunity, and as much responsibility as is necessary for the efficient performance of their work. Opinions will differ as to the extent of this desirable independence and its associated responsibility. The American millionaire and his supporters claim, of course, that any diminution of opportunity and independence would be fatal. To dispute this inference, however, does not involve the abandonment of the rule itself. To dispute this inference, however, does not involve the abandonment of the rule itself. A democratic economic system, even more than a democratic political system, must delegate a large share of responsibility and power to the individual, but under conditions, if possible, which will really make for individual efficiency and distinction. The grievance which a Democrat may feel towards the existing economic system is that it makes only partially for genuine individual economic efficiency and distinction. The political power enjoyed by an individual American rarely endures long enough to survive its own utility. But economic power can in some measure at least be detached from its creator. Let it be admitted that the man who accumulates $50 million in part earns it, but how about the man who inherits it? The inheritor of such a fortune, like the inheritor of a ducal title, has an opportunity thrust upon him. He succeeds to a colossal economic privilege which he has not earned, and for which he may be wholly incompetent. He rarely inherits with the money the individual ability possessed by its maker, but he does inherit a money power wholly independent of his own qualifications or deserts. By virtue of that power alone, he is in a position in some measure to exploit his fellow countrymen. Even though a man of very inferior intellectual and moral caliber, he is able vastly to increase his fortune through the information and opportunity which that fortune bestows upon him, and without making any individual contribution to the economic organization of the country. His power brings with it no personal dignity or efficiency, and for the whole material and meaning of his life, he becomes as much dependent upon his millions as a nobleman upon his title. The money which was a source of distinction to its creator becomes in the course of time a source of individual demoralization to its inheritor. His life is organized for the purpose of spending a larger income than any private individual can really need, and his intellectual point of view is bounded by his narrow experience and his class interests. No doubt the institution of private property, necessitating, as it does, the transmission to one person of the possessions and earnings of another, always involves the inheritance of unearned power and opportunity. But the point is that in the case of very large fortunes, the inherited power goes far beyond any legitimate individual needs, and in the course of time can hardly fail to corrupt its possessors. The creator of a large fortune may well become its master, but its inheritor will, except in the case of exceptionally able individuals, become its victim, and most assuredly the evil social effects are as bad as the evil individual effects. The political bond which a democracy seeks to create depends for its higher value upon an effective social bond. Gross inequalities in wealth, wholly divorced from economic efficiency on the part of the rich, as effectively loosen the social bond as do gross inequalities of political and social standing. A wholesome social condition in a democracy does not imply uniformity of wealth, any more than it implies uniformity of ability and purpose, but it does imply the association of great individual economic distinction with responsibility and efficiency. It does imply that economic leaders, no less than political ones, should have conditions imposed upon them which will force them to recognize the responsibilities attached to so much power. Mutual association and confidence between the leaders and followers is as much a part of democratic economic organization as it is of democratic political organization, and in the long run, the inheritance of vast fortunes destroys any such relation. They breed class envy on one side and class contempt on the other, and the community is either divided irremediably by differences of interest and outlook, or united, if at all, by snobbish servility. If the integrity of a democracy is injured by the perpetuation of unearned economic distinctions, it is also injured by extreme poverty, whether deserved or not. A democracy which attempted to equalize wealth would incur the same disastrous fate as a democracy which attempted to equalize political power, but a democracy can no more be indifferent to the distribution of wealth than it can be to the distribution of the suffrage. In a wholesome democracy, every male should participate in the ultimate political responsibility, partly because of the political danger in refusing participation to the people, and partly because of the advantages to be derived from the political union of the whole people. So a wholesome democracy should seek to guarantee to every male adult a certain minimum of economic power and responsibility. No doubt it is much easier to confer the suffrage on the people than it is to make poverty a negligible social factor, but the difficulty of the task does not make it the less necessary. It stands to reason that in the long run, the people who possess the political power will want a substantial share of the economic fruits. A prudent democracy should anticipate this demand. Not only does any considerable amount of grinding poverty constitute a grave social danger in a democratic state, but so, in general, does a widespread condition of partial economic privation. The individuals constituting a democracy lack the first essential of individual freedom, when they cannot escape from a condition of economic dependence. The American democracy has confidently believed in the fatal prosperity enjoyed by the people under the American system. In the confidence of that belief, it has promised to Americans a substantial satisfaction of their economic needs, and it has made that promise an essential part of the American national idea. The promise has been measurably fulfilled hitherto, because the prodigious natural resources of a new continent were thrown open to anybody with the energy to appropriate them. But those natural resources have now in large measure passed into the possession of individuals, and American statesmen can no longer count upon them to satisfy the popular hunger for economic independence. An ever larger proportion of the total population of the country is taking to industrial occupations, and an industrial system brings with it much more definite social and economic classes, and a diminution of the earlier social homogeneity. The contemporary wage earner is no longer satisfied with the economic results of being merely an American citizen. His union is usually of more obvious use to him than the state, and he is tending to make his allegiance to his union paramount to his allegiance to the state. This is only one of many illustrations that the traditional American system has broken down. The American state can regain the loyal adhesion of the economically less independent class only by positive service. What the wage earner needs, and what it is to the interest of a democratic state he should obtain, is a constantly higher standard of living. The state can help him to conquer a higher standard of living without doing any necessary injury to his employers, and with a positive benefit to general economic and social efficiency. If it is to earn the loyalty of the wage earners, it must recognize the legitimacy of his demand, and make the satisfaction of it an essential part of its public policy. The American state is dedicated to such a duty, not only by its democratic purpose, but by its national tradition. So far as the former is concerned, it is absurd and fatal to ask a popular majority to respect the rights of a minority, when those rights are interpreted so as seriously to hamper, if not to forbid, the majority from obtaining the essential condition of individual freedom and development, viz., the highest possible standard of living. But this absurdity becomes really critical and dangerous in view of the fact that the American people, particularly those of alien birth and descent, have been explicitly promised economic freedom and prosperity. The promise was made on the strength of what was believed to be an inexhaustible store of natural opportunities, and it will have to be kept, even when those natural resources are no longer to be had for the asking. It is entirely possible, of course, that the promise can never be kept, that its redemption will prove to be beyond the patience, the power, and the wisdom of the American people and their leaders. But if it is not kept, the American Commonwealth will no longer continue to be a democracy. End of Chapter 7, Section 3. Chapter 7, Section 4, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 7, Section 4. The Bridge Between Democracy and Nationality. We are now prepared, I hope, to venture upon a more fruitful definition of democracy. The popular definitions err in describing it in terms of its machinery, or of some partial political or economic object. Democracy does not mean merely government by the people, or majority rule, or universal suffrage. All of these political forms or devices are a part of its necessary organization, but the chief advantage that such methods of organization have is their tendency to promote some salutary and formative purpose. The really formative purpose is not exclusively a matter of individual liberty, although it must give individual liberty abundant scope. Neither is it a matter of equal rights alone, although it must always cherish the social bond which that principle represents. The salutary and formative democratic purpose consists in using the democratic organization for the joint benefit of individual distinction and social improvement. To define the really democratic organization as one which makes expressly and intentionally for individual distinction and social improvement is nothing more than a translation of the statement that such an organization should make expressly and intentionally for the welfare of the whole people. The whole people will always consist of individuals, constituting small classes, who demand special opportunities, and the mass of the population who demand for their improvement more generalized opportunities. At any particular time or in any particular case, the improvement of the smaller classes may conflict with that of the larger class, but the conflict becomes permanent and irreconcilable only when it is intensified by the lack of a really binding and edifying public policy, and by the consequent stimulation of class and factional prejudices and purposes. A policy, intelligently informed by the desire to maintain a joint process of individual and social amelioration, should be able to keep a democracy sound and whole, both in sentiment and in idea. Such a democracy would not be dedicated either to liberty or to equality in their abstract expressions, but to liberty and equality, insofar as they have made for human brotherhood.
As Mr. Faguet says in the introduction to his Politique et Moraliste du XIXe siècle, from which I have already quoted, liberté et égalité sont donc contradictoires et exclusives l'une et l'autre, mais la fraternité les concilierait. La fraternité non seulement concilierait la liberté et l'égalité, mais elle les ferait génératrices l'une et l'autre.
The two subordinate principles, that is, one representing the individual and the other the social interest, can by their subordination to the principle of human brotherhood, be made in the long run mutually helpful. The foregoing definition of the democratic purpose is the only one, which can entitle democracy to an essential superiority to other forms of political organization. Democrats have always tended to claim some such superiority for their methods and purposes, but in case democracy is to be considered merely as a piece of political machinery, or a partial political idea, the claim has no validity. Its superiority must be based upon the fact that democracy is the best possible translation into political and social terms of an authoritative and comprehensive moral idea, and provided a democratic state honestly seeks to make its organization and policy contribute to a better quality of individuality and a higher level of associated life, it can, within certain limits, claim the allegiance of mankind on rational moral grounds. The proposed definition may seem to be both vague and commonplace, but it nonetheless brings with it practical consequences of paramount importance. The subordination of the machinery of democracy to its purpose, and the comprehension within that purpose of the higher interests both of the individual and society, is not only exclusive of many partial and erroneous ideas, but demands both a reconstructive program and an efficient organization. A government by the people, which seeks an organization and a policy beneficial to the individual and to society, is confronted by a task as responsible and difficult as you please, but it is a specific task which demands the adoption of certain specific and positive means. Moreover, it is a task which the American democracy has never sought consciously to achieve. American Democrats have always hoped for individual and social amelioration as the result of the operation of their democratic system, but if any such result was to follow, its achievement was to be a happy accident. The organization and policy of a democracy should lead the individual and society to seek their own amelioration. The democratic state should never discriminate in favor of anything or anybody. It should only discriminate against all sorts of privilege. Under the proposed definition, on the other hand, popular government is to make itself expressly and permanently responsible for the amelioration of the individual and society, and a necessary consequence of this responsibility is an adequate organization and a reconstructive policy. The majority of good Americans will doubtless consider that the reconstructive policy, already indicated, is flagrantly socialistic both in its methods and its objects, and if any critic likes to fasten the stigma of socialism upon the foregoing conception of democracy, I am not concerned with dodging the odium of the word. The proposed definition of democracy is socialistic, if it is socialistic to consider democracy inseparable from a candid, patient, and courageous attempt to advance the social problem towards a satisfactory solution. It is also socialistic in case socialism cannot be divorced from the use, wherever necessary, of the political organization in all its forms, to realize the proposed democratic purpose. On the other hand, There are some doctrines frequently associated with socialism, to which the proposed conception of democracy is wholly inimical, and it should be characterized not so much as socialistic, as unscrupulously and loyally nationalistic. A democracy dedicated to individual and social betterment is necessarily individualist as well as socialist. It has little interest in the mere multiplication of average individuals, except insofar as such multiplication is necessary to economic and political efficiency, but it has the deepest interest in the development of a higher quality of individual self-expression. There are two indispensable economic conditions of qualitative individual self-expression. One is the preservation of the institution of private property in some form, and the other is the radical transformation of its existing nature and influence. A democracy certainly cannot fulfill its mission without the eventual assumption by the state of many functions now performed by individuals, and without becoming expressly responsible for an improved distribution of wealth. But if any attempt is made to accomplish these results by violent means, it will most assuredly prove to be a failure. An improvement in the distribution of wealth or in economic efficiency, which cannot be accomplished by purchase on the part of the state or by a legitimate use of the power of taxation, must be left to the action of time, assisted, of course, by such arrangements as are immediately practical. But the amount of actual good to the individual and society which can be effected, at any one time, by an alteration in the distribution of wealth is extremely small, and the same statement is true of any proposed state action in the interest of the democratic purpose. Consequently, while responsible state action is an essential condition of any steady approach to the democratic consummation, such action will be wholly vain, unless accompanied by a large measure of spontaneous individual amelioration. In fact, one of the strongest arguments on behalf of a higher and larger conception of state responsibilities in a democracy is that the candid, courageous, patient, and intelligent attempt to redeem those responsibilities provides one of the highest types of individuality, viz., the public-spirited man with a personal opportunity and a task, which should be enormously stimulating and edifying. The great weakness of the most popular form of socialism consists, however, in its mixture of a revolutionary purpose with an international scope. It seeks the abolition of national distinctions by revolutionary revolts of the wage earner against the capitalist, and to substitute for it an international organization of a single class. It is headed absolutely in the wrong direction. Revolutions may at times be necessary and on the whole helpful, but not in case there is any other practicable method of removing grave obstacles to human amelioration, and in any event their tendency is socially disintegrating. The destruction or the weakening of nationalities for the ostensible benefit of an international socialism would in truth gravely imperil the bond upon which actual human association is based. The peoples who have inherited any share in Christian socialization are effectively united chiefly by national habits, traditions, and purposes, and perhaps the most effective way of bringing about an irretrievable division of purpose among them would be the adoption by the class of wage earners of the program of international socialism. It is not too much to say that no permanent good can, under existing conditions, come to the individual and society, except through the preservation and the development of the existing system of nationalized states. Radical and enthusiastic Democrats have usually failed to attach sufficient importance to the ties whereby civilized men are at the present time actually united. Inasmuch as national traditions are usually associated with all sorts of political, economic, and social privileges and abuses, they have sought to identify the higher social relation with the destruction of the national tradition, and the substitution of an ideal bond. In so doing they are committing a disastrous error, and democracy will never become really constructive until this error is recognized, and democracy abandons its former alliance with revolution. The higher human relation must be brought about, chiefly by the improvement and the intensification of existing human relations. The only possible foundation for a better social structure is the existing order, of which the contemporary system of nationalized states forms the foundation. Loyalty to the existing system of nationalized states does not necessarily mean loyalty to an existing government merely because it exists. There have been, and still are, governments whose ruin is a necessary condition of popular liberation, and revolution doubtless still has a subordinate part to play in the process of human amelioration. The loyalty which a citizen owes to a government is dependent upon the extent to which the government is representative of national traditions and is organized in the interest of valid national purposes. National traditions and purposes always contain a large infusion of dubious ingredients, but loyalty to them does not necessarily mean the uncritical and unprotesting acceptance of the national limitations and abuses. Nationality is a political and social ideal, as well as the great contemporary political fact. Loyalty to the national interest implies devotion to a progressive principle. It demands, to be sure, that the progressive principle be realized without any violation of fundamental national ties. It demands that any national action taken for the benefit of the progressive principle be approved by the official national organization. But it also serves as a ferment quite as much as a bond. It bids the loyal national servants to fashion their fellow countrymen into more of a nation, and the attempt to perform this bidding constitutes a very powerful and wholesome source of political development. It constitutes, indeed, a source of political development which is of decisive importance for a satisfactory theory of political and social progress, because a people which becomes more of a nation has a tendency to become, for that very reason, more of a democracy. The assertion that a people which becomes more of a nation becomes for that very reason more of a democracy is, I am aware, a hazardous assertion, which can be justified, if at all, only at a considerable expense. As a matter of fact, the two following chapters will be devoted chiefly to this labor of justification. In the first of these chapters, I shall give a partly historical and partly critical account of the national principle in its relation to democracy, and in the second I shall apply the results, so achieved, to the American national principle in its relation to the American democratic idea. But before starting this complicated task, a few words must be premised as to the reasons which make the attempt well worth the trouble. If a people, in becoming more of a nation, become for that very reason more of a democracy, the realization of the democratic purpose is not rendered any easier, but democracy is provided with a simplified, a consistent, and a practical program. An alliance is established thereby between the two dominant political and social forces in modern life. The suspicion with which aggressive advocates of the national principle have sometimes regarded democracy would be shown to have only a conditional justification, and the suspicion with which many ardent Democrats have regarded aggressive nationalism would be similarly disarmed. A Democrat, so far as the statement is true, could trust the fate of his cause in each particular state to the friends of national progress. Democracy would not need for its consummation the ruin of the traditional political fabrics, but so far as those political bodies were informed by genuinely national ideas and aspirations, it could await confidently the process of national development. In fact, the first duty of a good Democrat would be that of rendering to his country loyal patriotic service. Democrats would abandon the task of making over the world to suit their own purposes, until they had come to a better understanding with their own countrymen. One's democracy, that is, would begin at home, and it would for the most part stay at home, and the cause of national well-being would derive invaluable assistance from the loyal cooperation of good Democrats. A great many obvious objections will, of course, be immediately raised against any such explanation of the relation between democracy and nationality, and I am well aware that these objections demand the most serious consideration. A generation or two ago, the European Democrat was often by way of being an ardent nationalist, and a constructive relation between the two principles was accepted by many European political reformers. The events of the last 50 years have, however, done much to sever the alliance, and to make European patriots suspicious of democracy, and European Democrats suspicious of patriotism. To what extent these suspicions are justified, I shall discuss in the next chapter, but that discussion will be undertaken almost exclusively for obtaining, if possible, some light upon our domestic situation. The formula of a constructive relation between the national and democratic principles has certain importance for European peoples, and particularly for Frenchmen. It is of a far superior importance to Americans. It supplies a constructive form for the progressive solution of their political and social problems, and while it imposes on them responsibilities which they have sought to evade, it also offers compensations, the advantage of which they have scarcely expected. Americans have always been both patriotic and democratic, just as they have always been friendly both to liberty and equality, but in neither case have they brought the two ideas or aspirations into mutually helpful relations. As Democrats, they have often regarded nationalism with distrust, and have consequently deprived their patriotism of any sufficient substance and organization. As nationalists, they have frequently regarded essential aspects of democracy with a wholly unnecessary and embarrassing suspicion. They have been after a fashion Hamiltonian, and Jeffersonian after more of a fashion, but they have never recovered from the initial disagreement between Hamilton and Jefferson. If there is any truth in the idea of a constructive relation between democracy and nationality, this disagreement must be healed. They must accept both principles loyally and unreservedly, and by such acceptance, their noble national theory will obtain a wholly unaccustomed energy and integrity. The alliance between the two principles will not leave either of them intact, but it will necessarily do more harm to the Jeffersonian group of political ideas than it will to the Hamiltonian. The latter's nationalism can be adapted to democracy without an essential injury to itself, but the former's democracy cannot be nationalized without being transformed. The manner of its transformation has already been discussed in detail. It must cease to be a democracy of indiscriminate individualism, and its members must be united, not by a sense of joint irresponsibility, but by a sense of joint responsibility for the success of their political and social ideal. They must become, that is, a democracy devoted to the welfare of the whole people, by means of a conscious labor of individual and social improvement, and that is precisely the sort of democracy which demands for its realization the aid of the Hamiltonian nationalistic organization and principle. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8, Section 1, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 8, Section 1, Nationality and Democracy, National Origins. Whatever the contemporary or the logical relation between nationality and democracy as ideas and as political forces, they were in their origin wholly independent of one another. The Greek city-states supplied the first examples of democracy, but their democracy brought with it no specifically national characteristics. In fact, the political condition and ideal implied by the word nation did not exist in the ancient world. The actual historical process, which culminated in the formation of the modern national state, began sometime in the Middle Ages, a period in which democracy was almost an incredible form of political association. Some of the medieval communes were not without traces of democracy, but modern nations do not derive from these turbulent little states. They derive from the larger political divisions into which Europe drifted during the Dark Ages, and they have grown with the gradually prospering attempt to bestow on the government of these European countries the qualities of efficiency and responsibility. A complete justification of the foregoing statements would require a critical account of the political development of Western Europe since 400 BC, but within the necessary limits of the present discussion, we shall have to be satisfied with the barest summary of the way in which the modern national states originated, and of the relation to democracy, which has gradually resulted from their own proper development. A great deal of misunderstanding exists as to the fundamental nature of a national, as opposed to a city or an imperial state, because the meaning of the national idea has been obscured by the controversies which its militant assertion has involved. It has been identified both with a revolutionary and a racial political principle, whereas its revolutionary or racial associations are essentially occasional and accidental. The modern national state is at bottom the most intelligent and successful attempt which has yet been made to create a comparatively stable, efficient, and responsible type of political association. The primary objects sought in political association are internal order, security from foreign attack, the authoritative and just adjustment of domestic differences and grievances, and a certain opportunity for individual development. And these several objects are really reducible to two, because internal order cannot be preserved among a vigorous people, in case no sufficient opportunity is provided for individual development, or for the adjustment of differences and grievances. In order that a state may be relatively secure from foreign attack, it must possess a certain considerable area, population, and military efficiency. The fundamental weakness of the commune or city-state has always been its inability to protect itself from the aggressions of larger or more warlike neighbors, and its correlative inability to settle its own domestic differences without foreign interference. On the other hand, when a state became sufficiently large and well organized to feel safe against alien aggression, it inevitably became the aggressor itself, and it inevitably carried the conquest of its neighbors just as far as it was able. But domestic security, which is reached by constant foreign aggression, results inevitably in a huge unwieldy form of imperial political organization, which is obliged by the logic of its situation to seek universal dominion. The Romans made the great attempt to establish a dominion of this kind, and while their empire could not endure, because their military organization destroyed in the end the very foundation of internal order, they bequeathed to civilization a political ideal and a legal code of inestimable subsequent value. As long as men were obliged to choose between a communal or an imperial type of political organization, which was equivalent merely to a choice between anarchy and despotism, the problem of combining internal order with external security seemed insoluble. They needed a form of association strong enough to defend their frontiers, but not sufficiently strong to attack their neighbors with any chance of continued success. To defend their frontiers, but not sufficiently strong to attack their neighbors with any chance of continued success, and such a state could not exist unless its unity and integrity had some moral basis, and unless the aggressions of exceptionally efficient states were checked by some effective interstate organization. The coexistence of such states demanded in its turn the general acceptance of certain common moral ties and standards among a group of neighboring peoples, and such a tie was furnished by the religious bond by which Catholic Christianity united the peoples of Western Europe, a bond whereby the disorder and anarchy of the early Middle Ages was converted into a vehicle of political and social education. The members of the Christian body had much to fear from their fellow Christians, but they also had much to gain. They shared many interesting and vital subjects of consultation, and even when they fought, as they usually did, they were likely to fight to some purpose. But beyond their quarrels, Catholic Christians comprised one universe of discourse. They were somehow responsible one to another, and their mutual ties and responsibilities were most clearly demonstrated whenever a peculiarly unscrupulous and insistent attempt was made to violate them. As new and comparatively strong states began to emerge from the confusion of the early Middle Ages, it was soon found that under the new conditions, states which were vigorous enough to establish internal peace and to protect their frontiers were not vigorous enough to conquer their neighbors. Political efficiency was brought to a much better realization of its necessary limits and responsibilities because of the moral and intellectual education which the adoption of Christianity had imposed upon the Western peoples. One of the earliest examples of political efficiency in medieval Europe was the England of Edward I, which had begun to exhibit certain characteristics of a national state. Order was more than usually well preserved. It was sheltered by the Channel from foreign attack. The interest both of the nobles and of the people had been considered in its political organization. A fair balance was maintained among the leading members of the political body, so that the English kings could invade France with the united national armies, which easily defeated the incoherent rabble of knights and serfs whereby they were opposed. Nevertheless, when the English, after the manner of other efficient states, tried to conquer France, they were wholly unable to extinguish French resistance, as the similar resistance of conquered peoples had so frequently been extinguished in classic times. The French people rallied to a king who united them in their resistance to foreign domination, and the ultimate effect of the prolonged English aggression was merely the increasing national efficiency and the improving political organization of the French people. The English could not extinguish the resistance of the French people because their aggression aroused in Frenchmen latent power of effective association. Notwithstanding the prevalence of a factious minority, and the lack of any habit or tradition of national association, the power of united action for a common purpose was stimulated by the threat of alien domination, and this latent power was unquestionably the result, in some measure, of the discipline of Christian ideas to which the French, in common with the other European peoples, had been subjected. That discipline had, as has already been observed, increased men's capacity for fruitful association one with another. It had stimulated a social relationship much superior to the prevailing political relationship. It had enabled them to believe in an idea and to fight devotedly on its behalf. It is no accident, consequently, that the national resistance took on a religious character, and in Jeanne d'Arc gave birth to one of the most fragrant figures in human history. Thus the French national resistance, and the national bond thereby created, was one political expression of the power of cooperation developed in the people of Europe by the acceptance of a common religious bond. On the other hand, the use which the English had made of their precocious national organization weakened its foundations. The aggressive exercise of military force abroad for an object which it was incompetent to achieve disturbed the domestic balance of power on which the national organization of the English people rested. English political efficiency was dependent partly upon its responsible exercise, and it could not survive the disregard of domestic responsibilities entailed by the expense in men and money of feudal external aggression. The history of Europe as it emerged from the Middle Ages affords a continuous illustration of the truth that the increasing political efficiency of the several states was proportioned to the exercise of their powers in a responsible manner. The national development of the several states was complicated in the beginning by the religious wars, but those peoples suffered least from the wars of religion, who did not in the end allow them to interfere with their primary political responsibilities. Spain, for instance, whose centuries of fighting with the Moors had enormously developed her military efficiency, used this military power solely for the purpose of pursuing political and religious objects, antagonistic or irrelevant to the responsibilities of the Spanish kings towards their own subjects. The Spanish monarchy proclaimed as its dominant political object the maintenance, by force, of the Catholic faith throughout Europe, and for 3 generations it wasted the superb military strength and the economic resources of the Spanish people in an attempt to crush out Protestantism in Holland and England, and to reinforce militant Catholicism in France. Upon Germany, divided into a number of petty states, partly Protestant and partly Catholic, but with the imperial power exerted on behalf of a Catholic and anti-national interest, the religious wars laid a heavy hand. Her lack of political cohesion made her the prey of neighboring countries, whose population was numerically smaller, but which were better organized. And the end of the 30 Years' War left her both despoiled and exhausted, because her political organization was wholly incapable of realizing a national policy, or of meeting the national needs. Great Britain during all this period was occupied with her domestic problems, and interfered comparatively little in continental affairs, and the result of this discreet and sensible effort to adapt her national organization to her peculiar domestic needs was, in the 18th century, an extraordinary increase of national efficiency. France also emerged from the religious wars headed by a dynasty which really represented national aspirations, and which was alive in some respects to its responsibilities towards the French people. The Bourbon monarchy consolidated the French national organization, encouraged French intellectual and religious life, and at times sought in an intelligent manner to improve the economic conditions of the country. For the first time in the history of continental Europe, something resembling a genuinely national state was developed. Differences of religious opinion had been subordinated to the political and social interests of the French people. The crown, with the aid of a succession of able ministers, suppressed a factious nobility at home, and gradually made France the dominant European power. A condition of the attainment of both of these objects was the loyal support of the French people, and the alliance with the monarchy, as the embodiment of French national life, of Frenchmen of ability and purpose. The French monarchy, however, after it had become the dominant power in Europe, followed the bad example of previous states, and aroused the fear of its neighbors by a policy of excessive aggression. In this instance, French domineering did not stimulate the national development of any one neighbor, because it was not concentrated upon any one or two peoples. But it did threaten the common interests of a number of European states, and it awakened an unprecedented faculty of interstate association for the protection of these interests. The doctrine of the balance of power waxed, as the result of this experience, into a living principle in European politics, and it imposed an effective check upon the aggression of any single state. France was unable to retain the preponderant position which she had earned during the early years of the reign of Louis XIV, and this mistake of the Bourbon monarchy was the cause of its eventual downfall. The finances of the country were wrecked by its military efforts and failures, the industrial development of the people checked, and their loyalty to the Bourbons undermined. A gulf was gradually created between the French nation and its official organization and policy. England, on the other hand, was successfully pursuing the opposite work of national improvement and consolidation. She was developing a system of government which, while preserving the crown as the symbol of social order, combined aristocratic leadership with some measure of national representation. For the first time in centuries, the different members of her political body again began to function harmoniously, and she used the increasing power of aggression thereby secured, with unprecedented discretion and good sense. She had learned that her military power could not be used with any effect across the Channel, and that under existing conditions, her national interests in relation to the other European powers were more negative than positive. Her expansive energy was concentrated on the task of building up a colonial empire in Asia and America, and in this task, her comparative freedom from continental entanglements enabled her completely to vanquish France. Her success in creating a colonial empire anticipated with extraordinary precision the course during the 19th century of European national development. In contemplating the political situation of Europe towards the end of the 18th century, the student of the origin of the power and principle of nationality will be impressed by its two divergent aspects. The governments of the several European states had become tolerably efficient for those purposes in relation to which, during the 16th century and before, efficiency had been most necessary. They could keep order. Their citizens were protected to some extent in the enjoyment of their legal rights. The several governments were closely associated, chiefly for the purpose of preventing excessive aggression on the part of any one state, and of preserving the balance of power. Unfortunately, however, these governments had acquired during the turbulent era an unlimited authority which was indispensable to the fundamental task of maintaining order, but which, after order had been secured, was sufficient to encourage abuse. Their power was, in theory, absolute. It was an imitation of Roman imperialism, and made no allowance for those limitations, both in its domestic and foreign expressions, which existed as a consequence of national growth and the international system. Their authority at all times was keyed up to the pitch of a great emergency. It was supposed to be the immediate expression of the commonweal. The commonweal was identified with the security of society and the state. The security of the state dictated the supreme law. The very authority, consequently, which was created to preserve order and the balance of power, gradually became an effective cause of internal and external disorder. It became a source not of security, but of individual and social insecurity, because a properly organized machinery for exercising such a power and redeeming such a vast responsibility had not yet been wrought. The rulers of the continental states in the 18th century explained and excused every important action they took by what was called la raison d'etat, that is, by reasons connected with the public safety, which justified absolute authority and extreme measures. But as a matter of fact, this absolute authority, instead of being confined in its exercise to matters in which the public safety was really concerned, was wasted and compromised chiefly for the benefit of a trivial domestic policy, and a merely dynastic foreign policy. At home, the exercise of absolute authority was not limited to matters and occasions which really raised questions of public safety. In their foreign policies, the majority of the states had little idea of the necessary and desirable limits of their own aggressive power. Those limits were imposed from without, and when several states could combine in support of an act of international piracy, as in the case of the partition of Poland, Europe could not be said to have any effective system of public law. The partition of Poland, which France could and should have prevented, was at once a convincing exposure of the miserable international position to which France had been reduced by the Bourbons, and the best possible testimony to the final moral bankruptcy of the political system of the 18th century. End of Chapter 8, Section 1. Chapter 8, Section 2 of The Promise of American Life by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 8, Section 2. The Implications of National Development. In 1789, the bombshell of the French Revolution exploded under this fabric of semi-national and semi-despotic, but wholly royalist and aristocratic, European political system. For the first time in the history of European nations, a national organization and tradition was confronted by a radical democratic purpose and faith. The two ideas have been face to face ever since, and European history thereafter may, in its broadest aspect, be considered as an attempt to establish a fruitful relation between them. In the beginning it looked as if democracy would, so far as it prevailed, be wholly destructive of national institutions and the existing international organization. The insurgent Democrats sought to ignore and to eradicate the very substance of French national achievement. They began by abolishing all social and economic privileges, and by framing a new polity based in general upon the English idea of a limited monarchy, partial popular representation, and equal civil rights. But, carried along by the momentum of their ideas, and incensed by the disloyalty of the king and his advisers and the threat of invasion, they ended by abolishing royalty, establishing universal suffrage, and declaring war upon every embodiment, whether at home or abroad, of the older order. The revolutionary French democracy proclaimed a creed, not merely subversive of all monarchical and aristocratic institutions, but inimical to the substance and the spirit of nationality. Indeed, it did not perceive any essential distinction between the monarchical or legitimist and the national principles, and the error was under the circumstances not unnatural. In the European political landscape of 1793, despotic royalty was a much more conspicuous fact than the centuries of political association in which these monarchies had been developed. But the eyes of the French Democrats had been partially blinded by their own political interests and theories. Their democracy was in theory chiefly a matter of abstract political rights which remitted logically in a sort of revolutionary anarchy. The actual bonds whereby men were united were ignored. All traditional authority fell under suspicion. Frenchmen, in their devotion to their ideas and in their distrust of every institution, idea, or person associated with the old regime, hacked at the roots of their national cohesion and undermined the foundations of social order. To the disinterested political philosopher of that day, the antagonism between the principle of political authority and cohesion, as represented by the legitimate monarchies, and the principle of popular sovereignty represented by the French democracy, may well have looked irretrievable. But events soon proved that such an inference could not be drawn too quickly. It is true that the French democracy, by breaking so violently the bonds of national association, perpetuated a division between their political organization and the substance of their national life, which was bound in the end to constitute a source of weakness. Yet the revolutionary democracy succeeded, nevertheless, in releasing sources of national energy, whose existence had never before been suspected, and in uniting the great body of the French people for the performance of a great task. Even though French national cohesion had been injured in one respect, French national efficiency was temporarily so increased that the existing organization and power of the other continental countries proved inadequate to resist it. When the French democracy was attacked by its monarchical neighbors, the newly aroused national energy of the French people was placed enthusiastically at the service of the military authorities. The success of the French armies, even during the disorders of the Convention and the corruption of the Directory, indicated that revolutionary France possessed possibilities of national efficiency far superior to the France of the old regime. Neither the Democrats nor Napoleon had, in truth, broken as much as they themselves and their enemies believed with the French national tradition, but unfortunately that aspect of the national tradition perpetuated by them was by no means its best aspect. The policy, the methods of administration, and the actual power of the Committee of Public Safety and of Napoleon were all inherited from the old regime. Revolutionary France merely adapted to new conditions the political organization and policy to which Frenchmen had been accustomed, and the most serious indictment to be made against it is that its excesses prevented it from dispensing with the absolutism which social disorder and unwarranted foreign aggression always necessitate. The Revolution made France more of a nation than it had been in the 18th century, because it gave to the French people the civil freedom, the political experience, and the economic opportunities which they needed, but it did not heal the breach which the Bourbons had made between the political organization of France and its legitimate national interests and aspirations. France in 1815, like France in 1789, remained a nation divided against itself, a nation which had perpetuated during a democratic revolution a part of its national tradition most opposed to the logic of its new political and social ideas. It remained, that is, a nation whose political organization and policy had not been adapted to its domestic needs, and one which occupied an anomalous and suspected position in the European international system. On the other hand, French democracy and imperialism had directly and indirectly instigated the greater national efficiency of the neighboring European states. Alliances among European monarchs had not been sufficient to check the imperial ambitions of Napoleon, as they had been sufficient to check the career of Louis XIV, because behind a greater general was the loyal devotion and the liberated energy of the French people. But when outrages perpetuated on the national feelings of Germans and Spaniards added an enthusiastic popular support to the hatred which the European monarchs cherished towards a domineering upstart, the fall of Napoleon became only a question of time. The excess and the abuse of French national efficiency and energy, consequent upon its sudden liberation and its perpetuation of an illogical but natural policy of national aggression, had the same effect upon Europe as English aggression had upon the national development of France. Napoleon was crushed under a popular uprising comparable to that of the French people, which had been the condition of his own aggrandizement. Thus, in spite of the partial antagonism between the ideas of the French revolutionary democracy and the principle of nationality, the ultimate effect of the revolution both in France and in Europe was to increase the force and to enlarge the area of the national movement. English national sentiment was enormously stimulated by the strenuous wars of the revolutionary epoch. The embers of Spanish national feeling were blown into spasmodic life. The peoples of Italy and Germany had been possessed by the momentum of a common political purpose, and had been stirred by promises of national representation. Even France, unstable though its political condition was, had lost none of the results of the revolution for which it had fought in the beginning, and if the Bourbons were restored, it was only on the implicit condition that the monarchy should be nationalized. The revolutionary democracy, subversive as were its ideas, had started a new era for the European peoples of national and international construction. Of course, it was by no means obvious in 1815 that a constructive national and international principle had come to dominate the European political system. The Treaty of Vienna was an unprincipled compromise among the divergent interests and claims of the dominant powers, and the triumphant monarchs ignored their promises of national reform or representation. For one whole generation they resolutely suppressed, so far as they were able, every symptom of an insurgent democratic or national idea. They sought persistently and ingeniously to identify in Europe the principle of political integrity and order with the principle of the legitimate monarchy. But obscurantist as were the ideas and the policy of the Holy Alliance, the political system it established was an enormous improvement upon that of the 18th century. Not only was the sense of responsibility of the governing classes very much quickened, but the international system was based on a comparatively moral and rational idea. For the first time in European history, a group of rulers, possessing in theory absolute authority, and forming an apparently irresistible combination, exercised this power with moderation. They did not combine, as in the case of the partition of Poland, to break the peace and prey upon a defenseless neighbor, but to keep the peace. And if to keep the peace meant the suppression wherever possible of liberal political ideas, it meant also the renunciation of aggressive foreign policies. In this way, Europe obtained the rest which was necessary after the havoc of the Revolutionary Wars, while at the same time, the principle on which the Holy Alliance was based was being put to the test of experience. Such a test it could not stand. The people of Europe were not content to identify the principle of political order, whether in domestic or foreign affairs, with that of legitimate monarchy and with the arbitrary political alignments of the Treaty of Vienna. Such a settlement ignored the political forces and ideas which, while originating in revolutionary France, had nonetheless saved Europe from the consequences of French revolutionary and imperial aggression. Beginning in 1848, Europe entered upon another period of revolutionary disturbance, which completely destroyed the political system of the Holy Alliance. At the outset, these revolutions were no more respectful of national traditions than was the French Revolution, and as long as they remained chiefly subversive in idea and purpose, they accomplished little. But after some unsuccessful experimentation, the new revolutionary movement gradually adopted a national program, and thereafter, its triumphs were many and varied. For the first time in political history, the meaning of the national principle began to be understood, and it became in the most explicit manner a substantial and a formative political idea. The revolutionary period taught European statesmen and political thinkers that political efficiency and responsibility both implied some degree of popular representation. Such representation did not necessarily go as far as thoroughgoing Democrats would like. It did not necessarily transfer the source of political authority from the crown to the people. It did not necessarily bring with it, as in France, the overthrow of those political and social institutions which constituted the traditional structure of the national life. But it did imply that the government should make itself expressly responsible to public opinion, and should consult public opinion about the important questions of public policy. A certain amount of political freedom was shown to be indispensable to the making of a nation, and the granting of this amount of political freedom was no more than a fulfillment of the historical process in which the nations of Europe had originated. The people of Europe had drifted into groups, the members of which, for one reason or another, were capable of effective political association. This association was not based at bottom on physical conditions. It was not dependent on a blood bond, because as a matter of fact the racial composition of the European peoples is exceedingly mixed. It was partly conditioned on geographical continuity without being necessarily caused thereby, and was wholly independent of any uniformity of climate. The association was in the beginning largely a matter of convenience or a matter of habit. Those associations endured which proved under stress of historical vicissitudes to be worthy of endurance. The longer any particular association endured, the more firm it became in political structure and the more definite in policy. Its citizens became accustomed to association one with another, and they became accustomed to those political and social forms which supplied the machinery of joint action. Certain institutions and ideas were selected by the pressure of historical events, and were capitalized into the effective local, political, and social traditions. These traditions constituted the substance of the political and social bond. They provided the forms which enabled the people of any group to realize a joint purpose or, if necessary, to discuss serious differences. In their absence, the very foundation of permanent political cohesion was lacking. For a while, the protection of these groups against domestic and foreign enemies demanded, as we have seen, the exercise of an absolute political authority, and the severe suppression of any but time-honored individual or class interests. But when comparative order had been secured, a higher standard of association gradually came to prevail. Differences of conviction and interest among individuals and classes, which formerly were suppressed or ignored, could no longer be considered either as so dangerous to public safety as to demand suppression, or as so insignificant as to justify indifference. Effective association began to demand, that is, a new adjustment among the individual and class interests, traditions, and convictions, which constituted the substance of any particular state, and such an adjustment could be secured only by an adequate machinery of consultation and discussion. Cohesion could no longer be imposed upon a people, because they no longer had any sufficient reason to submit to the discipline of such an imposition. It had to be reached by an enlarged area of political association, by the full expression of individual and class differences, and finally by the proper adjustment of those differences in relation to the general interest of the whole community. As soon as any European state attained, by whatever means, a representative government, it began to be more of a nation, and to obtain the advantages of a more nationalized political organization. England's comparative domestic security enabled her to become more of a nation, sooner than any of her continental neighbors, and her national efficiency forced the French to cultivate their latent power of national association. In France, the government finally succeeded in becoming nationally representative, without much assistance from any regular machinery or representation. Become nationally representative, without much assistance from any regular machinery of representation, but under such conditions it could not remain representative. One of its defects as a nation today is its lack of representative institutions to which Frenchmen have been long accustomed, and which command some instinctive loyalty. Stimulated by French and English example, the other European states finally understood that some form or degree of popular representation was essential to national cohesion, and little by little they have been grafting representative institutions upon their traditional political structures. Thus the need of political and social cohesion was converted into a principle of constructive national reform. A nation is more or less of a nation, according as its members are more or less capable of effective association, and the great object of a genuinely national domestic policy is that of making such association candid, loyal, and fruitful. Loyal and fruitful association is far from demanding mere uniformity of purpose and conviction on the part of those associated. On the contrary, it gains enormously from a wide variety of individual differences, but with the essential condition that such differences do not become factious in spirit and hostile to the utmost freedom of intercourse. But the only way of mitigating factiousness and misunderstanding is by means of some machinery of mutual consultation, which may help to remedy grievances, and whose decision shall determine the political action taken in the name of the whole community. The national principle, that is, which is precisely the principle of loyal and fruitful political association, depends for its vitality upon the establishment and maintenance of a constructive relation between the official political organization and policy, and the interests, the ideas, and the traditions of the people as a whole. The nations of Europe, much as they suffered from the French Revolution and disliked it, owe to the insurgent French democracy their effective instruction in this political truth. It follows, however, that there is no universal and perfect machinery whereby loyal and fruitful national association can be secured. The nations of Europe originated in local political groups, each of which possessed its own peculiar interests, institutions, and traditions. Their power of fruitful national association depended more upon loyalty to their particular local political tradition and habits than upon any ideal perfection in their new and experimental machinery for distributing political responsibility and securing popular representation. A national policy and organization is, consequently, essentially particular, and, what is equally important, its particular character is partly determined by the similarly special character of the policy and organization of the surrounding states. The historical process in which each of the European nations originated included, as an essential element, the action and reaction of these particular states one upon the other. Each nation was formed, that is, as part of a political system which included other nations. As any particular state became more of a nation, its increasing power of effective association forced its neighbors either into submission or into an equally efficient exercise of national resistance. Little by little, it has been discovered that any increase in the loyalty and fertility of a country's domestic life was contingent upon the attainment of a more definite position in the general European system. Any attempt to escape from the limitations imposed upon a particular state by the general system was followed by a diminished efficiency in its machinery of national association. The full meaning of these general principles can, perhaps, be best explained by the consideration in relation thereto of the existing political condition of the foremost European nations, Great Britain, France, and Germany. Each of these special cases will afford an opportunity of exhibiting a new and a significant variation of the relation between the principles of nationality and the principles of democracy. And together they should enable us to reach a fairly complete definition of the extent to which, in contemporary Europe, any fruitful relation can be established between them. What has already been said sufficiently indicates that the effective realization of a national principle, even in Europe, demands a certain infusion of democracy, but it also indicates that this democratic infusion cannot, at any one time, be carried very far without impairing the national integrity. How far, then, in these three decisive cases, has the democratic infusion been carried, and what are the consequences, the promise, and the dangers of each experiment? End of Chapter 8, Section 2. Chapter 8, Section 3, of the Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 8, Section 3, Nationality and Democracy in England. It has already been observed that England was the first European state, both in medieval and modern times, to reach a high degree of national efficiency. At a period when the foreign policies of the continental states were exclusively but timidly dynastic, and when their domestic organizations illustrated the disadvantages of a tepid autocracy, Great Britain had entered upon a foreign policy of national colonial expansion, and was building up a representative national domestic organization. After several centuries of revolutionary disturbance, the English had regained their national balance, without sacrificing any of the time-honored elements in their national life. The monarchy was reconstituted as the symbol of the national integrity, and as the crown jewel of the social system. The hereditary aristocracy, which was kept in touch with the commoners, because its younger sons were not noble and which was national, if not liberal in spirit, became the real rulers of England, but its role was supplemented by an effective, though limited measure by general representation. This organization was perfected in the 19th century. Little by little, the area of popular representation was enlarged, until it included almost the whole adult male population, and the government became more and more effectively controlled by national public opinion. As a result of this slowly gathering but comprehensive plan of national organization, the English have become more completely united in spirit and purpose than are the people of any other country. The crown and the aristocracy recognize the limitations of their positions and their inherited responsibilities to the gentry and the people. The commoners on their side are proud of their lords and of the monarchy, and grant them full confidence. It is a unique instance of mutual loyalty and well-distributed responsibility among social classes, differing widely in station, occupations, and wealth, and it is founded upon habit of joint consultation, coupled, as the result of the long persistence of this habit, with an unusual similarity of intellectual and moral outlook. The result, until recently, was an exceptional degree of national efficiency, and in scrutinizing this national efficiency, the fact must be faced that the political success of Great Britain has apparently been due, not merely to her adoption of the practice of national representation, but to her abhorrence of any more subversive democratic ideas. On the one hand, the British have organized a political system which is probably more sensitively and completely responsive to a nationalized public opinion than is the political system of the American democracy. On the other hand, this same nationalized political organization is aristocratic to the core, aristocratic without scruple or qualification. What is the effect of this aristocratic organization upon the efficiency and fertility of the English political system? Has it contributed in the past to such efficiency? Does it still contribute, and if so, how far? The power of the English aristocracy is no doubt to be justified, in part, by the admirable service which has been rendered to the country by the nobility and the gentry. During the 18th and a part of the 19th centuries, the political leadership of the English people was, on the whole, both efficient and edifying. During all this period their continental competitors were either burdened with autocratic obscurantism, or else were weakened by civil struggles and the fatal consequences of military aggression. In the meantime, Great Britain pursued a comparatively tranquil course of domestic reform and colonial and industrial expansion. She was the European power whose political and industrial energies were most completely liberated and most successfully used. She naturally drifted into an extremely self-satisfied state of mind in respect to her political and economic organization and policy. But during the last quarter of the 19th century, political and economic conditions both began to change. The more important competing nations had by that time overcome their internal disorders, and by virtue of their domestic reforms had released new springs of national energy. Great Britain had to face much severer competition in the fields both of industrial and colonial expansion, and during all of these years she has been losing ground. Her expansion has not entirely ceased, but industrially she is being left behind by Germany and by the United States, and her recent colonial acquisitions have been attained only at an excessive cost. Inasmuch as she has succeeded in retaining her relative superiority at sea, she has maintained her special position in the European political system, but the relatively greater responsibilities of the future coupled with her relatively smaller resources make her future international standing dubious. It looks as if there might be something lacking in the national organization and policy with which Great Britain has been so completely content. Many Englishmen recognize that their national organization has diminished in efficiency, and they are considering various methods of meeting the emergency. But to an outsider it does not look as if any remedy, as yet seriously proposed, was really adequate. The truth is that the existing political, social, and economic organization of Great Britain both impairs and misleads the energy of the people. It was adequate to the economic and political conditions of 2 generations ago, but it is at the present time becoming more and more inadequate. It is inferior in certain essential respects to the economic and political organization of Great Britain's 2 leading competitors, Germany and the United States. Germany and the United States. It is lacking in purpose. It is lacking in brains. It is lacking in faith. Just as Great Britain benefited enormously during a century and a half from her political precocity, so she is now suffering from the consequences thereof. The political temperament of her people, their method of organization, and their national ideals all took form at a time when international competition for colonies and trade was not very sharp, and when democracy had no philosophic or moral standing. At the beginning of the 18th century, the country was longing for domestic peace, and it was willing to secure peace at any price save that of liberty. The leadership of the landed aristocracy and gentry secured to the British people domestic peace and civil liberty, and in return for these very great blessings they sold themselves to the privileged classes. Peace and civil liberty, and in return for these very great blessings they sold themselves to the privileged classes. These privileged classes have probably deserved their privileges more completely than has the aristocracy of any other country. They have been patriotic. They have shed their blood and spent their money on what they believed to be the national welfare. They introduced an honorable and an admirable esprit de corps into the English public service, and they have been loyal to the great formative English political idea, the idea of liberty. They have granted to the people from time to time as much liberty as public opinion demanded, and they have in this way maintained to the present day their political and social prestige. But although they have been, on the whole, individually disinterested, they have not been and they could not be disinterested as a class. Owning as they did much of the land, they had as a class certain economic interests. Possessing as they did certain special privileges, they had as a class certain political interests. These interests have been scrupulously preserved, no matter whether they did or did not conflict with the national interest. Their landed proprietorship has resulted in certain radical inequalities of taxation and certain grave economic drawbacks. Their position as a privileged class made them hospitable only to those reforms which spared their privileges. But their privileges could not be spared, provided Englishmen allowed rational ideas any decisive influence in their political life, and the consequence of this abstention from ideas was the gradual cultivation of a contempt for intelligence, an excessive worship of tradition, and a deep-rooted faith in the value of compromise. In the interest of domestic harmony, they have identified complacent social subserviency with the virtue of loyalty, and have erected compromise into an ultimate principle of political action. The landed aristocracy and gentry of England have been obliged to face only one serious crisis, the prolonged crisis occasioned by the transformation of Great Britain from an agricultural to an industrial community. The way the English privileged classes preserved their political leadership during a period in which land was ceasing to be the source of Great Britain's economic prosperity, is an extraordinary illustration of their political tact and social prestige. But it must be added that their leadership has been preserved more in name than in substance. The aristocracy managed to keep its prestige and its apparent power during the course of the Industrial Revolution, but only on condition of the abandonment of the substance thereof. The nobility and the gentry became the privileged servants of the rising middle class. They bought off their commercial and industrial conquerors with the concession of free trade, because at the time such a concession did not seem to injure their own interests, and they agreed to let the English businessman practically dictate the national policy. In this way they preserved their political and social privileges, and have gradually so identified the interests of the well-to-do middle class with their interests, that the two have become scarcely distinguishable. The aristocracy of privilege and the aristocracy of wealth are absolutely united in their devotion to the existing political organization and policy of the United Kingdom. This bargain appeared to work very well for a while, but indications are accumulating that a let-alone economic policy has not preserved the vitality of the British economic system. The English farmer has lost ambition and has been sacrificed to the industrial growth of the nation, while the industrial growth itself no longer shows its former power of expansion. The nation passed the responsibility for its economic welfare on to the individual, and the individual, with all his energy and initiative, seems unable to hold his own against better organized competition. Its competitors have profited by the very qualities which Great Britain renounced when she accepted the anti-national liberalism of the Manchester School. They have shown under widely different conditions the power of nationalizing their economic organization, and in spite of the commission of many errors, particularly in this country, a system of national economy appears to make for a higher level of economic vitality than a system of international economy. At the present time, says Mr. Otto Elsbacher in his Modern Germany, when other nations are no longer divided against themselves, but have become homogeneous unified nations in fact and nations in organization, and when the most progressive nations have become gigantic institutions for self-improvement and gigantic business concerns on cooperative principles, the spasmodic individual efforts of patriotic and energetic Englishmen and their unorganized individual action prove less efficient for the good of their country than they were formerly. The political leaders of England abandoned, that is, all leadership in economic affairs, and allowed a merely individualistic liberalism complete control of the fiscal and economic policy of the country. The government resigned economic responsibility at the very time when English economic interests began to need vigilant protection and promotion, and as a consequence of this resignation, the English governing class practically surrendered its primary function. What seemed to be an easy transferal to more competent shoulders of the national responsibility for the economic welfare of the country has proved to be a betrayal of the national interest. Fiscal reform alone will, however, never enable Great Britain to compete more vigorously with either the United States or Germany. The diminished economic vitality of England must be partly traced to her tradition of political and social subserviency, which serves to rob both the ordinary and the exceptional Englishman of energy and efficiency. American energy, so far as it is applied to economic tasks, is liberated not merely by the abundance of its opportunities, but by the prevailing idea that every man should make as much of himself as he can, and in obedience to this idea, the average American works with all his might towards some special personal goal. The energy of the average Englishman, on the other hand, is impaired by his complacent acceptance of positions of social inferiority and by his worship of degrading social distinctions. And even successful Englishmen suffer from a similar handicap. The latter rarely push their business successes home, because they themselves immediately begin to covet a place in the social hierarchy, and to that end are content with a certain established income. The pleasure which the average Englishman seems to feel in looking up to the upper classes is only surpassed by the pleasure which the exceptional Englishman seems to feel in looking down on the lower classes. Englishmen have always congratulated themselves because their nobility was not a caste, but the facts that the younger sons of the peers are commoners, and that a distinguished commoner may earn a peerage, only makes the poison of these arbitrary social discriminations the more deadly. An Englishman always has a chance of winning an irrelevant but very gratifying social and political privilege. He may by acceptable services of the ordinary kind become as good as a lord. Some such ambition is nearly always the end to which the energy of the successful Englishman is directed, and its particular nature hinders him from realizing the special purpose of his own life with an unimpeded will. The net result of the English system is to infect English social, political, military, and industrial life with social favoritism, and the poison of the infection is only mitigated by the condition that the favorites must deserve their selection by the maintenance of a certain standard. This standard was formed a good many years ago, when the conditions of efficiency were not so exacting as they are today. At that time it was a sufficiently high standard and made, on the whole, for successful achievement. It demanded of the favorite that he be honest, patriotic, well-educated, gentlemanly, courageous, and a good sort, but it wholly failed to demand high special training, intense application, unremitting energy, or any exclusive devotion to one's peculiar work. If an Englishman comes up to the regular standard, he can usually obtain his share of the good things of English life, but if he goes beyond, he falls under the social distinction of being abnormal and peculiar. The standard, consequently, is not now an efficient standard, and it is frequently applied with some laxity to the members of the privileged classes. A tacit conspiracy naturally exists among people in such a position to make it easy for their associates, friends, and relatives. The props and chances offered to a boy born into this class make the very most of his probably moderate deserts and abilities, and in occupying a position of responsibility, he inevitably displaces a more competent substitute. In our own country, the enjoyment of such political favors is known as a pull, and is a popular but disreputable method of political advancement, where in England the whole social and a large part of the political structure is constituted on the basis of a systematic and hereditary pull. The spirit thereof is highly honored in the most sacred precincts of English life. It is supported heartily and unscrupulously by English public opinion, and its critics are few and insignificant. When Englishmen come to understand the need of disassociating their national idea from its existing encumbrances of political privilege and social favoritism, they will be confronted by a reconstructive task of peculiar difficulty. The balance of the national life, which has been so slowly and painfully recovered, will be endangered by the weakening of any of its present supports. For centuries, the existing system has been wrought with the utmost patience and patriotism, and an Englishman may well shudder at the notion of any essential modification. The good of the system is so mixed with the evil that it seems impossible to extricate and eradicate the latter without endangering English national cohesion. Their traditional faith in compromise, their traditional dread of ideas, their traditional habit of acting first and reasoning afterwards, has made the English system a hopelessly confused bundle of semi-efficiency and semi-inefficiency, just as it has made the best English social type a gentleman, but a gentleman absolutely conditioned, tempered, and supplemented by a flunky. While the process of becoming more of a democracy may very well injure, at any rate for a while, English national consistency, England's future as a nation is compromised by her fear of democracy. She has built her national organization on the idea that the national welfare is better promoted by a popular loyalty which entails popular immobility, than by the exercise on the part of the people of a more individual and less subservient, intellectual and moral energy. In so doing she has for the time being renounced one of the greatest advantages of a national political and social organization, the advantage of combining great popular energy with loyalty and fertility of association. No doubt certain nations, because of their perilous international situation, may be obliged to sacrifice the moral and economic individuality of the people to the demands of political security and efficiency. But Great Britain suffered from no such necessity. After the fall of Napoleon, she was more secure from foreign influence than ever before in her history, and she could have afforded, with far less risk than France, to identify her national principle with the work of popular liberation and amelioration. As a matter of fact, the logic of the reform movement which began in England soon after the Treaty of Vienna required the adoption by England either of more democracy or of less. The privileged classes should either have fought to preserve their peculiar responsibility for the national welfare, or else, if they were obliged to surrender their inherent leadership, they should have also surrendered their political and social privileges. But Englishmen, terrified by the disasters which French democratic nationalism had wrought upon France, preferred domestic harmony to the perils of any radical readjustment of the balance of their national life. The aristocracy and the middle classes compromised their differences, and in the compromise, each of them sacrificed the principle upon which the vitality of its action as a class depended, while both of them combined to impose subordination on the mass of the people. Englishmen have, it is true, always remained faithful to their dominant political idea, the idea of freedom, and the English political and economic system is precisely the example of the ultimate disadvantage of basing national cohesion upon the application of such a limited principle. This principle, as we have seen in the preceding chapter, always operates for the benefit of a minority, whose whole object, after they have once won certain peculiar advantages, is to secure their perpetuation. The wealthy middle class, which at one time was the backbone of the Liberal party, has for the most part gone over to the Conservatives, because its interests has become as much opposed to political and economic egalitarianism as is that of the aristocracy, and the mass of the English people, whose liberation can never be accomplished under the existing regime of political and economic privilege, looks with complacency and awe upon the good time enjoyed by their betters. Popular bondage is the price of national consistency. A century of individual expansion and over a half-century of free trade has left the English people miserably poor and contentedly hopeless. And in the future, the people cannot depend upon any increase even of the small share of the benefits of industrial expansion, which they have hitherto obtained, because the national expansion is itself proceeding at a much slower rate. The dole, which is now being accorded in the shape of old age pensions, may fairly be compared to the free transportation to their homes, with which the Bank of Monte Carlo assuages the feelings of its destitute victims. The national organization and policy is so arranged that the majority must lose. The result will be inevitably a diminution of the ability of the United Kingdom to hold its own in competition with its economic and political rivals, and in all probability, this pressure from the outside will eventually force the English nation to reconsider the basis of its political and economic organization and policy. End of Chapter 8, Section 3. Chapter 8, Section 4, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 8, Section 4, Democracy and Nationality in France. The recent history and the present position of France illustrate another phase of the interdependence of the national and the democratic principles. The vitality of English national life has been impaired by its identification with the inadequate and aristocratic political principle. In France, the effective vitality of the democracy has been very much lowered by certain flaws in the integrity of French national life. France is strong where England is weak and is weak where England is strong, and this divergence of development is by no means accidental. Just because they were the first countries to become effectively nationalized, their action and reaction have been constant and have served at once to develop and distinguish their national temperaments. The English invasions accelerated the growth of the French royal power and weakened domestic resistance to its ambitions. The English revolutions of the 17th century made the Bourbons more than ever determined to consolidate the royal despotism and to stamp out Protestantism. The excesses of the French royal despotism brought as a consequence the excesses of the revolutionary democracy. The Reign of Terror, in its turn, made Englishmen more than ever suspicious of the applications of rational political ideas to the fabric of English society. So the ball was tossed back and forth, the national temperament of each people being at once profoundly modified by this action and reaction, and for the same cause, profoundly distinguished one from the other. The association has been more beneficial to France than to England, because the French, both before and after the Revolution, really tried to learn something from English political experience, whereas the English have never been able to discover anything in the political experience of their neighbors, except an awful example of the danger of democratic ideas and political and social rationalism. The ideas of the French democracy were in the beginning revolutionary, disorderly, and subversive of national consistency and good faith. No doubt the French democracy had a much better excuse for identifying democracy with a system of abstract rights and an indiscriminate individualism than had the American democracy. The shadow of the old regime hung over the country, and it seemed as if the newly won civil and political rights could be secured only by erecting them into absolute conditions of just political association, and by surrounding them with every possible guarantee. Moreover, the natural course of the French democratic development was perverted by foreign interference, and by a constant condition of warfare, and if the French nation had been allowed to seek its own political salvation without interference, as was this English nation, the French democracy might have been saved many an error and excess. But whatever excuses may be found for the disorders of the French democracy, the temporary effect of the democratic idea upon the national fabric was, undoubtedly, a rending of the roots of their national stability and good feeling. The successive revolutionary explosions, which have constituted so much of French history since 1789, have made France the victim of what sometimes seem to be mutually exclusive conceptions of French national well-being. The democratic radicals are intransigent. The party of tradition and authority is ultramontane. The majority of moderate and sensible people are usually in control, but their control is unstable. The shadow of the Terror and the Commune hangs over every serious crisis in French politics. The radicals jump to the belief that the interests and rights of the people have been betrayed, and that the traitors should be exterminated. Good Frenchmen suffer during those crises from an obsession of suspicion and fear. Their mutual loyalty, their sense of fair play, and their natural kindliness are all submerged under a tyranny of desperate apprehension. The social bond is unloosed, and the prudent bourgeoisie thinks only of the preservation of person and property. This aspect of the French democracy can, however, easily be overemphasized and usually is overemphasized by foreigners. It is undoubtedly a living element in the composition of the contemporary France, but it was less powerful at the time of the Commune than at the time of the Terror, and is less powerful today than it was in 1871. French political history in the 19th century is not to be regarded as a succession of meaningless revolutions, born in a spirit of reckless and factious insubordination, but as the route whereby a people, inexperienced in self-government, have been gradually traveling towards the kind of self-government best fitted to their needs. It is entirely possible that the existing republic, modified perhaps for the purpose of obtaining a more independent and a more vigorous executive authority, may in the course of time give France the needed political and social stability. That form of government which was adopted at the time, because it divided Frenchmen the least, may become the form of government which unites Frenchmen by the strongest ties. Bismarck's misunderstanding of the French national character and political needs was well betrayed when he favored a republic rather than a legitimist monarchy in France, because a French republic would, in his opinion, necessarily keep France a weak and divided neighbor. The republic has kept France divided, but it has been less divided than it would have been under any monarchical government. It has successfully weathered a number of very grave domestic crises, and its perpetuity will probably depend primarily upon its ability to secure in advance, by practical means, the international standing of France. The Republic has been obliged to meet a foreign peril more prolonged and more dangerous than that which has befallen any French government since 1600. From the time of Richelieu until 1870, France was stronger than any of her continental neighbors. Unless they were united against her, she had little to fear from them, and her comparative strength tempted her to be aggressive, careless, and experimental in her foreign policy. That policy was vacillating, purposeless, and frequently wasteful of the national resources. Eventually, it compromised the international position of France. After 1871, for the first time in almost 300 years, the very safety of France in a time of peace became actively and gravely imperiled. The Third Republic reaped the fruit of all the former trifling with the national interest of France, and that of its neighbors, and the resulting danger was, and is so ominous and so irretrievable, that it has made and will make for internal stability. If the Republic can provide for French national defense, and can keep for France the position in Europe to which she is entitled, the Republic will probably endure. And in that case, it will certainly deserve to endure, because it will have faced and overcome the most exacting possible national peril. Even the most loyal friend of France can, however, hardly claim that the French democracy is even yet thoroughly nationalized. It has done something to obtain national cohesion at home and to advance the national interest abroad, but evidences of the traditional disassociation between French democracy and French national efficiency and consistency are still plainly visible. Both the domestic and the foreign policies of the Republic have, of late years, been weakened by the persistence of a factious and anti-national spirit among radical French Democrats. The most dangerous symptom of this anti-national democracy is that an apparently increasing number of educated Frenchmen are rebelling against the burdens imposed upon the Republic by its perilous international position. They are tending to seek security and relief, not by strengthening the national bond and by loyalty to the fabric of their national life, but by personal disloyalty and national dissolution. The most extreme of democratic socialists do not hesitate to advocate armed rebellion against military service in the interest of international peace. They would fight their own countrymen in order to promote a union with foreigners. How far views of this kind have come to prevail, an outsider cannot very well judge, but they are said to be popular among the schoolteachers, and to have impaired the discipline of the army itself. Authoritative French journals claim that France cannot afford to run the risk of incurring the ill will of Germany, even in a good cause, because the country is no longer sure of its military efficiency. There is no present danger of this anti-nationalist democracy capturing control of the French government, as did the revolutionary democracy at an earlier date. But its existence is a source of weakness to a nation whose perilous international situation requires the most absolute patriotic devotion on the part of her sons. Unfortunately, it is also true that the official domestic policy of the Republic is not informed by a genuinely national spirit. Just as the English national interest demands the temporary loosening of traditional bonds, for the sake of securing national cohesion at a smaller sacrifice of popular vitality, so, on the contrary, the French national interest demands more of the English spirit of compromise for the sake of national consistency. The wounds dealt by the integrity of French national life, by the domestic conflicts of 4 generations require binding and healing. The Third Republic has, on the whole, been more national in its domestic policy than were any of the preceding French governments for over 200 years, but it has still fallen short of its duty in that respect. The healing of one wound has always been followed by the opening of another. Irreconcilable differences of opinion still subsist, and they are rarely bridged or dissolved by any fundamental loyalty or patriotic feeling. The French have, as yet, been unable to find in their democracy any conscious ideal of mutual loyalty, which provides a sufficient substitute for a merely instinctive national tradition. They have not yet come to realize that the success of their whole democratic experiment depends upon their ability to reach a good understanding with their fellow countrymen, and that just in so far as their democracy fails to be nationally constructive, it is ignoring the most essential condition of its own vitality and perpetuity. The French democracy is confronted by an economic, as well as a political, problem of peculiar difficulty. The effects of the Revolution were no less important upon the distribution of wealth in France than upon the distribution of political power. The people came into the ownership of the land, and in the course of time the area of this distribution has been increased rather than diminished. Furthermore, the laws under which property in France is inherited have promoted a similarly wide distribution of personal estate. France is a rich country, and its riches are much more evenly divided than is the case in Great Britain, Germany, or the United States. There are fewer large fortunes, and fewer cases of poverty. The average Frenchman is a small, but extremely thrifty proprietor, who abhors speculation and is always managing to add something to his accumulations. And the French economic system is adapted to this peculiar distribution of wealth. The scarcity in France of iron and coal has checked the tendency to industrial organization on a huge scale. The strength of the French industrial system does not consist in the large and efficient use of machinery, but in its multitude of skilled craftsmen and the excellence of their handiwork. In a system of this kind, labor naturally receives a larger percentage of the gross product, and a larger proportion of wage earners reach an independent economic position. At first sight, it looks as if France was something of a genuine economic democracy, and ought to escape the evils which threaten other countries from an economic organization, in which concentrated capital plays a more important part. But the situation is not without another and less favorable aspect. France, in becoming a country of small and extremely thrifty property owners, has also become a country of partial economic parasites, with very little personal initiative and energy. Individual freedom has been sacrificed to economic and social equality, and this economic and social equality has not made for national cohesion. The bourgeoisie, the mechanic, and the farmer, insofar as they have accumulated property, are exhibiting an extremely calculating individualism, of which the most dangerous symptom is a decline in the birth rate. An extremely calculating individualism, of which the most dangerous symptom is the decline in the birth rate. Frenchmen are becoming more than ever disinclined to take risks, and assume the expense of having more than one or two children. The recent outbreak of anti-militarism is probably merely another illustration of the increasing desire of the French bourgeoisie for personal security and the opportunity for personal enjoyment. To a foreigner it looks as if the grave political and social risks, which the French nation has taken since 1789, had gradually cultivated in individual Frenchmen an excessive personal prudence, which adds to the store of national wealth, but which no more conduces to economic, social, and political efficiency than would the incarceration of a fine army in a fortress conduce to military success. A nation or an individual who wishes to accomplish great things must be ready, in Nietzsche's phrase, to live angorously, to take those risks, without which no really great achievement is possible. And if Frenchmen persist in erecting the virtue of thrift, and the demand for safety into the predominant national characteristic, they are merely beginning a process of national corruption and dissolution. That any such result is at all imminent, I do not for a moment believe. The time will come when the danger of the present drift will be understood, and will create its sufficient remedy. And all good friends of democracy and human advancement should hope and believe that France will retain indefinitely her national vitality. If she should drift into an insignificant position in relation to her neighbors, a void would be created which it would be impossible to fill, and which would react deleteriously upon the whole European system. But such a result is only to be avoided by the general recognition among Frenchmen that the means which they are adopting to render their personal position more secure is rendering their national situation more precarious. The fate of the French democracy is irrevocably tied up with the fate of French national life, and the best way for a Frenchman to show himself a good democrat is to make those sacrifices and to take those risks necessary for the prestige and welfare of his country. End of Chapter 8, Section 4. Chapter 8, Section 5, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 8, Section 5. The Relation of German Nationality to Democracy. The German Empire presents still another phase of the relation between democracy and nationality, and one which helps considerably towards an understanding of the varied possibilities of that relationship. The German national organization and policy was wrought in a manner entirely different from that of either France or England. In the two latter countries, political freedom was conquered only as a result of successive revolutions, and the ruling classes were obliged to recognize the source of these political reformations by renouncing all or a large part of their inherited responsibilities. In Germany, on the other hand, or rather in Prussia as the maker of modern Germany, the various changes in the national organization and policy, which have resulted in the founding of a united nation, originated either with the crown or with the royal councillors. The Prussian monarchy has, consequently, passed through the revolutionary period without abandoning its political leadership of the Prussian state. It has created a national representative body, but it has not followed the English example and allowed such a body to tie its hands, and it has remained, consequently, the most completely responsible and representative monarchy in Europe. Up to the present time, this responsibility and power have, on the whole, been deserved by the manner in which they have been exercised. German nationality as an efficient political and economic force has been wrought by skillful and patriotic management out of materials afforded by military and political opportunities, and latent national ties and traditions. During the 18th century, the Prussian monarchy came to understand that the road to effective political power in Germany was by way of a military efficiency, disproportionate to the resources and population of the kingdom. In this way, it was able to take advantage of almost every important crisis to increase its dominion and its prestige. Neither was Prussian national efficiency built up merely by a well-devised and practicable policy of military aggression. The Prussian monarchy had the good sense to accept the advice of domestic reformers during its period of adversity, and so contributed to the economic liberation and the educational training of its subjects. Thus the modern German nation has been, at bottom, the work of admirable leadership on the part of officially responsible leaders, and among those leaders, the man who planned most effectively and accomplished the greatest results was Otto von Bismarck. It requires a very special study of European history after 1848 to understand how bold, how original, how comprehensive, and how adequate for their purpose Bismarck's ideas and policy gradually became. And it requires a very special study of Bismarck's own biography to understand that his personal career, with all its transformations, exhibits an equally remarkable integrity. The Bismarck of from 1848 to 1851 is usually described as a country squire, possessed by obscurantist medieval ideas wholly incompatible with his own subsequent policy. But while there are many superficial contradictions between the country squire of 1848 and the Prussian minister and German chancellor, the really peculiar quality of Bismarck's intelligence was revealed in his ability to develop a constructive German national policy out of the prejudices and ideas of a Prussian junker. Bismarck, in 1848, was primarily an ardent Prussian patriot who believed that the monarchy was divinely authorized to govern the Prussian people, and that any diminution of this responsibility was false in principle and would be baleful in its results. These ideas led him, in 1848, to oppose the constitution granted by Frederick William IV, and to advocate the repression of all revolutionary upheavals. He never essentially departed from these principles, but his experience gradually taught him that they were capable of a different and more edifying application. The point of view from which his policy, his achievements, and his career can be best understood is that of a patriotic Prussian who was exclusively, intelligently, and unscrupulously devoted to the welfare, as he conceived it, of his country and his king. As a loyal Prussian, he wished to increase Prussian influence among the other German states, because that was the only way to improve her standing and greatness as a European power, and he soon realized that Austria constituted the great obstacle to any such increase of Prussian influence. He and only he drew the one sufficient inference from this fact. Inasmuch as Prussia's future greatness and efficiency depended absolutely on the increase of her influence in Germany, and inasmuch as Austria barred her path, Prussia must be prepared to fight Austria, and must take every possible provision, both diplomatic and military, to bring such a war to a successful issue. Such a purpose meant, of course, the abandonment of the policy which Prussia had pursued for a whole generation. The one interest which Bismarck wanted the Prussian government to promote was the Prussian interest, no matter whether that interest meant opposition to the democracy or cooperation therewith, and the important point in the realization of this exclusive policy is that he soon found himself in need of the help of the German democratic movement. His resolute and candid nationalism, in the end, forced him to enter into an alliance with the very democracy which he had begun by detesting. It must be admitted, also, that he had in the beginning reason to distrust the Prussian and the German democracy. The German radicals had sought to compass the unification of Germany by passing resolutions and making speeches, but such methods, which are indispensable accessories to the good government of an established national community, were utterly incompetent to remove the obstacles to German unity. These obstacles consisted in the particularism of the German princes, the opposition of Austria, and looming in the background, the possible opposition of France, and Bismarck alone thoroughly understood that such obstacles could be removed by war, and war only. But in order to wage war successfully, a country must be well armed, and in the attempt to arm Prussia, so that she would be equal to asserting her interests in Germany, Bismarck and the king had to face the stubborn opposition of the Prussian Representative Assembly. Bismarck did not flinch from fighting the Prussian Assembly in the national interest, any more than he flinched under different circumstances from calling the German democracy to his aid. When by this policy, at once bold and cautious, of Prussian aggrandizement, he had succeeded in bringing about war with Austria, he fairly announced a plan of partial unification based upon the supremacy of Prussia and a national parliament elected by universal suffrage, and after the defeat of Austria, he successfully carried this plan into effect. It so happened that the special interest of Prussia coincided with the German national interest. It was Prussia's effective military power which defeated Austria and forced the princes to abate their particularist pretensions. It was Prussia's comparatively larger population which made Bismarck insist that the German nation should be an efficient popular union rather than a mere federation of states. And it was Bismarck's experience with the anti-nationalism, liberalism, of the Prussian Assembly, elected as it was, by a very restricted suffrage, which convinced him that the national interest could be as well trusted to the good sense and the patriotism of the whole people as to the special interests of the bourgeoisie. Thus, little by little, the fertile seed of Bismarck's Prussian patriotism grew into a German semi-democratic nationalism, and it achieved this transformation without any essential sacrifice of its own integrity. He had been working in Prussia's interest throughout, and he saw clearly just where the Prussian interest blended with the German national interest, and just what means, whether by way of military force or popular approval, were necessary for the success of his patriotic policy. When the Prussian minister-president became the imperial chancellor, he pursued in the larger field a similar purpose by different means. The German national empire had been founded by means of the forcible coercion of its domestic and foreign opponents. It remained now to organize and develop the new national state, and the government, under Bismarck's lead, made itself responsible for the task of organization and development, just as it had made itself responsible for the task of unification. According to the theories of democratic individualistic liberalism, such an effort could only result in failure, because from the liberal point of view, the one way to develop a modern industrial nation was simply to allow the individual every possible liberty. But Bismarck's whole scheme of national industrial organization looked in a very different direction. He believed that the nation itself, as represented by its official leaders, should actively assist in preparing an adequate national domestic policy, and in organizing the machinery for its efficient execution. He saw clearly that the logic and the purpose of the national type of political organization was entirely different from that of a so-called free democracy, as explained in the philosophy of the German liberals of 1848, the Manchester School in England, or our own Jeffersonian Democrats. And he successfully transformed his theory of responsible administrative activity into a comprehensive national policy. The army was, if anything, increased in strength, so that it might remain fully adequate either for national defense or as an engine of German international purposes. A beginning was made toward the creation of a navy. A moderate but explicit protectionist policy was adopted, aimed not at the special development either of rural or manufacturing industries, but at the all-round development of Germany as an independent national economic unit. In Prussia itself, the railways were bought by the government, so that they should be managed, not in the interest of the shareholders, but in that of the national economic system. The government encouraged the spread of better farming methods, which have resulted in the gradual increase in the yield per acre of every important agricultural staple. The educational system of the country was made of direct assistance to industry, because it turned out skilled scientific experts who used their knowledge to promote industrial efficiency. In every direction German activity was organized, and was placed under skilled professional leadership, while at the same time each of these special lines of work was subordinated to its particular place in a comprehensive scheme of national economy. This paternalism has, moreover, accomplished its purpose. German industrial expansion surpasses in some respects that of the United States, and has left every European nation far behind. Germany alone among the modern European nations is, in spite of the temporary embarrassment of imperial finance, carrying the cost of modern military preparation easily, and looks forward confidently to greater successes in the future. She is at the present time a very striking example of what can be accomplished, for the popular welfare, by a fearless acceptance on the part of the official leaders of economic as well as political responsibility, and by the efficient and intelligent use of all available means to that end. Inevitably, however, Germany is suffering, somewhat, from the excess of her excellent qualities. Her leaders were not betrayed by the success of their foreign and domestic policies to attempt the immediate accomplishment of purposes, incommensurate with the national power and resources, but they were tempted to become somewhat overbearing in their attitude towards their domestic and foreign opponents. No doubt a position which was conquered by aggressive leadership must be maintained by aggressive leadership, and no doubt, consequently, the German imperial power could not well avoid the appearance and sometimes the substance of being domineering. But the consequence of the Bismarckian tradition of bullying and browbeating one's opponents has been that of intensifying the opposition to the national policy and of compromising its success. France has been able to escape from the isolation in which she was long kept by Bismarck after the war, and has gradually built up a series of understandings with other powers, more or less inimical to Germany. The latter's standing in Europe is not as high as it was 10 years ago, in spite of the increased relative efficiency of her army, her navy, and her economic system. Moreover, an equally serious and dangerous opposition has been created at home. The government has not succeeded in retaining the loyal support of a large fraction of the German people. A party which is composed for the most part of working men, and which has been increasing steadily in the number of its adherents, is utterly opposed to the present policy and organization of the imperial government, and those social democrats have for the most part been treated by the authorities with repressive laws and abusive epithets. Thus a schism is being created in the German national system, which threatens to become a source of serious weakness to the national efficiency and strength. That the existence of some such domestic opposition is to a certain extent unavoidable must be admitted. A radical incompatibility exists between the national policy of the imperial and Prussian governments and the social democratic program, and the imperial authorities could not conciliate the social democrats without abandoning the peculiar organization and policy which have been largely so responsible for the extraordinary increase in the national well-being. On the other hand, it must also be remembered that the Prussian royal power has maintained its nationally representative character and its responsible leadership, quite as much by its ability to meet legislative popular grievances and needs, as by its successful foreign policy. The test of German domestic statesmanship hereafter will consist in its ability to win the support of the industrial democracy, created by the industrial advance of the country, without impairing the traditional and the existing practice of expert and responsible leadership. The task is one of extreme difficulty, but it is far from being wholly impossible, because the Social Democratic Party in Germany is, every year, becoming less revolutionary and more national in its outlook. But at present, little attempt is being made at conciliation, and the attitude of the ruling classes is such that in the near future none is likely to be made. In this respect they are false to the logic of the origin of German political unity. The union was accomplished with the assistance of the democracy, and on a foundation of universal suffrage. As Germany has become more of a nation, the democracy has acquired more substantial power, but its increase in numbers and weight has not been accompanied by any increase of official recognition. The political organization of Germany is consequently losing touch with those who represent one essential aspect of the national growth. It behooves the ruling classes to tread warily, or they may have to face a domestic opposition more dangerous than any probable foreign opposition. The situation is complicated by the dubious international standing of the German Empire. She is partly surrounded by actual and possible enemies, against whom she can make headway only by means of continuous vigilance and efficient leadership, while at the same time, her own national ambitions still conflict in some measure with the interests of her neighbors. Her official foreign policy since 1872 has undoubtedly been determined by the desire to maintain the peace of Europe under effective guarantees, because she needed time to consolidate her position and reap the advantages of her increasing industrial efficiency. But the German and European statesmen are, nonetheless, very conscious of the fact that the German Empire is the European power which has the most to gain in Europe from a successful war. Some Frenchmen still cherish plans of revenge for 1870, but candid French opinion is beginning to admit that the constantly increasing resources of Germany in men and money make any deliberate policy of that kind almost suicidal. France would lose much more by a defeat than she would gain from a victory, and the fruits of victory could not be permanently held. Italy, also, has no unsatisfied ambition which a war would gratify, except the addition of a few thousand Austrian Italians to her population. Russia still looks longingly towards Constantinople, but until she has done something to solve her domestic problem and reorganize her finances, she needs peace rather than war. But the past successes of Germany and her new and increasing expansive power tempt her to cherish ambitions which constitute the chief menace to the international stability of Europe. She would have much to lose, but she would also have something to gain from the possible disintegration of Austria-Hungary. She has possibly still more to gain from the incorporation of Holland within the empire. Her increasing commerce has possessed her with the idea of eventually disputing the supremacy of the sea with Great Britain. And she unquestionably expects to profit in Asia Minor from the possible breakup of the Ottoman Empire. How seriously such ambitions are entertained, it is difficult to say, and it is wholly improbable that more than a small part of this enormous program of national aggrandizement will ever be realized. But when Germany has the chance of gaining and holding such advantages as these from a successful war, it is no wonder that she remains the chief possible disturber of the European peace. In her case, certainly, the fruits of victory look more seductive than the penalties of defeat look dangerous, and the resolute opposition to the partial disarmament which she has always offered at the Hague Conference, is the best evidence of the unsatisfied nature of her ambitions. Germany's standing in the European system is, then, very far from being as well defined as are those of the older nations, like France and Great Britain. The gradual growth of a better understanding between France, Great Britain, and Russia is largely due to an instinctive coalition of those powers who would be most injured by an increase of the German influence and dominion. And the sense that Europe is becoming united against them makes German statesmen more than ever on their guard and more than ever impatient of an embarrassing domestic opposition. Thus Germany's aggressive foreign policy has, so far, tended to increase the distance between her responsible leaders and the popular party. And there are only two ways in which this schism can be healed. If German foreign policy should continue to be as brilliantly successful as it was in the days of Bismarck, the authorities will have no difficulty in retaining the support of a sufficient majority of the German people, just as the victory over Austria brought King William and Bismarck forgiveness from their parliamentary opponents. On the other hand, any severe setback to Germany in the realization of its aggressive plans would strengthen the domestic opposition and might lead to a severe internal crisis. It all depends upon whether German national policy has or has not overstepped the limits of practical and permanent achievement. End of Chapter 8, Section 5. Chapter 8, Section 6, of the Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 8, Section 6. Militarism and Nationality. The foregoing considerations in respect to the existing international situation of Germany bring me to another and final aspect of the relation in Europe between nationality and democracy. One of the most difficult and, be it admitted, one of the most dubious problems raised by any attempt to establish a constructive relationship between those two principles hangs on the fact that hitherto national development has not apparently made for international peace. The nations of Europe are, to all appearances, as belligerent as were the former European dynastic states. Europe has become a vast camp, and its governments are spending probably a larger proportion of the resources of their countries for military and naval purposes than did those of the 18th century. How can these warlike preparations, in which all the European nations share, and the warlike spirit which they have occasionally displayed, be reconciled with the existence of any constructive relationship between the national and the democratic ideas? The question can be best answered by briefly reviewing the claims already advanced on behalf of the national principle. I have asserted from the start that the national principle was wholly different in origin and somewhat different in meaning from the principle of democracy. What has been claimed for nationality is, not that it can be identified with democracy, but that as a political principle it remained unsatisfied without an infusion of democracy. But the extent to which this infusion can go and the forms which it takes are determined by a logic and a necessity very different from that of an absolute democratic theory. National politics have from the start aimed primarily at efficiency, that is, at the successful use of the force resident in the state to accomplish the purposes desired by the sovereign authority. Among the group of states inhabited by Christian peoples, it has gradually been discovered that the efficient use of force is contingent in a number of respects upon its responsible use, and that its responsible use means a limited policy of external aggrandizement and a partial distribution of political power and responsibilities. A national polity, however, always remains an organization based upon force. In internal affairs it depends at bottom for its success, not merely upon public opinion, but, if necessary, upon the strong arm. It is a matter of government and coercion, as well as a matter of influence and persuasion. So in its external relations, its standing and success have depended, and still depend, upon the efficient use of force, just in so far as force is demanded by its own situation and the attitudes of its neighbors and rivals. The Democrats who disparage efficient national organization are, at bottom, merely seeking to exercise the power of physical force in human affairs by the use of pious incantations and heavenly words. That they will never do. The Christian warrior must accompany the evangelist, and Christians are not by any means angels. It is nonetheless true that the modern nations control the expenditure of more force in a more responsible manner than have any preceding political organizations, and it is nonetheless true that a further development of the national principle will mean in the end the attachment of still stricter responsibilities to the use of force, both in the internal and external policies of modern nations. War may be, and has been, a useful and justifiable engine of national policy. It is justifiable, moreover, not merely in such a case as our Civil War, in which a people fought for their own national integrity. It was, I believe, justifiable in the case of the two wars which preceded the formation of the modern German Empire. These wars may, indeed, be considered as decisive instances. Prussia did not drift into them as we drifted into the Civil War. They were deliberately provoked by Bismarck at a favorable moment, because they were necessary to the unification of the German people under Prussian leadership. And I do not hesitate to say that he can be justified in the assumption of this enormous responsibility. The German national organization means increased security, happiness, and opportunity of development for the whole German people, and inasmuch as the selfish interests of Austria and France blocked the path, Bismarck had his sufficient warrant for a deliberately planned attack. No doubt such an attack and its results injured France and the French people, just as it has benefited Germany. But France had to suffer that injury, as a penalty for the part she had as a matter of policy played in German affairs. For centuries a united France had helped to maintain, for her own purposes, a divided Germany, and when Germany herself became united, it was inevitable, as Bismarck foresaw in 1848, that French opposition must be forcibly removed, and some of the fruits of French aggression be reclaimed. That the restitution demanded went further than was necessary, I fully believe, But the partial abuse of victory does not diminish the legitimacy of the German aggression. A war waged for an excellent purpose contributes more to human amelioration than a merely artificial peace, such as that established by the Holy Alliance. The unification of Germany and Italy has not only helped to liberate the energies of both the German and the Italian people, but it has made the political divisions of Europe conform much more nearly to the lines within which the people of Europe can loyally and fruitfully associate with one another. In fact, the whole national movement, if it has increased the preparations for war, has diminished in number of probable causes thereof, and it is only by diminishing the number of causes, whereby a nation has more to gain from victory than it has to lose by defeat, that war among the civilized powers can be gradually extinguished. At the present time it is, as we have seen, the international situation and the national ambitions of Russia and Germany which constitute the chief threat to European peace. Germany's existing position in Europe depends upon its alliance with Austria-Hungary. The Habsburg Empire is an incoherent and unstable state, which is held together only by dynastic ties and external pressure. The German, the Austrian, and the Hungarian interests all demand the perpetuation of the Habsburg dominion, but it is doubtful whether in the long run its Slavic population will not combine with its blood neighbors to break the bond. But whether the German, Austrian, and Hungarian interest does or does not prevail, the fundamental national interests, which are compromised by the precarious stability of Austria-Hungary, are alone sufficient to make disarmament impossible. Disarmament means the preservation of Europe in its existing condition, and such a policy, enforced by means of international guarantees, would be almost as inimical to the foundation of a permanent and satisfactory international system now as it was in 1820. The fact has to be recognized that the ultimate object of a peaceable and stable European international situation cannot in all probability be reached without many additional wars, and the essential point is that these wars, when they come, should, like the wars between Austria or France and Prussia, or like our Civil War, be fought to accomplish a desirable purpose and should be decisive in result. Modern conflicts between efficiently organized nations tend to obtain just this character. They are fought for a defensible purpose, and they accomplish a definite result. The penalties of defeat are so disastrous that warfare is no longer wantonly incurred, and it will not be provoked at all by nations, such as Italy or France, who have less to gain from victory than they have to lose from defeat. Moreover, the cost of existing armaments is so crushing that an ever-increasing motive exists in favor of their ultimate reduction. This motive will not operate as long as the leading powers continue to have unsatisfied ambitions which look practicable, but eventually it will necessarily have its effect. Each war, as it occurs, even if it does not finally settle some conflicting claims, will most assuredly help to teach the warring nations just how far they can go, and will help, consequently, to restrict its subsequent policy within practicable and probably inoffensive limits. It is by no means an accident that England and France, the two oldest European nations, are the two whose foreign policies are best defined and, so far as Europe is concerned, least offensive. For centuries these powers fought and fought, because one of them had aggressive designs which apparently or really affected the welfare of the other, but the result of this prolonged rivalry has been a constantly clearer understanding of their respective national interests. Clear-headed and moderate statesmen like Talleyrand recognized immediately after the Revolution that the substantial interests of a liberalized France in Europe were closely akin to those of Great Britain, and again in the 19th century this prophecy was justified. Again and again, the two powers were brought together by their interests, only to be again divided by a tradition of antagonism and misunderstanding. At present, however, they are probably on better terms than ever before in the history of their relations, and this result is due to the definite and necessarily unaggressive character of their European interests. They have finally learned the limits of their possible achievement, and could transgress them only by some act of folly. In the course of another 50 years, the limits of possible aggression by Germany and Russia in Europe will probably be very much better defined than they are today. These two powers will seek at the favorable moment to accomplish certain aggressive purposes which they secretly or openly entertain, and they will succeed or fail. Each success or failure will probably be decisive in certain respects, and will remove one or more existing conflicts of interest or ambiguities of position. Whether this progressive specification of the practicable foreign policies of the several powers will soon or will ever go as far as to make some general international understanding possible is a question which no man can answer. But as long as the national principle retains its vitality, there is no other way of reaching a permanent and fruitful international settlement. That any one nation, or any small group of nations, can impose its dominion upon Europe is contrary to every lesson of European history. Such a purpose would be immeasurably beyond the power even of 90 million Germans, or 150 million Russians, or even beyond the power of 90 million Germans allied with 100 million Russians. Europe is capable of combining more effectually than ever before to resist any possible revival of imperialism, and the time will come when Europe, threatened by the aggression of any one domineering power, can call other continents to her assistance. The limits to the possible expansion of any one nation are established by certain fundamental and venerable political conditions. The penalties of persistent transgression would be not merely a sentence of piracy similar to that passed on Napoleon I, but a constantly diminishing national vitality on the part of the aggressor. As long as the national principle endures, political power cannot be exercised irresponsibly without becoming inefficient and sterile. Inimical as the national principle is to the carrying out, either of a visionary or a predatory foreign policy in Europe, it does not imply any similar hostility to a certain measure of colonial expansion. In this, as in many other important respects, the constructive national democrat must necessarily differ from the old school of democratic liberals. A nationalized democracy is not based on abstract individual rights, no matter whether the individual lives in Colorado, Paris, or Calcutta. Its consistency is chiefly a matter of actual historical association in the midst of a general Christian community of nations. A people that lack the power of basing their political association on an accumulated national tradition and purpose is not capable either of nationality or democracy, and that is the condition of the majority of Asiatic and African peoples. A European nation can undertake the responsibility of governing these politically disorganized societies without any necessary danger to its own national life. Such a task need not be beyond its physical power, because disorganized peoples have a comparatively small power of resistance, and a few thousand resolute Europeans can hold in submission many million Asiatics. Neither does it conflict with the moral basis of a national political organization, because at least for a while, the Asiatic population may well be benefited by more orderly and progressive government. Submission to such a government is necessary, as a condition of subsequent political development. The majority of Asiatic and African communities can only get a fair start politically by some such preliminary process of tutelage, and the assumption by a European nation of such a responsibility is a desirable phase of national discipline and a frequent source of genuine national advance. Neither does an aggressive colonial policy make for unnecessary or meaningless wars. It is true, of course, that the colonial expansion increases the number of possible occasions for dispute among the expanding nations, but these disputes have the advantage of rarely turning on questions really vital to the future prosperity of a European nation. They are just the sort of international differences of interest which ought to be settled by arbitration or conciliation, because both of the disputants have so much more to lose by hostilities than they would have to gain by military success. A dispute turning upon a piece of African territory would, if it waxed into war, involve the most awful and dangerous consequences in Europe. The danger of European wars, except for national purposes of prime importance, carries its consequence into Africa and Asia. France, for instance, was very much irritated by the continued English occupation of Egypt, in spite of certain solemn promises of evacuation, and the expedition of Marchand, which ended in the Fashoda incident, indirectly questioned the validity of the British occupation of Egypt by making that occupation strategically insecure. In spite, however, of the deliberate manner in which France raised this question, and of the highly irritated condition of French public opinion, she could not, when the choice had to be made, afford the consequences of a Franco-English war. In the end, she was obliged to seek compensation elsewhere in Africa and abandon her occupation of Fashoda. This incident is typical, and it points directly to the conclusion that wars will very rarely occur among European nations over disputes as to colonies, unless the political situation in Europe is one which itself makes war desirable or inevitable. A Bismarck could handle a Fashoda incident so as to provoke hostilities, but in that case Fashoda, like the Hohenzollern candidacy in Spain, would be a pretext, not a cause. The one contemporary instance in which a difference of colonial interests has caused a great war is the recent conflict between Russia and Japan. And in this instance, the issues raised by the dispute were essentially different from the issues raised by a dispute over a colonial question between two European nations. The conflict of interests turned upon matter essential to the future prosperity of Japan, while at the same time the war did not necessarily involve dangerous European complications. The truth is that colonial expansion by modern national states is to be regarded, not as a cause of war, but as a safety valve against war. It affords an arena in which the restless and adventurous members of a national body can have their fling without dangerous consequences, while at the same time it satisfies the desire of a people for some evidence of and opportunity for national expansion. The nations which, one after another, have recognized the limits of their expansion in Europe have been those which have adopted a more or less explicit policy of colonial acquisition. Spain was, indeed, a great colonial power at a time when her policy in Europe continued to be aggressive, but her European aggression soon undermined her national vitality, and her decadence in Europe brought her colonial expansion to a standstill. Portugal and Holland were too small to cherish visions of European aggrandizement, and they naturally sought an outlet in Asia and Africa for their energies. After Great Britain had passed through her revolutionary period, she made rapid advances as a colonial power, because she realized that her insular situation rendered a merely defensive European policy obligatory. France made a failure of her American and Asiatic colonies, as long as she cherished schemes of European aggrandizement. Her period of colonial expansion, Algeria apart, did not come until after the Franco-Prussian War and the death of her ambition for a Rhine frontier. Bismarck was opposed to colonial development because he believed that Germany should husband her strength for the preservation and the improvement of her standing in Europe. But Germany's power of expansion demanded some outlet during a period of European rest. Throughout the reign of the present emperor, she has been picking up colonies wherever she could in Asia and Africa, and she cherishes certain plans for the extension of German influence in Asia Minor. It is characteristic of the ambitious international position of Germany that she alone among the European powers, except the peculiar case of Russia, is expectant of an increase of power both in Europe and other continents. In the long run, Germany will, like France, discover that under existing conditions an aggressive colonial and aggressive European policy are incompatible. The more important her colonies become and the larger her oceanic commerce, the more Germany lays herself open to injury from a strong maritime power, and the more hostages she is giving for good behavior in Europe. Unless a nation controls the sea, colonies are from a military point of view a source of weakness. The colonizing nation is in the position of a merchant who increases his business by means of a considerable increase of his debts. His use of the borrowed capital may be profitable, but nonetheless he makes his standing at the time of an emergency much more precarious. In the same way, colonies add to the responsibilities of a nation and scatter its military resources, and a nation placed in such a situation is much less likely to break the peace. The economic and political development of Asia and Africa by the European powers is in its infancy, and no certain predictions can be made as to its final effects upon the political relations among civilized nations. Many important questions in respect thereto remain ambiguous. What, for instance, are the limits of a practicable policy of colonial expansion? In view of her peculiar economic condition and her threatened decrease in population, have those limits been transgressed by France? Have they been transgressed by Great Britain? Considering the enormous increase in British responsibilities imposed by the maritime expansion of Germany, will not Great Britain be obliged to adopt a policy of concentration rather than expansion? Is not her partial retirement from American waters the first step in such a policy? Is not the Japanese alliance a dubious device for the partial shifting of burdens, too heavy to bear? How long can Great Britain afford to maintain her existing control of the sea? Is there any way of ending such a control, save either by the absolute exhaustion of Great Britain, or by the establishment of a stable international system under adequate guarantees? Will the economic development of Asia lead to the awakening of other Asiatic states like Japan, and the rearrangement of international relations, for the purpose of giving them their appropriate places? A multitude of such questions are raised by the transformation which is taking place, from a European international system into a political system composed chiefly of European nations, but embracing the whole world. And these questions will prove to be sufficiently difficult of solution. But in spite of the certainty that colonial expansion will, in the end, merely transfer to a larger area, the conflicts of idea and interest, whose effects have hitherto chiefly been confined to Europe, in spite of this certainty, the process of colonial expansion is a wholly legitimate aspect of national development, and is not necessarily inimical to the advance of democracy. It will not make immediately for a permanent international settlement, but it is accomplishing a work without which a permanent international settlement is impossible, and it indubitably places every colonizing nation in a situation which makes the risk of hostilities dangerous compared to the possible advantages of military success. The chief object of this long digression has, I hope, now been achieved. My purpose has been to exhibit the European nations as a group of historic individuals with purposes, opportunities, and limitations analogous to those of actual individuals. An individual has no meaning apart from the society in which his individuality has been formed. A national state is capable of development only in relation to the society of more or less nationalized states, in the midst of which its history has been unfolded. The growing and maturing individual is he who comes to take a more definite and serviceable position in his surrounding society, he who performs excellently a special work adapted to his abilities. The maturing nation is in the same way the nation which is capable of limiting itself to the performance of a practicable and useful national work, a work in which some specific respect accelerates the march of Christian civilization. There is no way in which a higher type of national life can be obtained without a corresponding individual improvement on the part of its constituent members. There is, similarly, no way in which a permanently satisfactory system of international relations can be secured, save by the increasing historical experience and effective self-control of related nations. Any country which declares that it is too good or too democratic to associate with other nations and share the responsibilities and opportunities resulting from such association is comparable to the individual who declares himself to be too saintly for association with his fellow countrymen. Whatever a man or a nation gains by isolation, he or it necessarily loses in the discipline of experience, with its possible fruits of wisdom and self-control. Association is a condition of individuality. International relations are a condition of nationality. A universal nation is as much a contradiction in terms as a universal individual. A universal nation is as much a contradiction in terms as a universal individual. A nation seeking to destroy other nations is analogous to a man who seeks to destroy the society in which he was born. Little by little European history has been teaching this lesson, and in the course of time the correlation of national development with the improvement and definition of international relations will probably be embodied in some set of international institutions. In the meantime, the existing rivalries and enmities among European states must not be underestimated, either in their significance or their strength. In a way, those rivalries have become more intense than ever before, and it is only too apparent that the many-headed rulers of modern nations are as capable of cherishing personal and national dislikes as were the sovereign kings of other centuries. These rivalries and enmities will not be dissolved by kind words and noble sentiments. The federation of Europe, like the unification of Germany, will never be brought about by congresses and amicable resolutions. It can be effected only by the same old means of blood and iron. The nations will never agree upon a permanent settlement until they have more to gain from peace than from military victory. But such a time will be postponed all the longer unless the nations, like France, Italy, England, and the United States, which are at present sincerely desirous of peace, keep as well armed as their more belligerent neighbors. When the tug comes, the issue will depend upon the effective force which such nations, when loyally combined, can exert. It would be fatal, consequently, for the Pacific powers to seek to establish peace by a partial diminution of their military efficiency. Such an action would merely encourage the belligerent powers to push their aggressive plans to the limit. The former must, on the contrary, keep as well armed as their resources and policy demand. Nationality is impaired and the national principle is violated, just as soon as a nation neglects any sort of efficiency which is required, either by its international position or by its national purposes. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, Section 1, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 9, Section 1, The American Democracy and its National Principle. The foregoing review of the relation which has come to subsist in Europe between nationality and democracy should help us to understand the peculiar bond which unites the American democratic and national principles. The net result of that review was encouraging, but not decisive. As a consequence of their development as nations, the European peoples have been unable to get along without a certain infusion of democracy. But it was for the most part essential to their national interest that such an infusion should be strictly limited. In Europe, the two ideals have never been allowed a frank and unconstrained relation, one to the other. They have been unable to live apart, but their marriage has usually been one of convenience, which was very far from implying complete mutual dependence and confidence. No doubt the collective interests of the German or British people suffer because such a lack of dependence and confidence exists, but their collective interests would suffer more from a sudden or violent attempt to destroy the barriers. The nature and the history of the different democratic and national movements in the several European countries at once tie them together and keep them apart. The peoples of Europe can only escape gradually from the large infusion of arbitrary and irrational material in their national composition. Monarchical and aristocratic traditions, and a certain measure of political and social privilege, have remained an essential part of their national lives, and no less essential was an element of defiance in their attitude towards their European neighbors. Hence, when the principle of national sovereignty was proclaimed as a substitute for the principle of royal sovereignty, that principle really did not mean the sudden bestowal upon the people of unlimited sovereign power. The true people, said Bismarck in 1847, then a country squire, is an invisible multitude of spirits. It is the living nation, the nation organized for its historical mission, the nation of yesterday and of tomorrow. A nation, that is a people insofar as they are united by traditions and purposes. And national sovereignty implies an attachment to national history and traditions, which permits only the very gradual alteration of these traditions in the direction of increasing democracy. The mistake which France made at the time of the French Revolution was precisely that of interpreting the phrase souveraineté nationale as equivalent to immediate, complete, and in respect to the past, irresponsible popular sovereignty. The European nations are, consequently, not in a position to make their national ideals frankly and loyally democratic. Their national integrity depends upon fidelity to traditional ideas and forms, quite as much as it does upon the gradual modification of those ideas and forms in a democratic direction. The orderly unfolding of their national lives calls for a series of compromises which carry the fundamental democratic implication of the national principle as far as it can under the circumstances be safely carried. And in no other way does a people exhibit its political common sense so clearly as in its ability to be contemporary and progressive without breaking away from its historical anchorage. A comparatively definite national mission and purpose clearly emerge, at some particular phase of the indefinite process of internal and external readjustment. But such a mission and such purposes necessarily possess a limited significance, and a special character. Restricted as they are by the facts of national history, they lack the ultimate moral significance of the democratic ideal, which permits the transformation of patriotic fidelity into devotion to the highest and most comprehensive interests of humanity and civilization. That an analogous condition exists in our own country, it would be vain to deny. The American people possessed a collective character even before they possessed a national organization, and both before and after the foundation of a national government, these common traditions were by no means wholly democratic. Furthermore, as we have frequently had occasion to observe, the American democracy in its traditional form has more often than not been anti-national in instinct and idea. Our own country has, consequently, a problem to solve, similar in certain respects to that of the European nations. Its national cohesion is a matter of historical association, and the facts of its historical association have resulted in a partial division and a misunderstanding between its two fundamental principles, the principles of nationality and democracy. In the case of the United States there is, however, to be observed an essential difference. A nation, and particularly a European nation, cannot afford to become too complete a democracy all at once, because it would thereby be uprooting traditions upon which its national cohesion depends. But there is no reason why a democracy cannot trust its interests absolutely to the care of the national interest, and there is in particular every reason why the American democracy should become in sentiment and conviction, frankly, unscrupulously, and loyally nationalist. This, of course, is a heresy from the point of view of the American democratic tradition, but it is much less of a heresy from the point of view of American political practice, and, whether heretical or not, it indicates the road whereby alone the American people can obtain political salvation. The American democracy can trust its interest to the national interest, because American national cohesion is dependent, not only upon certain forms of historical association, but upon fidelity to a democratic principle. A nation is a very complex political, social, and economic product, so complex that political thinkers in emphasizing one aspect of it are apt to forget other and equally essential aspects. Its habits and traditions of historical association constitute an indispensable bond, but they do not constitute the only bond. A specific national character is more than a group of traditions and institutions. It tends to be a formative idea, which defines the situation of a country in reference to its neighbors, and which is constantly seeking a better articulation and understanding among the various parts of its domestic life. The English national idea is chiefly a matter of freedom, but the principle of freedom is associated with a certain measure of responsibility. The German national idea is more difficult of precise description, but it turns upon the principle of efficient and expert official leadership, towards what is as yet a hazy goal of national greatness. The French national idea is democratic, but its democracy is rendered difficult by French national insecurity, and its value is limited by its equalitarian basis. The French, like the American democracy, needs above all to be thoroughly nationalized, and a condition of such a result is the loyal adoption of democracy as the national idea. Both French and American national cohesion depend upon the fidelity of the national organization to the democratic idea, and the gradual but intentional transformation of the substance of the national life in obedience to a democratic interest. Let us seek for this complicated formula a specific application. How can it be translated into terms of contemporary American conditions? Well, in the first place, Americans are tied together by certain political, social, and economic habits, institutions, and traditions. From the political point of view, these forms of association are at once constitutional, federal, and democratic. They are accustomed to some measure of political centralization, to a larger measure of local governmental responsibility, to a still larger measure of individual economic freedom. This group of political institutions and habits has been gradually pieced together, under the influence of varying political ideas and conditions. It contains many contradictory ingredients, and not a few that are positively dangerous to the public health. Such as it is, however, the American people are attached to this national tradition, and no part of it could be suddenly or violently transformed or mutilated without wounding large and important classes among the American people, both in their interests and feelings. They have been accustomed to associate under certain conditions and on certain terms, and to alter in any important way those conditions and terms of association without fair notice, full discussion, a demonstrable need, and a sufficient consent of public opinion, would be to drive a wedge into the substance of American national cohesion. The American nation, no matter how much, or how little, it may be devoted to democratic political and social ideas, cannot uproot any essential element in its national tradition without severe penalties, as the American people discovered when they decided to cut Negro slavery out of their national composition. On the other hand, their national health and consistency were, in the long run, very much benefited by the surgical operation of the Civil War. And it was benefited because the war eradicated the most flagrant existing contradiction among the various parts of the American national tradition. This instance sufficiently showed, consequently, that although nationality has its traditional basis, it is far from being merely a conservative principle. At any one time, the current of national public opinion embodies a temporary accommodation among the different traditional ideas, interests, conditions, and institutions. This balance of varying and perhaps conflicting elements is constantly being destroyed by new conditions, such, for instance, as the gradual increase before the Civil War of the North as compared to the South, in wealth, population, and industrial efficiency. The effect of this destruction of the traditional balance was to bring out the contradiction between the institution of Negro slavery and the American democratic purpose, thereby necessitating an active conflict and the triumph of one of these principles over the other. The Unionist democracy conquered, and as the result of that conquest, a new balance was reached between the various ingredients of American national life. During the past generation, the increased efficiency of organization in business and politics, the enormous growth of an irresponsible individual money power, the much more definite division of the American people into possibly antagonistic classes, and the pressing practical need for expert, responsible, and authoritative leadership. These new conditions and demands have been by way of upsetting, once more, the traditional national balance, and of driving new wedges into American national cohesion. New contradictions have been developed between various aspects of the American national composition, and if the American people wish to escape the necessity of regaining their health by means of another surgical operation, they must consider carefully how much of a reorganization of traditional institutions, policy, and ideas are necessary for the achievement of a new and more stable national balance. In the case of our own country, however, a balance is not to be struck merely by the process of compromise in the interest of harmony. Our forebears tried that method in dealing with the slavery problem from 1820 to 1850, and we all know with what results. American national cohesion is a matter of national integrity, and national integrity is a matter of loyalty to the requirements of a democratic ideal. For better or worse, the American people have proclaimed themselves to be a democracy, and they have proclaimed that democracy means popular economic, social, and moral emancipation. The only way to regain their national balance is to remove those obstacles which the economic development of the country has placed in the path of a better democratic fulfillment. The economic and social changes of the past generation have brought out a serious and a glaring contradiction between the demands of a constructive democratic ideal and the machinery of methods and institutions which have been considered sufficient for its realization. This is the fundamental discrepancy which must be at least partially eradicated before American national integrity can be triumphantly reaffirmed. The cohesion, which is a condition of effective nationality, is endangered by such a contradiction, and as long as it exists, the different elements composing American society will be pulling apart rather than together. The national principle becomes a principle of reform and reconstruction, precisely because national consistency is constantly demanding the solution of contradictory economic and political tendencies, brought out by alterations in the conditions of economic and political efficiency. Its function is not only to preserve a balance among these diverse tendencies, but to make that balance more than ever expressive of a consistent and constructive democratic ideal. Any disloyal to democracy on the part of American national policy would in the end prove fatal to American national unity. The American democracy can, consequently, safely trust its genuine interests to the keeping of those who represent the national interest. It both can do so, and it must do so. Only by faith in an efficient national organization, and by an exclusive and aggressive devotion to the national welfare, can the American democratic ideal be made good. If the American local commonwealths had not been wrought by the Federalists into the form of a nation, they would never have continued to be democracies, and the people collectively have become more of a democracy in proportion as they have become more of a nation. Their democracy is to be realized by means of an intensification of their national life, just as the ultimate moral purpose of an individual is to be realized by the affirmation and intensification of his own better individuality. Consequently, the organization of the American democracy into a nation is not to be regarded, in the way that so many Americans have regarded it, as a necessary but hazardous surrender of certain liberties in order that other liberties might be better preserved, as a mere compromise between the democratic ideal and the necessary conditions of political cohesion and efficiency. Its nationalized political organization constitutes the proper structure and veritable life of the American democracy. No doubt, the existing organization is far from being a wholly adequate expression of the demands of the democratic ideal, but it falls equally short of being an adequate expression of the demands of the national ideal. The less confidence the American people have in a national organization, the less they are willing to surrender themselves to the national spirit, the worse Democrats they will be. The most stubborn impediments which block the American national advance issue from the imperfections in our democracy. The American people are not prepared for a higher form of democracy because they are not prepared for a more coherent and intense national life. When they are prepared to be consistent, constructive, and aspiring Democrats, their preparation will necessarily take the form of becoming consistent, constructive, and aspiring nationalists. The difficulty raised by European political and economic development hangs chiefly on a necessary loyalty to a national tradition and organization, which blocks the advance of democracy. Americans cannot entirely escape this difficulty, but in our country, by far the greater obstacle to social amelioration is constituted by a democratic theory and tradition, which blocks the process of national development. We Americans are confronted by two divergent theories of democracy. According to one of these theories, the interest of American democracy can be advanced only by an increasing nationalization of the American people in ideas, in institutions, and in spirit. According to the other of these theories, the most effective way of injuring the interest of democracy is by an increase in national authority and a spread of the national leaven. Thus Americans, unlike Englishmen, have to choose, not between a specific and efficient national tradition and a vague and perilous democratic ideal. They have to choose between two democratic ideals, and they have to make this choice chiefly on logical and moral grounds. An Englishman or a German, no matter how clear his intelligence or fervid his patriotism, cannot find any immediately and entirely satisfactory method of reconciling the national traditions and forms of organization with the demands of an uncompromising democracy. An American, on the other hand, has it quite within his power to accept a conception of democracy which provides for a substantial integrity of his country, not only as a nation with an exclusively democratic mission, but as a democracy with an essentially national career. End of Chapter 9, Section 1. Chapter 9, Section 2, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 9, Section 2, Nationality and Centralization. The federal political organization has always tended to confuse to the American mind the relation between democracy and nationality. The nation as a legal body was, of course, created by the Constitution, which granted to the central government certain specific powers and responsibilities, and which almost to the same extent diminished the powers and the responsibilities of the separate states. Consequently, to the great majority of Americans, the process of increasing nationalization has a tendency to mean merely an increase in the functions of the central government. For the same reason, the affirmation of a constructive relation between the national and the democratic principles is likely to be interpreted merely as an attempt on the grounds of an abstract theory to limit state government and to disparage states' rights. Such an interpretation, however, would be essentially erroneous. It would be based upon the very idea which I have been continually protesting, the idea that the American nation, instead of embodying a living formative political principle, is merely the political system created by the federal Constitution, and it would end in the absurd conclusion that the only way in which the promise of American democracy can be fulfilled would be by the abolition of American local political institutions. The nationalizing of American political, economic, and social life means something more than federal centralization, and something very different therefrom. To nationalize a people has never meant merely to centralize their government. Little by little, a thoroughly national political organization has come to mean, in Europe, an organization which combined effective authority with certain responsibilities to the people. But the national interest has been just as likely to demand decentralization as it has to demand centralization. The Prussia of Frederick the Great, for instance, was over-centralized, and the restoration of the national vitality, at which the Prussian government aimed after the disasters of 1806, necessarily took the form of reinvigorating the local members of the national body. In this and many similar instances, the national interest and welfare was the end, and the greater or smaller amount of centralized government merely the necessary machinery. The process of centralization is not, like the process of nationalization, an essentially formative and enlightening political transformation. When a people are being nationalized, their political, economic, and social organization or policy is being coordinated with their actual needs and their moral and political ideals. Governmental centralization is to be regarded as one of the many means which may or may not be taken in order to effect this purpose. Like every other special aspect of the national organization, it must be justified by its fruits. There is no presumption in its favor. Neither is there any general presumption against it. Whether a given function should or should not be exercised by the central government in a federal system is, from the point of view of political logic, a matter of expediency, with the burden of proof resting on those who propose to alter any existing constitutional arrangement. It may be affirmed, consequently, without paradox, that among those branches of the American national organization which are greatly in need of nationalizing is the central government. Almost every member of the American political body has been at one time or another, or in one way or another, perverted to the service of special interests. The state governments and the municipal administrations have sinned more in this respect than the central government, but the central government itself has been a grave sinner. The federal authorities are responsible for the prevailing policy in respect to military pensions, which is one of the most flagrant crimes ever perpetuated against the national interest. The federal authorities, again, are responsible for the existing tariff schedules, which benefit a group of special interests at the expense of the national welfare. The federal authorities, finally, are responsible for the Sherman antitrust law, whose existence on the statute books is a fatal bar to the treatment of the problem of corporate aggrandizement from the standpoint of genuinely national policy. Those instances might be multiplied, but they suffice to show that the ideal of a constructive relation between the American national and democratic principles does not imply that any particular piece of legislation or policy is national because it is federal. The federal, no less than the state governments, has been the victim of special interests, and when a group of state or city officials effectively assert the public interest against the private interests, either of the machine or of the local corporations, they are noting just as palpably, if not just as comprehensively, for the national welfare, as if their work benefited the whole American people. The process of nationalization in its application to American political organization means that political power shall be distributed among the central, state, and municipal officials in such a manner that it can be efficiently and responsibly exerted in the interest of those affected by its action. Be it added, however, in the same breath, that under existing conditions and simply as a matter of expediency, the national advance of the American democracy does demand an increasing amount of centralized action and responsibility. In what respect and for what purposes an increased federal power and responsibility is desired will be considered in a subsequent chapter. In this connection, it is sufficient to insist that a more scrupulous attention to existing federal responsibilities, and the increase of their number and scope, is the natural consequence of the increasing concentration of American industrial, political, and social life. American government demands more rather than less centralization, merely and precisely because of the growing centralization of American activity. The state governments, either individually or by any practicable methods of cooperation, are not competent to deal effectively in the national interest and spirit with the grave problems created by the aggrandizement of corporate and individual wealth, and the increasing classification of the American people. They have, no doubt, an essential part to play in the attempted solution of these problems, and there are certain aspects to the whole situation which the American nation, because of its federal organization, can deal with much more effectually than can a rigidly centralized democracy like France. But the amount of responsibility in respect to fundamental national problems, which, in law almost as much as in practice, is left to the states, exceeds the responsibility which the state governments are capable of efficiently redeeming. They are attempting, or neglecting, a task which they cannot be expected to perform with any efficiency. The fact that the states fail properly to perform certain essential functions such as maintaining order or administering justice is no sufficient reason for depriving them thereof. Functions which should be bestowed upon the central government are not those which the states happen to perform badly. They are those which the states, even with the best will in the world, cannot be expected to perform satisfactorily, and among these functions the regulation of commerce, the organization of labor, and the increasing control over property in the public interest are assuredly to be included. The best friends of local government in this country are those who seek to have its activity confined with the limits of possible efficiency, because only in case its activity is so confined can the states continue to remain an essential part of a really efficient and well-coordinated national organization. Proposals to increase the powers of the central government are, however, rarely treated on their merits. They are opposed by the majority of American politicians and newspapers as an unqualified evil. Any attempt to prove that the existing distribution of responsibility is necessarily fruitful of economic and political abuses, and that an increase of centralized power offers the only chance of eradicating these abuses, is treated as irrelevant. It is not a question of the expediency of a specific proposal, because from the traditional point of view, any change in the direction of increased centralization would be a violation of American democracy. Centralization is merely a necessary evil, which has been carried as far as it should, and which cannot be carried any further without undermining the foundations of the American system. Thus, the familiar theory of many excellent American Democrats is rather that of a contradictory than a constructive relation between the democratic and the national ideals. The process of nationalization is perverted by them into a matter merely of centralization, but the question of a fundamental relation between nationality and democracy is raised by their attitude, because the reasons they advance against increasingly centralized authority would, if they should continue to prevail, definitely and absolutely forbid a gradually improving coordination between American political organization and American national economic needs or moral and intellectual ideals. The conception of democracy out of which the supposed contradiction between the democratic and national ideals issues is the great enemy of the American national advance, and is, for that reason, the great enemy of the real interests of democracy. To be sure, any increase in centralized power and responsibility, expedient or inexpedient, is injurious to certain aspects of traditional American democracy. But the fault in that case lies with the democratic tradition, and the erroneous and misleading tradition must yield before the march of a constructive national democracy. The national advance will always be impeded by these misleading and erroneous ideas, and, what is more, it always should be impeded by them, because at bottom ideas of this kind are merely an expression of the fact that the average American individual is morally and intellectually inadequate to a serious and consistent conception of his responsibilities as a Democrat. An American national democracy must always prove its right to a further advance, not only by the development of a policy and method adequate for the particular occasion, but by its ability to overcome the inevitable opposition of selfish interests and erroneous ideas. The logic of its position makes it the aggressor, just as the logic of its opponent's position ties them to a negative and protesting or merely insubordinate part. If the latter should prevail, their victory would become tantamount to national dissolution, either by putrefaction, by revolution, or by both. Under the influence of certain practical demands, an increase has already taken place in the activity of the federal government. The increase has not gone as far as governmental efficiency demands, but it has gone far enough to provoke outbursts of protest and anguish from the old-fashioned Democrats. They profess to see the approaching extinction of the American democracy in what they call the drift towards centralization. Such calamitous predictions are natural, but they are nonetheless absurd. The drift of American politics, its instinctive and unguided movement, is almost wholly along the habitual road, and any effective increase of federal centralization can be imposed only by the most strenuous efforts, by one of the biggest sticks which has ever been flourished in American politics. The advance made in this direction is small, compared to the actual needs of an efficient national organization, and considering the massive interest and prejudice which it must continue to overcome, it can hardly continue to progress at any more than a snail's pace. The great obstacle to American national fulfillment must always be the danger that the American people will merely succumb to the demands of their local and private interests, and will permit their local craft to drift into a compromising situation from which the penalties of rescue may be almost as distressing as the penalties of submission. The tradition of an individualist and provincial democracy, which is the mainstay of an anti-national policy, does not include ideals which have to be realized by aggressive action. Their ideals are the ones embodied in our existing system, and their continued vitality demands merely a policy of inaction, enveloped in a cloud of sacred phrases. The advocates and the beneficiaries of the prevailing ideas and conditions are, little by little, being forced into the inevitable attitude of the traditional Bourbon, the attitude of maintaining customary or legal rights merely because they are customary or legal, and predicting the most awful consequences from any attempt to impair them. Men, or associations of men, who possess legal or customary rights inimical to the public welfare, always defend those rights as the essential part of a political system, which, if it is overthrown, will prove destructive to public prosperity and security. On no other ground can they find a plausible public excuse for their opposition. The French royal authority and aristocratic privileges were defended on these grounds in 1780, and as the event proved, with some show of reason. In the same way, the partial legislative control of nationalized corporations, now exercised by the state government, is defended, not on the ground that it has been well exercised, not even plausibly on the ground that it can be well exercised. It is defended almost exclusively on the ground that any increase in the authority of the federal government is dangerous to the American people. But the federal government belongs to the American people, even more completely than do the state governments, because a general current of public opinion can act much more effectively on the single federal authority than it can upon the many separate state authorities. Popular interests have nothing to fear from a measure of federal centralization, which bestows on the federal government powers necessary to the fulfillment of its legitimate responsibilities, and the American people cannot in the long run be deceived by pleas which bear the evidence of such a selfish origin and have dubious historical associations. The rights and the powers both of states and individuals must be competent to serve their purposes efficiently in an economical and coherent national organization, or else they must be superseded. A prejudice against centralization is as pernicious, provided centralization is necessary, as a prejudice in its favor. All rights under the law are functions in a democratic political organization, and must be justified by their actual or presumable functional adequacy. The ideal of a constructive relation between American nationality and American democracy is in truth equivalent to a new Declaration of Independence. It affirms that the American people are free to organize their political, economic, and social life in the service of a comprehensive, a lofty, and a far-reaching democratic purpose. At the present time there is a strong, almost a dominant tendency to regard the existing Constitution with superstitious awe, and to shrink with horror from modifying it even in the smallest detail, and it is this superstitious fear of changing the most trivial parts of the fundamental legal fabric which brings to pass the great bondage of the American spirit. If such an abject worship of legal precedent for its own sake should continue, the American idea will have to be fitted to the rigid and narrow lines of a few legal formulas, and the ruler of the American spirit, like the ruler of the Jewish spirit of old, will become the lawyer. But it will not continue, in case Americans can be brought to understand and believe that the American national political organization should be constructively related to their democratic purpose. Such an ideal reveals at once the real opportunity and the real responsibility of the American democracy. It declares that the democracy has a machinery in a nationalized organization and a practical guide in the national interest, which are inadequate to the realization of the democratic ideal, and it declares also that in the long run, just in so far as Americans timidly or superstitiously refuse to accept their national opportunity and responsibility, they will not deserve the names either of freemen or of loyal Democrats. There comes a time in the history of every nation when its independence of spirit vanishes, unless it emancipates itself in some measure from its traditional illusions, and that time is fast approaching for the American people. They must either seize the chance of a better future, or else become a nation which is satisfied in spirit merely to repeat indefinitely the monotonous measures of its own past. End of Chapter 9, Section 2. Chapter 9, Section 3, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 9, Section 3, The People and the Nation. At the beginning of this discussion, popular sovereignty was declared to be the essential condition of democracy, and a general account of the nature of a constructive democratic ideal can be best brought to a close by a definition of the meaning of the phrase popular sovereignty, consistent with a nationalist interpretation of democracy. The people are sovereign, but who and what are the people? And how can a many-headed sovereignty be made to work? Are we to answer, like Bismarck, that the true people is an invisible multitude of spirits, the nation of yesterday and of tomorrow? Such an answer seems scarcely fair to living people of today. On the other hand, can we reply that the sovereign people is constituted by any chance majority which happens to obtain control of the government, and that the decisions and actions of the majority are inevitably and exceptionally democratic? Such an assertion of the doctrine of popular sovereignty would bestow absolute sovereign authority on merely a part of the people. Majority rule, under certain prescribed conditions, is a necessary constituent of any practicable democratic organization, but the actions or decisions of a majority need not have any binding moral and national authority. Majority rule is merely one means to an extremely difficult, remote, and complicated end, and it is a piece of machinery which is peculiarly liable to get out of order. Its arbitrary and dangerous tendencies can, as a matter of fact, be expected in many effectual and legitimate ways, of which the most effectual is the cherishing of a tradition, partly expressed in some body of fundamental law, that the true people are, as Bismarck declared, in some measure an invisible multitude of spirits, the nation of yesterday and tomorrow, organized for its national historical mission. The phrase popular sovereignty is, consequently, for us Americans equivalent to the phrase national sovereignty. The people are not sovereign as individuals. They are not sovereign in reason and morals even when united into a majority. They become sovereign only insofar as they succeed in reaching and expressing a collective purpose. But there is no royal or unimpeachable road to the attainment of such a collective will, and the best means a democratic people can take, in order to assert its sovereign authority with full moral effect, is to seek fullness and consistency of national life. They are sovereign insofar as they are united in spirit and in purpose, and they are united insofar as they are loyal one to another, to their joint past, and to the promise of their future. The promise of their future may sometimes demand the partial renunciation of their past, and the partial sacrifice of certain present interests. But the inevitable friction of all such sacrifices can be mitigated by mutual loyalty and good faith. Sacrifices of tradition and interest can only be demanded in case they contribute to the national purpose, to the gradual creation of a higher type of individual and associated life. Hence it is that an effective increase in national coherence looks in the direction of the democratic consummation, of the morally and intellectually authoritative expression of the sovereign popular will. Both the forging and the functioning of such a will are constructively related to the gradual achievement of the work of individual and social amelioration. Undesirable and inadequate forms of democracy always seek to dispense, in one way or another, with this tedious process of achieving a morally authoritative sovereign will. We Americans have identified democracy with certain existing political and civil rights, and we have, consequently, tended to believe that the democratic consummation was merely a matter of exercising and preserving those rights. The grossest form of this error was perpetrated when Stephen A. Douglas confused authoritative popular sovereignty with the majority vote of a few hundred squatters in a frontier state, and asserted that on democratic principles such expressions of the popular will should be accepted as final. But an analogous mistake lurks in all static forms of democracy. The bestowal and the exercise of political and civil rights are merely a method of organization, which if used in proper subordination to the ultimate democratic purpose, may achieve in action something of the authority of the popular sovereign will. But to cleave to the details of such an organization as the very essence of democracy is utterly to pervert the principle of national democratic sovereignty. From this point of view, the Bourbon who wishes the existing system, with its maladaptations and contradictions preserved in all its lack of integrity, commits an error analogous to that of the Radical, who wishes by virtue of a majority vote immediately to destroy some essential part of the fabric. Both of them conceive that the whole moral and national authority of the democratic principle can be invoked in favor of institutions already in existence or of purposes capable of immediate achievement. On the other hand, there are Democrats who would seek to consummate democracy without the use of any political machinery. The idea that a higher type of associated life can be immediately realized by a supreme act of faith must always be tempting to men who unite social aspirations with deep religious faith. It is a more worthy and profound conception of democracy than the conventional American one of a system of legally constituted and equally exercised rights, fatally resulting in material prosperity. Before any great stride can be made towards a condition of better democracy, a constructive democratic movement must obtain more effective support, both from scientific discipline and religious faith. Nevertheless, the triumph of Tolstoyan democracy at the present moment would be more pernicious in its results than the triumph of Jeffersonian democracy. Tolstoy has merely given a fresh and exalted version of the old doctrine of non-resistance, which, as it was proclaimed by Jesus, referred in the most literal way to another world. In this world, faith cannot dispense with power and organization. The sudden and immediate conversion of unregenerate men from a condition of violence, selfishness, and sin into a condition of beatitude and brotherly love can obtain even comparative permanence only by virtue of exclusiveness. The religious experience of our race has sufficiently testified to the permanence of the law. One man can be evangelized for a lifetime. A group of men can be evangelized for many years. Multitudes of men can be evangelized only for a few hours. No faith can achieve comparatively stable social conquests without being established by habit, defined by thought, and consolidated by organization. Usually the faith itself subsequently sickens of the bad air it breathes into its own house. Indeed, it is certain to lose initiative and vigor unless it can appeal intermediately to some correlative source of enthusiasm and devotion. But with the help of efficient organization it may possibly survive, whereas in the absence of such a worldly body, it must in a worldly sense inevitably perish. Democracy as a living movement in the direction of human brotherhood has required, like other faiths, an efficient organization and a root in ordinary human nature. And it obtains such an organization by virtue of the process of national development, on condition, of course, that the nation is free to become a genuine and thoroughgoing democracy. A democracy organized into a nation and imbued with the national spirit will seek by means of experimentation and discipline to reach the object which Tolstoy would reach by an immediate and a miraculous act of faith. The exigencies of such schooling frequently demand severe coercive measures, but what schooling does not? A nation cannot merely discharge its unregenerate citizens, and the best men in a nation or in any political society cannot evade the responsibility which the fact of human unregeneracy places upon the whole group. After men had reached a certain stage of civilization, they frequently began to fear that the rough conditions of political association excluded the highest and most fruitful forms of social life, and they sought various ways of improving the quality of the association by narrowing its basis. They tried to found small communities of saints, which were connected exclusively by moral and religious bonds, and who in this way freed themselves from the hazards, the distraction, and the violence inseparable from political association. Such communities have made at different times great successes, but their success has not been permanent. The political aspect of associated life is not to be evaded. In proportion as political organization gained in prosperity, efficiency, and dignity, special religious associations lost their independence and power. Even the most powerful religious association in the world, the Catholic Church, has been fighting a losing battle with political authority, and it is likely in the course of time to occupy in relation to the political powers a position analogous to that of the Greek or the English Church. The ultimate power to command must rest with that authority which, if necessary, can force people to obey, and any plan of association which seeks to ignore the part which physical force plays in life is necessarily incomplete. Just as formerly, the irresponsible and meaningless use of political power created the need of special religious associations, independent of the state, so now the responsible, the purposeful, and the efficient use of physical force, characteristic of modern nations, has in its turn made such independence less necessary, and tends to attach a different function to the Church. A basis of association narrower than the whole complex of human powers and interests will not serve. National organization provides such a basis. The perversity of human nature may cause its ultimate failure, but it will not fail because it omits any essential constituent in the composition of a permanent and fruitful human association. So far as it fulfills its responsibilities, it guarantees protection against predatory powers at home and abroad. It provides in appropriate measure for individual freedom, for physical, moral, and intellectual discipline, and for social consistency. It has prizes to offer, as well as coercion to exercise, and with its foundations planted firmly in the past, its windows and portals look out towards a better future. The tendency of its normal action is continually, if very slowly, to diminish the distance between the ideal of human brotherhood and the political, economic, and social conditions under which at any one time men manage to live together. That is the truth to which the patriotic Americans should firmly cleave. The modern nation, particularly insofar as it is constructively democratic, constitutes the best machinery as yet developed for raising the level of human association. It really teaches men how they must feel, what they must think, and what they must do, in order that they may live together amicably and profitably. The value of this school for its present purposes is increased by its very imperfections, because its imperfections issue inevitably from the imperfections of human nature. Men being as unregenerate as they are, all worthy human endeavor involves consequences of battle and risk. The heroes of the struggle must maintain their achievements, and at times even promote their objects by compulsion. The policeman and the soldier will continue for an indefinite period to be guardians of the national schools, and the nations have no reason to be ashamed of this fact. It is merely symbolic of the very comprehensiveness of their responsibilities that they have to deal with the problem of human inadequacy and unregeneracy in all its forms, that they cannot evade this problem by allowing only the good boys to attend school, that they cannot even mitigate it by drawing too sharp a distinction between the good boys and the bad. Such indiscriminate attendance in these national schools, if it is to be edifying, involves one practical consequence of dominant importance. Everybody within the schoolhouse, masters, teachers, pupils and janitors, old pupils and young, good pupils and bad, must feel one to another an indestructible loyalty. Such loyalty is merely the subjective aspect of their inevitable mutual association. It is merely the recognition that as a worldly body, they must all live or die, and conquer or fail, together. The existence of an invincible loyalty is the condition of a perpetuity of the school. The man who believes himself wise is always tempted to ignore or undervalue the foolish brethren. The man who believes himself good is always tempted actively to dislike the perverse brethren. The man who insists at any cost upon having his own way is always twisting the brethren into his friends or his enemies. But the teaching of the national school constantly tends to diminish these causes of disloyalty. Its tendency is to convert traditional patriotism into a patient devotion to the national ideal, and into a patient loyalty towards one's fellow countrymen, as the visible and inevitable substance through which that ideal is to be expressed. In the foregoing characteristic of a democratic nation, we reach the decisive difference between a nation which is seeking to be wholly democratic and a nation which is content to be semi-democratic. In a semi-democratic nation, devotion to the national ideal does not to the same extent sanctify the citizen's relation, in feeling and in idea, to his fellow countrymen. The loyalty demanded by the national ideal of such a country may imply a partial disloyalty and suspicious attitude towards large numbers of political associates. The popular and the national interests must necessarily in some measure diverge. In a nationalized democracy or a democratic nation, the corresponding dilemma is mitigated. The popular interest can only be efficiently expressed in a national policy and organization. The national interest is merely a more coherent and ameliorating expression of the popular interest. Its consistency, so far as it is consistent, is the reflection of a more humanized condition of human nature. It increases with the increasing power of its citizens to deal fairly and to feel loyally towards their fellow countrymen, and it cannot increase except through the overthrow of the obstacles to fair dealing and loyal feeling. The responsibility and loyalty which the citizens of a democratic nation must feel, one towards another, is comprehensive and unmitigable. But the actual behavior which at any one time the national welfare demands must, of course, be specially and carefully discriminated. National policies and acts will be welcome to some citizens and obnoxious to others, according to their special interests and opinions, and the citizens whose interests and ideas are prejudiced thereby will have every right and should be permitted every opportunity to protest in the most vigorous and persistent manner. The nation may, however, on its part demand that these protests, in order to be heeded and respected, must conform to certain conditions. They must not be carried to the point of refusing obedience to the law. When private interests are injured by the national policy, the Protestants must be able to show either that such injuries are unnecessary, or else they involve harm to an essential public interest. All such protest must find an ultimate sanction in a group of constructive democratic ideas. Finally, the protest must never be made the excuse for personal injustice or national disloyalty. Even if the national policy should betray indifference to the fundamental interests of a democratic nation, as did that of the United States from 1820 to 1860, the obligation of patient good faith on the part of the Protestants is not diminished. Their protests may be as vivacious and as persistent as the error demands. The supporters of the erroneous policy may be made the object of most drastic criticism and the uncompromising exposure. No effort should be spared to secure the adoption of a more genuinely national policy. But beyond all this, there remains a still deeper responsibility, that of dealing towards one's fellow countrymen in good faith, so that differences of interest, of conviction, and of moral purpose can be made the agency of a better understanding and a firmer loyalty. If a national policy offends the integrity of the national idea, as for a while that of the American nation did, its mistake is sure to involve certain disastrous consequences, and those consequences constitute, usually, the vehicle of necessary national discipline. The national school is, of course, the national life. So far as the school is properly conducted, the methods of instruction are, if you please, pedagogic. But if the masters are blind or negligent, or if the scholars are unruly, there remains as a resource the more painful and costly methods of nature's instruction. A serious error will be followed by its inevitable penalty, proportioned to the blindness and the perversity in which it originated, and thereafter the prosperity of the country's future will hang partly on the ability of the national intelligence to trace the penalty to its cause, and to fix the responsibility. No matter how loyal the different members of a national body may be one to another, their mutual good faith will bleed to death, unless some among them have the intelligence to trace their national ills to their appropriate causes, and the candid courage to advocate the necessary remedial measures. At some point in the process, disinterested patriotism and good faith must be reinforced by intellectual insight. A people are saved many costly perversions, in case the official schoolmasters are wise, and the pupils neither truant nor insubordinate. But if the lessons are foolishly phrased, or if the pupils refuse to learn, the school will never regain its proper disciplinary value until new teachers have arisen, who understand both the error and its consequences, and who can exercise an effective authority over their pupils. The mutual loyalty and responsibility, consequently, embodied and inculcated in a national school, depends for its efficient expression upon the amount of insight and intelligence which it involves. The process of national education means not only a discipline of the popular will, but training in ability to draw inferences from the national experience, so that the national consciousness will gradually acquire an edifying state of mind towards its present and future problems. Those problems are always closely allied to the problems which have been more or less completely solved during the national history, and the body of practical lessons which can be inferred from that history is that the best possible preparation for present and future. From that history is the best possible preparation for present and future emergencies. Such history requires close and exact reading. The national experience is always strangely mixed. Even the successes of our own past, such as the federal organization, contain much dubious matter, demanding the most scrupulous disentanglement. Even the worst enemies of our national integrity, such as the Southern planters, offer in some respects an edifying political example to a disinterested democracy. Nations do not have to make serious mistakes in order to learn valuable lessons. Every national action, no matter how trivial, which is scrutinized with candor, may contribute to the stock of national intellectual discipline, the result of which should be to form a constantly more coherent whole, out of the several elements in the national composition, out of the social and economic conditions, the stock of national options, and the essential national ideal. And it is this essential national ideal which makes it undesirable for the national consciousness to dwell too much on the past, or to depend too much upon the lessons of experience alone. The great experience given to a democratic nation must be just an incorrigible but patient attempt to realize its democratic ideal, an attempt which must mold history as well as hang upon its lessons. The function of the patriotic political intelligence in relation to the fulfillment of the national promise must be to devise means for its redemption, means which have their relations to the past, their suitability to the occasion, and their contribution towards a step in advance. The work is both critical, experienced, and purposeful. Mistakes will be made, and their effects either corrected or turned to good account. Successes will be achieved, and their effects must be coolly appraised and carefully discriminated. The task will never be entirely achieved, but the tedious and laborious advance will for every generation be a triumphant affirmation of the nationalized democratic ideal as the one really adequate political and social principle. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10, Section 1, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 10, Section 1, A National Foreign Policy. The logic of a national democratic ideal and the responsibilities of a national career in the world involve a number of very definite consequences in respect to American foreign policy. They involve, in fact, a conception of the place of a democratic nation in relation to the other civilized nations, different from that which has hitherto prevailed in this country. Because of their geographical situation and their democratic institutions, Americans have claimed and still claim a large degree of national aloofness and independence, but such a claim could have been better defended several generations ago than it can today. Unquestionably, the geographic situation of the United States must always have a decisive effect upon the nature of its policy in foreign affairs, and undoubtedly no course of action in respect to other nations can be national without serving the interests of democracy. But precisely because an American foreign policy must be candidly and vigorously national, it will gradually bring with it an increasingly complicated group of international ties and duties. The American nation, just in so far as it believes in its nationality and is ready to become more of a nation, must assume a more definite and a more responsible place in the international system. It will have an increasingly important and an increasingly specific part to play in the political affairs of the world, and, in spite of old-fashioned democratic scruples and prejudices, the will to play that part for all it is worth will constitute a beneficial and a necessary stimulus to the better realization of the promise of our domestic life. A genuinely national policy must, of course, be based upon a correct understanding of the national interest in relation to those of its neighbors and associates. That American policy did obtain such a foundation during the early years of American history is to be traced to the sound political judgment of Washington and Hamilton. Jefferson and the Republicans did their best for a while to persuade the American democracy to follow the dangerous course of the French democracy, and to base its international policy not upon the firm ground of national interest, but on the treacherous sands of international democratic propagandism. After a period of hesitation, the American people, with their usual good sense in the face of a practical emergency, rallied to the principles subsequently contained in Washington's farewell address. And the Jeffersonian Republicans, when they came into control of the federal government, took over this conception of American national policy together with the rest of the Federalist outfit. But like the rest of the Federalist organization and ideas, the national foreign policy was emasculated by the expression it received at the hands of the Republicans. The conduct of American foreign affairs during the first 15 years of the century are an illustration of the ills which may befall a democracy during a critical international period when its foreign policy is managed by a party of anti-national patriots. After 1815, the foreign policy of the United States was determined by a strict adherence to the principles enunciated in Washington's farewell address. The adherence was more in the letter than in the spirit, and the arbitrary popular interpretation, which prevails until the present day, cannot be granted undivided approval. But so far as its immediate problems were concerned, American foreign policy did not, on the whole, go astray. The United States kept resolutely clear of European entanglements, and did not participate in international councils, except when the rights of neutrals were under discussion. And this persistent neutrality was precisely the course which was needed in order to confirm the international position of the country, as well as to leave the road clear for its own national development. But certain consequences were, at an early date, deduced from a neutral policy, which require more careful examination. During the presidency of Monroe, the systematic isolation of the United States in respect to Europe was developed, so far as the two Americas were concerned, into a more positive doctrine. It was proclaimed that abstention on the part of the United States from European affairs should be accompanied by a corresponding abstention by the European powers from aggressive action in the two Americas. What our government proposed to do was to divide sharply the democratic political system of the Americas from the monarchical and aristocratical political system of Europe. The European system, based as it was upon royalist legitimacy and privileges, and denying as it did popular political rights, was declared to be inimical in spirit and in effect to the American democratic state. The Monroe Doctrine has been accepted in this form ever since, as an indisputable corollary to the farewell address. The American people and politicians cherish it as a priceless political heirloom. It is considered to be the equivalent of the Declaration of Independence in the field of foreign affairs, and it arouses an analogous volume and fury of conviction. Neither is this conviction merely the property of 4th of July Americans. Our gravest publicists usually contribute to the doctrine a no less emphatic adherence. And not very many years ago one of the most enlightened of American statesmen asserted that American foreign policy as a whole could be sufficiently summed up in the phrase, the Monroe Doctrine and the Golden Rule. Does the Monroe Doctrine, as stated above, deserve such uncompromising adherence? Is it an adequate expression of the national interest of the American democracy in the field of foreign affairs? At the time the Monroe Doctrine was originally proclaimed, it did unquestionably express a valid national interest of the American democracy. It was the American retort to the policy of the Holy Alliance, which sought to erect the counter-revolutionary principles into an international system, and which suppressed, so far as possible, all nationalist or democratic agitation. The Spanish-American colonies had been winning their independence from Spain, and there was a fear, not entirely ill-founded, that the alliance would apply its anti-democratic international policy to the case of Spain's revolted colonies. Obviously, the United States, both as a democracy and as a democracy which had won its independence by means of a revolutionary war, could not admit the right of any combination of European states to suppress national and democratic uprisings on the American continents. Our government would have been wholly justified in resisting such interference with all its available military force. But in what sense, and upon what grounds was the United States justified in going farther than this, and in asserting that under no circumstances should there be any increase of European political influence upon the American continents? What is the propriety and justice of such a declaration of continental isolation? What are its implications? And what, if any, are its dangers? In seeking an answer to these questions, we must return to the source of American foreign policy in the Farewell Address. That address contains the germ of a prudent and wise national policy, but Hamilton, in preparing its phrasing, was guided chiefly by a consideration of the immediate needs and dangers of his country. The Jeffersonian Republicans and their enthusiasm for the French Revolution proposed for a while to bring about a permanent alliance between France and the United States, the object whereof should be the propagation of the democratic political faith. Both Washington and Hamilton saw clearly that such behavior would entangle the United States in all the vicissitudes and turmoil which might attend the development of European democracy, and their favorite policy of neutrality and isolation implied both that the national interest of the United States was not concerned in merely European complications, and that the American people, unlike those of France, did not propose to make their political principles an excuse for international aggression. The Monroe Doctrine, as proclaimed in 1825, rounded out this negative policy with a more positive assertion of principles. It declared that the neutrality of the American democracy, so far as Europe was concerned, must be balanced by the non-intervention of European legitimacy and aristocracy in the affairs of the American continents. Now this extension of American foreign policy was, as we have seen, justified, insofar as it was a protest against any possible interference on the part of the Holy Alliance in American politics. It was, moreover, justified insofar as it sought to identify the attainment of a desirable democratic purpose with American international policy. Of course, Hamilton, when he tried to found the international policy of his country upon the national interest, wholly failed to identify that interest with any positive democratic purpose. But in this, as in other respects, Hamilton was not a thoroughgoing Democrat. While he was right in seeking to prevent the American people from allying themselves with the aggressive French democracy, he was wrong in failing to foresee that the national interest of the United States was identified with the general security and prosperity of liberal political institutions, that the United States must by every practical means encourage the spread of democratic methods and ideas. As much in foreign as in domestic affairs, must the American people seek to unite national efficiency with democratic liberalism. The Monroe Doctrine, consequently, is not to be condemned, as it has been condemned, merely because it went far beyond the limited foreign policy of Hamilton. The real question in regard to the doctrine is whether it seeks in a practicable way, in a way consistent with the national interest and inevitable international responsibilities, the realization of the democratic idea. Do the rigid advocates of that doctrine fall into an error, analogous to the error against which Washington and Hamilton were protesting? Do they not tend, indirectly, and within a limited compass, to convert the American democratic idea into a dangerously aggressive principle? The foregoing question must, I believe, be answered partly in the affirmative. The Monroe Doctrine, as usually stated, does give a dangerously militant tendency to the foreign policy of the United States, and unless its expression is modified, it may prevent the United States from occupying a position towards the nations of Europe and America, in conformity with its national interest and its national principle. It should be added, however, that this unwholesomely aggressive quality is only a tendency, which will not become active except under certain possible conditions, and which can gradually be rendered less dangerous by the systematic development of the doctrine as a possible principle of political action in the Western Hemisphere. The Monroe Doctrine has, of course, no status in the accepted system of international law. Its international standing is due almost entirely to its express proclamation as an essential part of the foreign policy of the United States, and it depends for its weight upon the ability of this country to compel its recognition by the use of latent or actual military force. Great Britain has, perhaps, tacitly accepted it, but no other European country has done so, and a number of them have expressly stated that it entails consequences against which they might sometime be obliged strenuously and forcibly to protest. No forcible protest has as yet been made, because no European country has had anything to gain from such a protest comparable to the inevitable cost of a war with the United States. The dangerously aggressive tendency of the Monroe Doctrine is not due to the fact that it derives its standing from the effective military power of the United States. The recognition which any proclamation of a specific principle of foreign policy receives will depend, in case it conflicts with the actual or possible interests of other nations, upon the military and naval power with which it can be maintained. The question as to whether a particular doctrine is unwholesomely aggressive depends, consequently, not upon the mere fact that it may provoke a war, but upon the doubt that if it provokes a war, such a war can be righteously fought. Does the doctrine as usually stated, possibly or probably commit the United States to an unrighteous war, a war in which the United States would be opposing a legitimate interest, on the part of one or a group of European nations? Does an American foreign policy of the Monroe Doctrine and the Golden Rule proclaim two parallel springs of national action in foreign affairs, which may prove to be incompatible? There is a danger that such may be the case. The Monroe Doctrine in its most popular form proclaims a rigid policy of continental isolation, of America for the Americans, and of Europe for the Europeans. European nations may retain existing possessions in the Americas, but such possessions must not be increased. So far, so good. A European nation, which sought defiantly to increase its American possessions, in spite of the express declaration of the United States that such action would mean war, would deserve the war thereby incurred. But there are many ways of increasing the political influence of European powers in the Americas, without actual territorial appropriation. The emigration from several European states and from Japan to South America is already considerable, and is likely to increase rather than diminish. European commercial interests in South America are greater than ours, and in the future will become greater still. The South Americans have already borrowed large quantities of European capital and will need more. The industrial and agricultural development of the South American states is constantly tying them more closely to Europe than it is to the United States. It looks, consequently, as if irresistible economic conditions were making in favor of an increase of effective European influence in South America. The growth of that influence is part of the world movement in the direction of the better utilization of the economic resources of mankind. South America cannot develop without the benefits of European capital, additional European labor, European products, and European experience and training. And in the course of another few generations, the result will be a European investment in South America, which may in a number of different ways involve political complications. We have already had a foretaste of those consequences in the steps which the European powers took a few years ago to collect debts due to Europeans by Venezuela. The increasing industrial, social, and financial bonds might not have any serious political consequences, provided the several South American states were possessed of stable governments, orderly political traditions, and a political standing under definite treaties similar to that of the smaller European states. But such is not the case. The alien investment in South America may involve all sorts of political complications, which would give European or Asiatic powers a justifiable right under the law of nations to interfere. Up to the present time, as we have seen, such interference has promised to be too costly, but the time may well come when the advantages of interference will more than counterbalance the dangers of a forcible protest. Moreover, in case such a protest were made, it might not come from any single European power. A general European interest would be involved. The United States might well find her policy of America for the Americans result in an attempt on the part of a European coalition to bring about a really effectual for the Americans, result in an attempt on the part of a European coalition to bring about a really effectual isolation. We might find ourselves involved in a war against a substantially united Europe. Such a danger seems sufficiently remote at present, but in the long run a policy which carries isolation too far is bound to provoke justifiable attempts to break it down. If Europe and the Americas are as much divided in political interest as the Monroe Doctrine seems to assert, the time will inevitably arrive when the two divergent political systems must meet and fight. And plenty of occasions for such a conflict will arise as soon as the policy of isolation begins to conflict with the establishment of that political relation between Europe and South America demanded by fundamental economic and social interests. Thus, under certain remote but entirely possible conditions, the doctrine as now proclaimed and practiced might justify Europe in seeking to break it down, by reasons at least as valid as those of our own country in proclaiming it. But if the Monroe Doctrine could only be maintained by a war of this kind, or a succession of wars, it would defeat the very purpose which it is supposed to accomplish. It would embroil the United States and the two American continents in continual trouble with Europe, and it would either have to be abandoned or else would carry with it incessant and enormous expenditures for military and naval purposes. The United States would have to become a predominantly military power, armed to the teeth, to resist or forestall European attack. And our country would have to accept these consequences for the express purpose of keeping the Americas unsullied by the complications of European politics. Obviously, there is a contradiction in such a situation. The United States could fight with some show of reason a single European power, like France in 1865, which undertook a policy of American territorial aggrandizement, but if it were obliged to fight a considerable portion of Europe for the same purpose, it would mean that our country was opposing a general, and presumably a legitimate, European interest. In that event, America would become a part of the European political system with a vengeance, a part which, in its endeavor to escape from the vicissitudes of European politics, had brought upon itself a condition of permanent military preparation and excitement. Consequently, in case the Monroe Doctrine and the Golden Rule are to remain the foundation of American foreign policy, mere prudence demands a systematic attempt to prevent the doctrine from arousing just and effective European opposition. No one can believe more firmly than myself that the foreign policy of a democratic nation should seek by all practicable and inoffensible means the affirmation of democracy. But the challenge which the Monroe Doctrine in its popular form issues to Europe is neither an inoffensive nor a practicable means of affirmation. It is based usually upon the notion of an essential incompatibility between American and European political institutions, and the assertion of such an incompatibility at the present time can only be the result of a stupid or willful American democratic Bourbonism. Such an incompatibility did exist when the Holy Alliance dominated Europe. It does not exist today, except in one particular. The exception is important, as we shall see presently, but it does not concern the domestic institutions of the European and the American states. The emancipated and nationalized European states of today, so far from being essentially antagonistic to the American democratic nation, are constantly tending towards a condition which invites closer and more fruitful association with the United States. And any national doctrine which proclaims a rooted antagonism lies almost at right angles athwart the road of American democratic national achievement. Throughout the whole of the 19th century, the European nations have been working towards democracy by means of a completer national organization, while this country has been working towards national cohesion by the mere logic and force of its democratic ideal. Thus the distance between America and Europe is being diminished, and Americans in their individual behavior bear the most abundant and generous testimony to the benefits which American democracy can derive from association with the European nations. It is only in relation to the Monroe Doctrine that we still make much of the essential incompatibility between European and American institutions, and by so doing, we distort and misinterpret the valid meaning of a national democratic foreign policy. The existing domestic institutions of the European nations are, for the most part, irrelevant to such a policy. The one way in which the foreign policy of the United States can make for democracy is by strengthening and encouraging those political forces which make for international peace. The one respect in which the political system, represented by the United States, is still antagonistic to the European political system is that the European nation, whatever its ultimate tendency, is actually organized for aggressive war, that the cherished purposes of some of its states cannot be realized without war, and that the forces which hope to benefit by war are stronger than the forces which hope to benefit by peace. That is the indubitable reason why the United States must remain aloof from the European system and must avoid scrupulously any entanglements in the complicated web of European international affairs. The policy of isolation is, in this respect, as wise today as it was in the time of its enunciation by Washington and Hamilton, and nobody seriously proposes to depart from it. On the other hand, the basis for this policy is wholly independent of the domestic institutions of the European nations. It derives from the fact that at any time those nations may go to war about questions in which the United States has no vital interest. The geographical situation of the United States emancipates her from these conflicts and enables her to stand for the ultimate democratic interest in international peace. This justifiable policy of isolation has, moreover, certain important consequences in respect to the foreign policy of the United States in the two Americas. In this field, also, the United States must stand in every practicable way for a peaceful international system, and whatever validity the Monroe Doctrine may have in its relation to the European nations is the outcome of that obligation. If South and Central America were thrown open to European colonial ambitions, they would be involved very much more than they are at present in the consequences of European wars. In this sense, the increase of European political influence in the two Americas would be an undesirable thing which the United States would have good reason to oppose. In this sense, the extension of the European system to the American hemisphere would involve consequences inimical to democracy. In 1801, the North was fighting, not merely to preserve American national integrity, but to prevent the formation of a state on its southern frontier, which could persist only by virtue of a European alliance, and which would consequently have entangled the free republic of the northern states in the network of irrelevant European complications. Such would be the result of any attempt on the part of the European states to seek alliances or to pursue an aggressive policy on this side of the Atlantic. But it may be asked, how can European aggressions in America be opposed, even on the foregoing ground, without requiring enormous and increasing military preparations? Would not the Monroe Doctrine, even in that modified form, involve the same practical inconsistency which has already been attached to its popular expression? The answer is simple. It will involve a similar inconsistency unless effective means are taken to avoid the inevitable dangers of such a challenge to Europe, unless, that is, means are taken to prevent Europe from having any just cause for intervention in South America for the purpose of protecting its own investment of men and money. The probable necessity of such intervention is due to the treacherous and unstable political conditions prevailing on that continent, and the Monroe Doctrine, consequently, commits the United States at least to the attempt to constitute in the two Americas a stable and peaceful international system. During the next 2 or 3 generations, the European states will be too much preoccupied elsewhere to undertake or even to threaten any serious or concerted interference in South America. During that interval, while the Monroe Doctrine remains in its present situation of being unrecognized but unchallenged, American statesmen will have their opportunity. If the American system can be made to stand for peace, just as the European system stands at present for war, then the United States will have an unimpeachable reason in forbidding European intervention. European states will no longer have a legitimate ground for interference. It would be impossible for them to take any concerted action. The American nation would testify to its sincere democracy, both by its negative attitude towards a militant European system, and by its positive promotion of a peaceful international system in the two Americas. On the other hand, if a stable international system either is not, or cannot, be constituted in the two Americas, the Monroe Doctrine will probably involve this country in wars, which would be not merely exhausting and demoralizing, but fruitless. We should be fighting to maintain a political system, which would be in no essential respect superior to the European political system. The South and Central American states have been almost as ready to fight among themselves, and to cherish political plans which can be realized only by war, as the European states. In the course of time, as they grow in population and wealth, they also will entertain more or less desirable projects of expansion, and the resulting conflicts would, the United States permitting, be sure to involve European alliances and complications. Why should the United States prepare for war in order to preserve the integrity of states which, if left to themselves, might well have an interest in compromising their own independence, and which, unless subjected to an edifying pressure, would probably make comparatively poor use of the independence they enjoyed? Surely the only valid reason for fighting, in order to prevent the growth of European political influence in the two Americas, is the creation of a political system on behalf of which it is worthwhile to fight. End of Chapter 10, Section 1. Chapter 10, Section 2, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 10, Section 2, A Stable American International System. Possibly some of my readers will have inferred by this time that the establishment of a peaceable international system in the two Americas is only a sanctimonious paraphrase for a policy on the part of this country of political aggrandizement in the Western Hemisphere. Such an inference would be wholly unjust. Before such a system can be established, the use of compulsion may on some occasions be necessary, but the United States acting individually could rarely afford to employ forcible means. An essential condition of the realization of the proposed system would be the ability of American statesmen to convince the Latin Americans of the disinterestedness of their country's intentions, and to this end the active cooperation of one or more Latin American countries in the realization of the plan would be indispensable. The statesmen of this country can work without cooperation as long as they are merely seeking to arouse public sentiment in favor of such a plan, or as long as they are clearing away preliminary obstacles. But no decisive step can be taken without assurance of support on the part of a certain proportion of the Latin American states, and the best way gradually to obtain such support has already been indicated by Mr. Elihu Root during his official term as Secretary of State. He has begun the work of coming to an understanding with the best element in South American opinion by his candid and vigorous expression of the fundamental interests of the United States in its relations with its American neighbors. 15 years ago, the attempt to secure effective support from any of the Latin American states in the foundation of a stable American international system would have looked hopeless. Countries with so appalling a record of domestic violence and instability could apparently be converted to a permanently peaceable behavior in respect to their neighbors only by the use of force. But recently several niches have been built into the American political structure on which a foothold may eventually be obtained. In general, the political condition of the more powerful Latin American states, such as Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, and Chile, has become more stable and more wholesome. If their condition of stability and health persists, their industrial and commercial prosperity will also continue, and little by little their political purposes will become more explicit and more significant. As soon as this stage is reached, it should be possible for American statesmen to estimate accurately the weight of the probable obstacles which any movement towards an international agreement would encounter. A series of particular steps could then be taken, tending to remove such obstacles, and, if wise, the whole question of an international agreement could be raised in some definite way. Such obstacles may prove to be insurmountable, but provided the Latin Americans can be convinced of the disinterestedness of this country, they do not look insurmountable. Acquiescence in a permanent American international system would, of course, imply a certain sacrifice of independence on the part of the several contracting states, but in return for this sacrifice, their situation in respect to their neighbors would receive a desirable certification. They would renounce the right of going to war, in return for a guarantee of their independence in other respects, and for the consequent chance of an indefinite period of orderly economic and social development. Whether they can ever be brought to such a renunciation will depend, of course, on the conception of their national interest, which the more important Latin American states will reach. As long as any one of them cherishes objects which can only be realized by war, the international system in the Western Hemisphere will remain similar to that of Europe. An actual or latent aggressiveness on the part of any one nation inevitably provokes its neighbors into a defiant and suspicious temper. It is too soon to predict whether the economic and political development of the Latin Americans during the next generation will make for a warlike or a peaceful international organization. But considering the political geography of South America and the manifest economic interests of the several states, it does not look as if any one of them had as much to gain from a militant organization as it had from a condition of comparative international security. The domestic condition of some of the Latin American states presents a serious obstacle to the creation of a stable American international system. Such a system presupposes a condition of domestic peace. The several contracting states must possess permanent and genuinely national political organizations, and no such organization is possible as long as the tradition and habit of revolution persists. As we have seen, the political habits of the more important states have in this respect enormously improved of late years, but there remains a number of minor countries wherein the right of revolution is cherished as the essential principle of their democracy. Just what can be done with such states is a knotty problem. In all probability, no American international system will ever be established without the forcible pacification of one or more such centers of disorder. Coercion should, of course, be used only in the case of extreme necessity, and it would not be just to deprive the people of such states of the right of revolution unless effective measures were at the same time taken to do away with the more or less legitimate excuses for revolutionary protest. In short, an international American political system might have to undertake a task, in states like Venezuela, similar to that which the United States is now performing in Cuba. That any attempt to secure domestic stability would be disinterested, if not successful, would be guaranteed by the participation or the express acquiescence therein of the several contracting states. The United States has already made an effective beginning in this great work, both by the pacification of Cuba and by the attempt to introduce a little order into the affairs of the turbulent Central American republics. The construction of the Panama Canal has given this country an exceptional interest in the prevalence of order and good government in the territory between Panama and Mexico, and in the near future our best opportunity for improving international political conditions in the Western Hemisphere will be found in this comparatively limited but, from a selfish point of view, peculiarly important field. Within this restricted area the same obstacles will be encountered as in the larger area, and success will depend upon the use of similar means and the exhibition of similar qualities. Very little can be achieved in Central America without the cooperation of Mexico, and without the ability to convince Mexican statesmen of the disinterested intentions of this country. In the same way, any recrudescence of revolutionary upheavals in Mexico would enormously increase the difficulties and perils of the attempt. On the other hand, success in bringing about with Mexican cooperation a condition of political security and comparative stability in Central America would augur well for the success of the larger and more difficult attempt to perform a similar work for the whole American hemisphere. The most difficult task, however, connected with the establishment of a peaceful American international system, is presented by Canada. In case such a system were constituted, Canada should most assuredly form a part of it. Yet she could not form a part of it without a radical alteration in her relations with Great Britain. Canada is tied to the British imperial system, and her policy and destiny depends upon the policy and destiny of the British Empire. She is content with this situation, not merely because she is loyal to the mother country, but because she believes that her association with Great Britain guarantees her independence in respect to the United States. Many Canadians cherish a profound conviction that the United States wishes nothing so much as the annexation of the Dominion. And the one thing in the world which they propose to prevent is a successful attack upon their independence. This is the natural attitude of a numerically weak people, divided by a long and indefensible frontier from a numerous and powerful neighbor. And while the people of this country have done nothing since the War of 1812, positively, to provoke such suspicions, they have, on the other hand, done nothing to allay them. We have never attempted to secure the goodwill of the Canadians in any respect, and we have never done anything to establish better relations. Yet unless such better relations are established, the United States will lose an indispensable ally in the making of a satisfactory political system in the Western Hemisphere, while at the same time the American people will be in the sorry situation for a sincere democracy of having created only apprehension and enmity on the part of their nearest and most intelligent neighbors. Under such circumstances, the first object of the foreign policy of the United States should be to place its relations with Canada on a better footing. There was a time when this object could have been accomplished by the negotiation of a liberal treaty of commercial reciprocity. If the commercial policy of the United States had been determined by its manifest national interest, instead of by the interests of a group of special industries, such a treaty would have been signed many years ago. A great opportunity was lost when the negotiations failed early in the 80s, because ever since, Canada has been tightening her commercial ties with Great Britain, and these ties will be still further tightened as Canada grows into a large grain exporting country. But while it will be impossible to make an arrangement as advantageous as the one which might have been made 25 years ago, the national interest plainly demands the negotiation of the most satisfactory treaty possible at the present time. And if the special interests of a few industries are allowed to stand indefinitely in the way, we shall be plainly exhibiting our incompetence to carry out an enlightened and a truly national foreign policy. We shall be branding ourselves with the mark of a merely trading democracy, which is unable to subordinate the selfish interests of a few of its citizens to the realization of a policy combining certain commercial advantages with an essential national object. Just as the maintenance of the present high protective tariff is the clearest possible indication of the domination of special over national interests in domestic politics, so the resolute opposition which these industries show to the use of the tariff as an instrument of a national foreign policy suggests that the first duty of the United States as a nation is to testify to its emancipation from such bondage by revisiting the tariff. The matter concerns not merely Canada, but the South American republics, and it is safe to say that the present policy of blind protection is an absolute bar to the realization of that improved American political system, which is the correlative in foreign affairs of domestic, individual, and social amelioration. The desirable result of the utmost possible commercial freedom between Canada and the United States would be to prepare the way for closer political association. By closer political association, I do not mean the annexation of Canada to the United States. Such annexation might not be desirable even with the consent of Canada. What I do mean is some political reorganization of the fact that the real interests of Canada in foreign affairs coincide with the interests of the United States, rather than with the interests of Great Britain. Great Britain's interest in the independence of Holland, or in the maintenance of the Turkish power in Europe, might involve England in a European war, in which Canada would have none but a sentimental stake, but from which she might suffer severe losses. At bottom, Canada needs for her political and commercial welfare disentanglement from European complications just as much as the United States, and the diplomacy, official and unofficial, of the United States should seek to convince Canada of the truth of this statement. Neither need a policy which looked in that direction necessarily incur the enmity of Great Britain. In view of the increasing cost of her responsibilities in Europe and in Asia, England has a great deal to gain by concentration, and by a partial retirement from the American continent, so far as such a retirement could be effected without being recreant to her responsibilities towards Canada. The need of such retirement has already been indicated by the diminution of her fleet in American waters. And if her expenses and difficulties in Europe and Asia increase, she might be glad to reach some arrangement with Canada and the United States, which would recognize a dominant Canadian interest in freedom from exclusively European political vicissitudes. Such an arrangement is very remote, but it looks as if under certain probable future conditions, a treaty along the following lines might be acceptable to Great Britain, Canada, and the United States. The American and the English governments would jointly guarantee the independence of Canada. Canada, on her part, would enter into an alliance with the United States, looking towards the preservation of peace on the American continents and the establishment of an American international political system. Canada and the United States, in their turn, would agree to lend the support of their naval forces to Great Britain in the event of a general European war, but solely for the purpose of protecting the cargoes of grain and other food which might be needed by Great Britain. Surely the advantages of such an arrangement would be substantial and well distributed. Canada would feel secure in her independence and would be emancipated from irrelevant European complications. The United States would gain support, which is absolutely essential for the proper pacification of the American continent, and would pay for that support only by an engagement consonant with her interest as a food exporting power. Great Britain would exchange a costly responsibility for an assurance of food in the one event which Britons must fear, viz., a general European war with strong maritime powers on the other side. Such an arrangement would, of course, be out of the question at present. But it suggests the kind of treaty which might lead Great Britain to consent to the national emancipation of Canada, and which would be effected without endangering Canadian independence. Any systematic development of the foreign policy of the United States, such as proposed herewith, will seem very wild to the majority of Americans. They will not concede its desirability, because the American habit is to proclaim doctrines and policies without considering either the implications, the machinery necessary to carry them out, or the weight of the resulting responsibilities. But in estimating the practicability of the policy proposed, the essential idea must be disentangled from any possible methods of realizing it, such as the suggested treaty between the United States, Great Britain, and Canada. An agreement along those lines may never be either practicable or prudent, but the validity of the essential idea remains unaffected by the abandonment of a detail. That idea demands the effective and far-sighted arrangements be made in order to forestall the inevitable future objections on the part of European nations to an uncompromising insistence on the Monroe Doctrine. No such arrangement is possible, except by virtue of Canadian and Mexican cooperation, as well as that of some of the South American states. It remains for American statesmen and diplomacy to discover little by little what means are practicable, and how much can be accomplished under any particular set of conditions. A candid man must admit that the obstacles may prove to be insuperable. One of any number of possible contingencies may serve to postpone its realization indefinitely. Possibly neither Canada nor Great Britain will consent to any accommodation with the United States. Possibly one or more South American states will assume an aggressive attitude towards their neighbors. Possibly their passions, prejudices, and suspicions will make them prefer the hazards and the costs of military preparations and absolute technical independence, even though their interests counsel another course. Possibly the consequences of some general war in Europe or Asia will react on the two Americas and embroil the international situation to the point of hopeless misunderstanding and confusion. Indeed, the probabilities are that in America as in Europe, the road to any permanent international settlement will be piled mountain high with dead bodies, and will be traveled, if at all, only after a series of abortive and costly experiments. But remote and precarious as is the establishment of any American international system, it is not for American statesmen necessarily either an impracticable, an irrelevant, or an unworthy object. Fail though we may in the will, the intelligence, or the power to carry it out, the systematic effort to establish a peaceable American system is just as plain and just as inevitable a consequence of the democratic national principle, as is the effort to make our domestic institutions contribute to the work of individual and social amelioration. End of Chapter 10, Section 2. Chapter 10, Section 3 of The Promise of American Life by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 10, Section 3 Democracy and Peace. A genuinely national foreign policy for the American democracy is not exhausted by the Monroe Doctrine. The United States already has certain colonial interests, and these interests may hereafter be extended. I do not propose at the present stage of this discussion to raise the question as to the legitimacy in principle of a colonial policy on the part of a democratic nation. The validity of colonial expansion, even for a democracy, is a manifest deduction from the foregoing political principles, always assuming that the people whose independence is thereby diminished are incapable of efficient national organization. On the other hand, a democratic nation cannot righteously ignore an unusually high standard of obligation for the welfare of its colonial population. It would be distinctly recreant to its duty in case it failed to provide for the economic prosperity of such a population and for their educational discipline and social improvement. It by no means follows, however, that because there is no rigid objection on democratic principles to colonial expansion, there may not be the strongest practical objection on the score of national interest to the acquisition of a particular territory. A remote colony is, under existing international conditions, even more of a responsibility than it is a source of national power and efficiency, and it is always a grave question how far the assumption of any particular responsibility is worthwhile. Without entering into any specific discussion, there can, I think, be little doubt that the United States was justified in assuming its existing responsibilities in respect to Cuba and its much more abundant responsibilities in respect to Puerto Rico. Neither can it be fairly claimed that hitherto the United States has not dealt disinterestedly and in good faith with the people of these islands. On the other hand, our acquisition of the Philippines raises a series of much more doubtful questions. These islands have been so far merely an expensive obligation, from which little benefit has resulted to this country, and a comparatively moderate benefit to the Filipinos. They have already cost an amount of money far beyond any chance of compensation, and an amount of American and Filipino blood, the shedding of which constitutes a grave responsibility. Their future defense against possible attack presents a military and naval problem of the utmost difficulty. In fact, they cannot be defended from Japan except by the maintenance of a fleet in Pacific waters, at least as large as the Japanese fleet, and it does not look probable that the United States will be able to afford, for another generation, any such concentration of naval strength in the Pacific. But even though, from the military point of view, the Philippines may constitute a source of weakness and danger, their possession will have the political advantage of keeping the American people alive to their interests in the grave problems which will be raised in the Far East by the future development of China and Japan. The future of China raises questions of American foreign policy, second only in importance to the establishment of a stable American international organization. And in relation to these questions, also, the interests of the United States and Canada tend both to coincide and to diverge, possibly, from those of Great Britain. Just what form the Chinese question will assume, after the industrial and the political awakening of China, has resulted in a more effective military organization and in greater powers both of production and consumption, cannot be predicted with any certainty. But at present, it looks as if the maintenance of the traditional American policy with respect to China, viz., the territorial integrity and the free commercial development of that country, might require quite as considerable a concentration of naval strength in the Pacific as it required by the defense of the Philippines. It is easy enough to enunciate such a policy, just as it is easy to proclaim a Monroe Doctrine which no European power has any sufficient immediate interest to dispute. But it is wholly improbable that China can be protected in its territorial integrity and its political independence without a great deal of diplomacy and more or less fighting. During the life of the coming generation there will be brought home clearly to the American people how much it will cost to assert its own essential interests in China. And the peculiar value of the Philippines as an American colony will consist largely in the fact that they will help American public opinion to realize more quickly than it otherwise would the complications and responsibilities created by Chinese political development and by Japanese ambition. The existence and the resolute and intelligent facing of such responsibilities are an inevitable and a wholesome aspect of national discipline and experience. The American people have too easily evaded them in the past, but in the future they cannot be evaded, and it is better so. The irresponsible attitude of Americans in respect to their national domestic problems may in part be traced to freedom from equally grave international responsibilities. In truth, the work of internal reconstruction and amelioration, so far from being opposed to that of the vigorous assertion of a valid foreign policy, is really correlative and supplementary thereto. And it is entirely possible that hereafter the United States will be forced into the adoption of a really national domestic policy because of the dangers and duties incurred through her relations with foreign countries. The increasingly strenuous nature of international competition and the constantly higher standards of international economic, technical, and political efficiency prescribe a constantly improving domestic, political, and economic organization. The geographical isolation which affords the United States its military security against foreign attack should not blind Americans to the merely comparative nature of their isolation. The growth of modern sea power and the vast sweep of modern national political interests have at once diminished their security and multiplied the possible sources of contact between American and European interests. No matter how peaceably the United States is inclined, and no matter how advantageously it is situated, the American nation is nonetheless constantly threatened by political warfare and constantly engaged in industrial warfare. The American people can no more afford than can a European people to neglect any necessary kind or source of efficiency. Sooner than ever before in the history of the world do a nation's sins and deficiencies find it out. Under modern conditions, a country which takes its responsibilities lightly and will not submit to the discipline necessary to political efficiency does not gradually decline, as Spain did in the 17th century. It usually goes down with a crash, as France did in 1870, or as Russia has just done. The effect of diminishing economic efficiency is not as suddenly and dramatically exhibited, but it is no less inevitable and no less severe. And the service which the very intensity of modern international competition renders to a living nation arises precisely from the searching character of the tests to which it subjects the several national organizations. Austria-Hungary has been forced to assume a secondary position in Europe because the want of national cohesion and vitality deprived her political advance of all momentum. Russia has suddenly discovered that a corrupt bureaucracy is incapable of a national organization as efficient as modern military and political competition requires. It was desirable in the interest of the Austrians, the Hungarians, and the Russians that these weaknesses should be exposed, and if the Christian states of the West ever become so organized that their weaknesses are concealed until their consequences become irremediable, Western civilization itself will be on the road to decline. The Atlantic Ocean will, in the long run, fail to offer the United States any security from the application of the same searching standards. Its democratic institutions must be justified, not merely by the prosperity which they bestow upon their own citizens, but by its ability to meet the standards of efficiency imposed by other nations. Its standing as a nation is determined precisely by its ability to conquer and to hold a dignified and important place in the society of nations. The inference inevitably is that the isolation which has meant so much to the United States, and still means so much, cannot persist in its present form. Its geographical position will always have a profound influence on the strategic situation of the United States in respect to the European powers. It should always emancipate the United States from merely European complications. But while the American nation should never seek a positive place in an exclusively European system, Europe, the United States, Japan, and China must all eventually take their respective places in a world system. While such a system is still so remote that it merely shows dimly through the obscurity of the future, its manifest desirability brings with it certain definite but contingent obligations, in addition to the general obligation of comprehensive and thoroughgoing national efficiency. It brings with it the obligation of interfering under certain possible circumstances in what may at first appear to be a purely European complication, and this specific obligation would be the result of the general obligation of a democratic nation to make its foreign policy serve the cause of international peace. Hitherto, the American preference and desire for peace has constituted the chief justification for its isolation. At some future time the same purpose, just in so far as it is sincere and rational, may demand intervention. The American responsibility in this respect is similar to that of any peace-preferring European power. If it wants peace, it must be spiritually and physically prepared to fight for it. Peace will prevail in international relations, just as order prevails within a nation, because of the righteous use of superior force, because the power which makes for pacific organization is stronger than the power which makes for a warlike organization. It looks as if, at some future time, the power of the United States might well be sufficient, when thrown into the balance, to tip the scales in favor of a comparatively pacific settlement of international complications. Under such conditions, a policy of neutrality would be a policy of irresponsibility and unwisdom. The notion of American intervention in a European conflict, carrying with it either the chance or the necessity of war, would at present be received with pious horror by the great majority of Americans. Non-interference in European affairs is conceived not as a policy dependent upon certain conditions, but as absolute law, derived from the sacred writings. If the issue should be raised in the near future, the American people would be certain to shirk it, and they would, perhaps, have some reason for a failure to understand their obligation, because the course of European political development has not yet been such as to raise the question in a decisive form. All one can say as to the existing situation is that there are certain powers which may have very much more to lose than they have to gain by war. These powers are no longer small states like Belgium, Switzerland, and Holland, but populous and powerful states like Great Britain, Italy, and France. It may be one or it may be many generations before the issue of a peaceful or a warlike organization is decisively raised. When, if ever, it is decisively raised, the system of public law, under which any organization would have to take place, may not be one which the United States could accept. But the point is that, whenever and however it is raised, the American national leaders should confront it with a sound, well-informed, and positive conception of the American national interest, rather than a negative and ignorant conception. And there is at least a fair chance that such will be the case. The experience of the American people in foreign affairs is only beginning, and during the next few generations the growth of their traffic with Asia, and with Europe, will afford them every reason and every opportunity to ponder seriously the great international problem of peace in its relation to the American national democratic interest. The idea which is most likely to lead them astray is the idea which vitiates the Monroe Doctrine in its popular form, the idea of some essential incompatibility between Europeanism and Americanism. That idea has given a sort of religious sanctity to the national tradition of isolation, and it will survive its own utility because it flatters American democratic vanity. But if such an idea should prevent the American nation from contributing its influence to the establishment of a peaceful system in Europe, America, and Asia, such a refusal would be a decisive stop towards American democratic degeneracy. It would either mean that the American nation preferred its apparently safe and easy isolation to the dangers and complications which would inevitably attend the final establishment of a just system of public law, or else it would mean that the American people believed more in Americanism than they did in democracy. A decent guarantee of international peace would be precisely the political condition which would enable the European nations to release the springs of democracy, and the Americanism which was indifferent or suspicious of the spread of democracy in Europe would incur and deserve the enmity of the European peoples. Such an attitude would constitute a species of continental provincialism and chauvinism. Hence, there is no shibboleth that patriotic Americans should fight more tenaciously and more fiercely than of America for the Americans and Europe for the Europeans. To make Pan-Americanism merely a matter of geography is to deprive it of all serious meaning. Pan-Slavism or Pan-Germanism, based upon a racial bond, would be a far more significant political idea. The only possible foundation of Pan-Americanism is an ideal democratic purpose, which, when translated into terms of international relations, demands, in the first place, the establishment of a pacific system of public law in the two Americas, and in the second place, an alliance with the pacific European powers, just in so far as a similar system has become in that continent one of the possibilities of practical politics. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11, Section 1, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 11, Section 1, Problems of Reconstruction, State Institutional Reform. In the foregoing chapter, I have traced the larger aspects of a constructive relation between the national and democratic principles in the field of foreign politics. The task remains of depicting somewhat in detail the aspect which our more important domestic problems assume from the point of view of the same relationship. The general outlines of this picture have already been roughly sketched, but the mere sketch of a fruitful general policy is not enough. A national policy must be justified by the flexibility with which, without any loss of its integrity, it can be applied to specific problems, differing radically from one to another in character and significance. That the idea of a constructive relationship between nationality and democracy is flexible, without being invertebrate, is one of its greatest merits. It is not a rigid abstract and partial ideal, as is that of an exclusively socialist or an exclusively individualist democracy. Neither is it merely a compromise, suited to certain practical exigencies, between individualism and socialism. Its central formative idea can lend itself to many different and novel applications, while still remaining true to its own fundamental interest. Flexible though the national ideal may be, its demands are in one respect inflexible. It is the strenuous and irrevocable enemy of the policy of drift. It can counsel patience, but it cannot abide collective indifference or irresponsibility. A constructive national ideal must at least seek humbly to be constructive. The only question is, as to how this responsibility for the collective welfare can at any one time be most usefully redeemed. In the case of our own country at the present time, an intelligent conception of the national interest will counsel patient agitation rather than any hazardous attempts at radical reconstruction. No such reform can be permanent or even healthy until American public opinion has been converted to a completer realization of the nature and extent of its national responsibilities. The ship of reform will gather most headway from the association of certain very moderate practical proposals with the issue of a deliberate, persistent, and far more radical challenge to popular political prejudices and errors. It will be sufficient, in case our practical proposals seek to accomplish some small measure both of political and economic reconstruction, and in case they occupy some sort of a family relation, to plans of the same kind with which American public opinion is already more or less familiar. In considering this matter of institutional reform, I shall be guided chiefly by the extent to which certain specific reforms have already become living questions. From this point of view, it would be a sheer waste of time just at present to discuss seriously any radical modification, say, to the federal Constitution. Certain transformations of the Constitution, either by insidious effective practice, by deliberate judicial construction, or by amendment are, of course, an inevitable aspect of the contemporary American political problem. But all such possible and proposed changes must be confined to specific details. They should not raise any question as to the fundamental desirability of a system of checks and balances or of any other principles upon which the federal political organization is based. Much, consequently, as a political theorist may be interested in some ideal plan of American national organization, it will be of little benefit under existing conditions to enter into such a discussion. Let it wait until Americans have come to think seriously and consistently about fundamental political problems. The federal Constitution is not all it should be, but it is better than any substitute upon which American public opinion could now agree. Modifications may and should somehow be made in details, but for now, the present, not in fundamentals. On the other hand, no similar sanctity attaches to municipal charters and state constitutions. The ordinary state constitution is a sufficiently ephemeral piece of legislation. State and municipal political forms are being constantly changed, and they are being changed because they have been so extremely unsatisfactory in their actual operation. The local political machinery becomes, consequently, the natural and useful subject of reconstructive experiments. A policy of institutional reform must prove its value, and gain its experience chiefly in this field. And in formulating such a policy, reformers will be placing their hands upon the most palpable and best recognized weakness in the American political system. A popular but ill-founded American political illusion concerns the success of their state governments. Americans tend to believe that these governments have, on the whole, served them well, whereas, in truth, they have, on the whole, been ill-served by their machinery of local administration and government. The failure has not, perhaps, been as egregious or as scandalous as has been that of their municipal institutions, but it has been sufficiently serious to provoke continual but abortive attempts to improve them, and it has had so many dangerous consequences that the cause and cure of their inefficiency constitute one of the most fundamental of American political problems. The consequences of the failure have been mitigated because the weakness of the state governments has been partly concealed and redeemed by the comparative strength and efficiency of the central government. But the failures have nonetheless been sufficiently distressing, and if they are permitted to continue, they will compromise the success of the American democratic experiment. The federal government has done much to ameliorate the condition of the American people, whereas the state governments have done little or nothing. Instead of representing, as a government should, the better contemporary ideals and methods, they have reflected at best the average standard of popular behavior, and at worst a standard decidedly below the average. The lawlessness which so many Americans bemoan in American life must be traced to the inefficiency of the state governments. If the central government had shared this weakness, the American political organism would have already dissolved in violence and bloodshed. The local authorities retain under the American federal organization many of the primary functions of government. They preserve order, administer civil and criminal justice, collect taxes for general and local purposes, and are directly or indirectly responsible for the system of public education. If it can be proved that the state governments have exercised any of these functions in an efficient manner, that proof certainly does not lie upon the surface of the facts. The provisions they have made for keeping order have been utterly inadequate, and have usually broken down when any serious reason for disorder has existed. A certain part of this violence is, moreover, the immediate result of the failure of American criminal justice. The criminal laws have been so carefully framed and so admirably expounded for the benefit of the lawyers and their clients, the malefactors, that a very large proportion of American murderers escape the proper penalty of their acts. and these dilatory and dubious judicial methods are undoubtedly one effective cause of the prevalence of lynching in the South. There is more to be said in favor of our civil than of our criminal courts. In spite of a good deal of corruption and of subserviency to special interests, the judges are usually honest men and good average lawyers, but the fact that they are elected for comparatively short terms has made them the creatures of the political machine and has demoralized their political standards. They use court patronage largely for the benefit of the machine, and whatever influence they have in politics is usually exercised in favor of the professional politician. If they do not constitute a positive weakness in the system of local government, they are certainly far from constituting a source of strength, and considering the extent to which our government is a government of judges, they should exercise a far more beneficent influence than they do. Neither are the administrative and legislative responsibilities of the states redeemed with any more success. The tax systems of the several states are in a chaotic condition. Their basis consists of the old property tax, which under its application to modern conditions has become both unjust and unproductive, but which the state legislatures seem to be wholly incapable of either abandoning or properly transforming. In the matter of education, the states have been, except in the South, liberal, but they have not been as intelligent and well-informed as they have been well-intentioned. The educational system of the country is not only chaotic, but it is very imperfectly adapted to the needs of an industrial and agricultural democracy. Finally, if the legislatures of the several states have ever done anything to increase respect for the wisdom and conservatism of American representative government, it is certainly hard to discover implications thereof. The financial and economic legislation of the states has usually shown incompetence and frequently dishonesty. They have sometimes been ready to repudiate their debts. In their relations to the corporations, they have occupied the positions alternately of blackmailers and creatures. They have been as ready to confiscate private property as they have to confer on it excessive privileges. If the word law means something less majestic and authoritative to Americans than it should, the mass of trivial, contradictory, unwise, ephemeral, and corrupt legislation passed by the state legislatures is largely responsible. No doubt a certain part of this failure of the state governments is irremediable, as long as existing standards of public and private morality prevail, but most assuredly a certain part is the direct result of unwise organization. American state governments have been corrupt and inefficient, largely because they have been organized for the benefit of corrupt and inefficient men. And as long as they continue to be organized on such a basis, no permanent or substantial improvement can be expected. Moreover, any reorganization in order to be effective must not deal merely with details and expedients. It must be as radical as are the existing disorganization and abuses. It must be founded on a different relation between the executive and legislative branches, and a wholly different conception of the function of a state legislative body. The demand for some such reorganization has already become popular, particularly in the West. A generation or more ago, the makers of new state constitutions, being confronted by palpable proofs of the inefficiency and corruption of the state governments, sought to provide a remedy, chiefly by limiting the power of the legislature. All sorts of important details, which would have formerly been left to legislative action, were incorporated in the fundamental law, and in the same spirit severe restrictions were imposed on legislative procedure, designed to prevent the most flagrant existing abuses. These prudent measures have not served to improve the legislative output, and the reformers are now crying for more drastic remedies. In the West, the tendency is to transfer legislative authority from a representative body directly to the people. A movement in favor of the initiative and the referendum is gaining so much headway that in all probability it will spread throughout the country, much as the Australian ballot did over a decade ago. But the adoption of the initiative and the referendum substitutes a new principle for the one which has hitherto underlain American local institutions. Representative government is either abandoned thereby or very much restricted, and direct government, so far as possible, is substituted for it. Such a fundamental principle and tradition as that of representation should not be thrown away, unless the change can be justified by a specific, comprehensive, and conclusive analysis of the causes of the failure of the state governments. The analysis upon which the advocates of the initiative and the referendum base their reform has the merit of being obvious. American legislatures have betrayed the interests of their constituents and have been systematically passing laws for the benefit of corrupt and special interests. The people must consequently take back the trust which has been delegated to representative bodies. They must resume at least the power to initiate the legislation they want, and no law dealing with a really important subject should be passed without their direct consent. Such an analysis of the causes of legislative corruption and incompetence is not as correct as it is obvious. It is based upon the old and baleful democratic tendency of always seeking the reason for the failure of a democratic enterprise in some personal betrayal of trust. Neither is the betrayal attributed to some defect of organization which neglects to give the representative individual a sufficient chance. The responsibility for the failure is fastened on the selected individual himself, and the conclusion is drawn that the people cannot trust representatives to serve them honestly and efficiently. The course of reasoning is precisely the same as that which prompted the Athenian democracy to order the execution of an unsuccessful general. In the case of our own state legislatures, a most flagrant betrayal of trust has assuredly occurred, but before inferring from this betrayal that selected individuals cannot be trusted to legislate properly on behalf of their constituents, it would be just as well to inquire whether individual incompetence and turpitude are any sufficient reason for this particular failure of representative institutions. As a matter of fact, they are no sufficient reason. When a large number of individuals to whom authority is delegated exercise that authority improperly, one may safely infer that the system is at fault as much as the individual. Local American legislative organization has courted failure. Both the system of representation and functions of the representative body have been admirably calculated to debase the quality of the representatives and to nullify the value of their work. American state legislatures have really never had a fair opportunity. They have almost from the beginning been deprived of any effective responsibility. The state constitutions have gradually hedged them in with so many restrictions, have gone so much into detail in respect to state organization and policy, that the legislatures really had comparatively little to do, except to deal with matters of current business. They offered no opportunity for a man of ability and public spirit. When such men drifted into a local legislature, they naturally escaped as soon as they could to some larger and less obstructed field of action. If the American people want better legislatures, they must adopt one of two courses. Either they must give their legislative bodies something more and better to do, or else they must arrange so that these bodies will have a chance to perform an inferior but definite service more capably. The legislatures have been corrupt and incapable, chiefly because they have not been permitted any sufficient responsibility, but this irresponsibility itself has had more than one cause. It cannot be traced exclusively to the diminished confidence and power reposed in representative bodies by the state constitutions. Early in the 19th century, the legislatures were granted almost full legislative powers, and if they did not use those powers well, they used them much better than at a later period. Their corruption began with the domination of the political machine, and it is during the last two generations that their powers and responsibilities have been more and more restricted. They have undoubtedly been more corrupt and incompetent in proportion as they have been increasingly deprived of power, but the restrictions imposed upon them have been as much an effect as a cause of their corruption. There is a deeper reason for their deficiencies, and this reason is connected with the maladaptation of the whole system of American state government to its place in the federal system. The federal organization took away from the states a number of the most important governmental functions, and in certain respects absolutely subordinated the state to the nation. In this way, the actual responsibilities and the powers of the state governments were very much diminished, while at the same time no sufficient allowance for such a diminution was made in framing their organization. Their governments were organized along the same lines as that of an independent state, in spite of the fact that they had abandoned so many of the responsibilities and prerogatives of independence. The effect of this maladaptation of the state political institutions to their place in a federal system has been much more important than it is usually supposed. The former were planned to fulfill a much completer responsibility than the one to which they actually possessed. The public business of a wholly or technically independent state naturally arouses in its citizens a much graver sense of responsibility than does the public business of a state in the American Union. The latter retained many important duties, but it surrendered, if not the most essential of its functions, at least the most critical and momentous, while in the exercise of the remainder it was to a certain extent protected against the worst consequences of mistakes or perversities. It surrendered the power of making peace or declaring war. Its relation to the other states in the Union was strictly defined, so that it had no foreign policy and responsibilities corresponding to its purely domestic ones. Its citizens were aware that the protection of such fundamental institutions as that of private property was lodged in the federal government, and that in the end that government had the power to guarantee them, even against the worst consequences of domestic disorder. Thus the state governments were placed in the easy situation of rich annuitants who had surrendered the control of some political capital in order to enjoy with less care the opportunities of a plethoric income. The foregoing comment is not intended as any disparagement of a federal as contrasted with a centralized political system. Its purpose is to justify the statement that, in a federal system, local political institutions should be adapted to their necessarily restricted functions. The state governments were organized as smaller copies of the central government, and the only alterations in the type permitted by the Democrats looked in the direction of a further distribution of responsibility. But a system which was adapted to the comprehensive task of securing the welfare of a whole people might well fail as an engine of merely local government, even though the local government retained certain major political functions. As a matter of fact, such has been the case. The system of a triple division of specific powers, each one of which was vigorous in its own sphere, while at the same time checked and balanced by the other branches of the government, has certain advantages and certain disadvantages. The great advantage is its comparative safety, because under it no one function of government can attain to any dangerous excess of power. Its great disadvantage consists in the division of responsibility among three independent departments, and the possibility that the public interest would suffer either from lack of cooperation or from actual conflicts. In the case of the general government, the comparative safety of the system of checks and balances was of paramount importance, because the despotic exercise of its vast powers would have wrecked the whole American political system. On the other hand, the disadvantages of such a system, its division of responsibility and the possible lack of cooperation among the several departments, were mitigated to a considerable, if not a sufficient extent. National parties came into existence with the function of assuming a responsibility which no single group of federal officials possessed, and in their management of national affairs, the partisan leaders were prompted by a certain amount of patriotism and interest in the public welfare. Even at Washington the system works badly enough in certain respects, but in general the dominant party can be held to a measure of responsibility, and effective cooperation is frequently obtained in matters of foreign policy and the like, through the action of patriotic and disinterested motives. In the state governments, the advantages of a system of checks and balances were of small importance, while its disadvantages were magnified. The state governments had no reason to sacrifice concentrated efficiency to safety, because in a federal organization the temporary exercise of arbitrary executive or legislative power in one locality would not have entailed any irretrievable consequences, and could not impair the fundamental integrity of the American system. But if a state had less to lose from a betrayal by a legislature or an executive of a substantially complete responsibility for the public welfare, it was not protected to the same extent as the central government against the abuses of a diffused responsibility. In the state capitals, as at Washington, the national parties did, indeed, make themselves responsible for the management of public affairs, and for the harmonious cooperation of the executive and a legislature. But in their conduct of local business, the national parties retained scarcely a vestige of national patriotism. Their behavior was dictated by the most selfish factional and personal motives. They did, indeed, secure the cooperation of the different branches of the government, but largely for corrupt or undesirable purposes. And after the work was done, the real authors of it could hide behind the official division of responsibility. If the foregoing analysis is correct, the partial failure of American state governments is to be imputed chiefly to their lack of a centralized responsible organization. In their case, a very simple and very efficient legislative and administrative system is the more necessary, because only through such a machinery can the local public spirit receive any effective expression. It can hardly be expected that American citizens will bring as much public spirit to their local public business as to the more stirring affairs of the whole nation. And what local patriotism there is should be confronted by no unnecessary obstacles. If a mistake or an abuse occurs, the responsibility for it should be unmistakable and absolute, while if a reform candidate or party is victorious, they should control a machinery of government wholly sufficient for their purposes. As soon as any attempt is made to devise a system which does concentrate responsibility and power, serious difficulties are encountered. Concentration of responsibility can be thought about in one of two ways, either by subordinating the legislature to the executive or the executive to the legislature. There are precedents both here and abroad in favor of each of these methods, and their comparative advantages must be briefly sketched. The subordination of the executive to the legislature would conform to the early American political tradition. We have usually associated executive authority with arbitrary and despotic political methods, and we have tended to assume that a legislative body was much more representative of popular opinion. During or immediately preceding the Revolutionary War, the legislatures of the several states were endowed with almost complete control, a control which was subject only to the constitutional bills of rights, and it has been seriously and frequently proposed to revive this complete legislative responsibility. Under such a system, the legislature would elect the chief executive, if not the judicial officials, and it would become like the British Parliament, exclusively and comprehensively responsible for the work of government, both in its legislative and administrative branches. The foregoing type of organization has so many theoretical advantages that one would like to see it tried in some American states. But for the present it is not likely to be tried. The responsibility of the legislature could not be exercised without the creation of some institution corresponding to the British cabinet, and the whole tendency of American political development has been away from any approach to the English parliamentary system. Whatever the theoretical advantages of legislative omnipotence, it would constitute in this country a dangerous and dubious method of concentrating local governmental responsibility and power. It might succeed, in case it were accompanied by the adoption of some effective measures for improving the quality of the representation, such, for instance, as the abandonment of all existing traditions necessitating the residence of the representative in the district he represents. This American political practice always has and always will tend to give mediocrity to the American popular representation, but it corresponds to one of the most fundamental of American political prejudices, and for the present its abandonment is out of the question. The work of improving the quality of the average American representative from a small district appears to be hopeless, because as a matter of fact such small districts, and the work imposed on their representatives, can hardly prove tempting to able men. And unless the American legislator is really capable of becoming exceptionally representative, the fastening of exclusive responsibility upon the state legislatures could hardly result in immediate success. Its intrinsic merits might carry it to ultimate success, but not until it had transformed many American political practices and traditions. The truth is that certain very deep and permanent causes underlie American legislative degeneracy. When the American legislative system was framed, a representative body possessed a much better chance than it does now of becoming a really representative body. It constituted at the time an effective vehicle for the formulation and expression of public opinion. Public questions had not received the complete ventilation on the platform and in the press that they obtain at the present time, and in the debate of a representative assembly, the chance existed of a really illuminating and formative conflict of opinion. Representatives were often selected, who were capable of adding something to the candid and serious consideration of a question of public policy. The need helped to develop men capable of meeting it. Now, however, American legislatures, with the partial exception of the federal Senate, have ceased to be deliberative bodies. Public questions receive their effective discussion in the press and on the platform. Public opinion is definitely formed before the meeting of the legislature, and the latter has become simply a vehicle for realizing or betraying the mandates of popular opinion. Its function is, or should be, to devise or to help in the devising of means necessary to accomplish a predetermined policy. Its members have little or no initiative and little or no independence. Legislative projects are imposed upon them either by party leaders, by special interests, or at times by the executive and public opinion. Their work is, at best, that of committeemen and at worst that of mercenaries, paid to betray their original employers. A successful attempt to bestow upon legislative bodies, composed of such doubtful material and subject to such equivocal traditions, anything resembling complete government responsibility, would be a dangerous business. Legislatures have degenerated into the condition of being merely agents rather than principals in the work of government, and the strength and the propriety of the contemporary movement in favor of the initiative and the referendum is to be attributed to this condition. The increasing introduction of the referendum into the local political organization is partly a recognition of the fact that the legislatures have ceased to play an independent part in the work of government. There is every reason to believe that hereafter the voters will obtain and keep a much more complete and direct control over the making of their laws than that which they have exerted hitherto, and the possible desirability of the direct exercise of this function cannot be disputed by any loyal Democrat. The principle upon which the referendum is based is unimpeachable, but a question remains as to the manner in which the principle of direct legislation can be best embodied in a piece of practical political machinery. And the attempt to solve this question involves a consideration of the general changes in our system of local government which may be required as a result of the application of the new principle. The necessary limits of this discussion forbid any exhaustive consideration of the foregoing questions, and I must content myself with a brief summary of the method in which the principle of direct legislation can be made the part of an efficient local political system. The difficulty is to find some means of distinguishing that part of the legislative responsibility which should be retained by the people and that part which, in order to be effectively redeemed, must be delegated. Obviously, the part to be retained is the function of accepting or rejecting certain general proposals respecting state organization or policy. An American electorate is or should be entirely competent to decide whether, in general, it wishes gambling or the sale of intoxicating liquors to be suppressed, whether it is willing or unwilling to delegate large judicial and legislative authority to commissions, or whether it wishes to exempt buildings from local taxation. In retaining the power of deciding for itself these broad questions of public legislative policy, it is exercising a function adapted to the popular intelligence, and both disciplinary and formative in its effect on those who take the responsibility seriously. Under any system of popular government, even under a parliamentary system, such general questions are eventually submitted to popular decision, and the more decisively they can be submitted, the better. On the other hand, there is a large part of the work of government which must be delegated by the people to select individuals, because it can be efficiently exercised only by peculiarly experienced or competent men. The people are capable of passing upon the general principle embodied in a proposed law, but they cannot be expected to decide with any certainty of judgment about amendments or details, which involve for their intelligent consideration technical and special knowledge. Efficient lawmaking is as much a matter of well-prepared and well-tempered detail as it is of an excellent general principle, and this branch of legislation must necessarily be left to experts, selected in one way or another, to represent the popular interest. How can they be best selected, and what should be their functions? An answer to these questions involves a consideration of the changes which the referendum should bring with it in the whole system of local government, an aspect of the matter which according to the usual American habit has hitherto been neglected. In states like Oregon, the power of initiating and consummating legislation is bestowed on the electorate without being taken away from the legislature, and a certain share of necessary political business is left to a body which has been expressly declared unworthy to exercise a more important share of the same task. A legislative body, whose responsibilities and power are still further reduced, will probably exercise their remaining functions with even greater incompetence, and will, if possible, be composed of a still more inferior class of legislative agents. If the legislature is to perform the inferior, but still necessary functions that will necessarily remain in its hands, an attempt should certainly be made to obtain a better quality of representation. No direct system of state government can constitute any really substantial improvement on the existing system, unless either the legislature is deprived of all really essential functions, or the quality of its membership improved. The legislature, or some representative body corresponding to it, cannot, however, be deprived of certain really essential functions. The task of preparing legislation for reference to the people, so that a question of public policy will be submitted in a decisive and acceptable form, belongs naturally to a representative body. And the same statement is true respecting the legislative work, essential to the administration of a state's business affairs. The supply bills demand an amount of inspection in detail, which can obtain only by expert supervision, and so it is in respect to various minor legislative matters, which do not raise question of general policy, but which amount to little more than problems of local administrative detail. A representative body must be provided which shall perform work of this kind, and again, it must be said that existing legislatures would perform these more restricted functions, even worse than they have performed a completer legislative duty. Their members are experts in nothing but petty local politics. They are usually wholly incapable of drawing a bill, or of passing intelligently on matters either of technical or financial detail. If they represent anything, it is the interest of their district rather than that of the state. The principle of direct legislation, in order to become really constructive, must bring with it more effective auxiliary machinery than any which existing legislatures can supply. The kind of machinery needed can be deduced from the character of the work. The function of the representative body, needed under a system of direct legislation, is substantially that of a legislative and administrative council or commission. It should be an experienced body of legal, administrative, and financial experts, comparatively limited in numbers, and selected in a manner to make them solicitous of the interests of the whole state. They should be elected, consequently, from comparatively large districts, or, if possible, by the electorate of the whole state under some system of cumulative voting, or, if possible, by the electorate of the whole state under some system of cumulative voting. The work of such a council would not be in any real sense legislative, and its creation would simply constitute a candid recognition of the plain fact that our existing legislatures, either with or without the referendum, no longer perform a responsible legislative function. It would be tantamount to a scientific organization of the legislative committees, which at the present time exercise an efficient control over the so-called legislative output. This council would mediate between the governor, who administered the laws, and the people who enacted them. It would constitute a check upon the governor, and would in turn be checked by him, while it would act in relation to the people as a sort of technical advisory commission, with the duty of preparing legislation for popular enactment or rejection. But how would such specific legislative proposals originate? Before answering this question, let us consider how important bills actually originate under the existing system. They are in almost every case imposed upon the legislature by some outside influence. Sometimes they are prepared by corporation lawyers, and are introduced by the special corporation representatives. Sometimes they originate with the party bosses, and are intended to promote some more or less important partisan purpose. Sometimes they are drawn by associations of reformers, and go to the legislature with whatever support from public opinion the association can collect. Finally, they are frequently introduced at the suggestion of the governor, and of late years during the growth of the reform movement, the executive has in point of fact become more and more responsible for imposing on the legislature laws desired or supposed to be desired by the electorate. Of these different sources of existing legislation, the last suggests a manner of initiating legislation which is most likely to make for the efficient concentration of governmental responsibility. The governor should be empowered not merely to suggest legislation to the council, but to introduce it into the council. His right to introduce legislation need not be exclusive, but bills introduced by him should have certain precedents, and their consideration should claim a definite amount of the council's time. The council would possess, of course, full right of rejection or amendment. In the case of rejection or an amendment not acceptable to the governor, the question at issue would be submitted to popular vote. The method of originating legislation suggested above is, of course, entirely different from that ordinarily associated with the referendum. According to the usual methods of direct legislation, any body of electors of a certain size can effect the introduction of a bill and its submission to popular vote, but a method of this kind is really no method at all. It allows the electorate to be bombarded with a succession of legislative proposals, turning perhaps on radical questions of public policy like the single tax, which may be well or ill drawn, which may or may not be living questions of the day, which may or may not have received sufficient preparatory discussion, and which would keep public opinion in a wholly unnecessary condition of ferment. Some organized control over the legislative proposals submitted to popular approval is absolutely necessary, and the sort of control suggested above merely conforms to the existing unofficial practice of those states wherein public opinion has been aroused. The best reform legislation now enacted usually originates in executive mansions. Why should not the practice be made official? If it were so, every candidate for governor would have to announce either a definite legislative policy or the lack of one, and the various items composing this policy would be fully discussed during the campaign. In proposing such a policy, the governor would be held to a high sense of responsibility. He could not escape from the penalties of an unwise, an ill-drawn, or a foolhardy legislative proposal. At the same time, he would be obliged constantly to meet severe criticism, both as to the principle and details of his measures on the part of the Legislative Council. Such criticism would fasten upon any weakness and would sufficiently protect the public against the submission of unnecessary, foolish, or dangerous legislative proposals. I am aware, of course, that the plan of legislative organization, vaguely sketched above, will seem to be most dubious to the great majority of Americans intelligently interested in political matters. But before absolutely condemning these suggestions as wild or dangerous, the reader should consider the spirit in which, and the purpose for which they are made. My intention has not been to prepare a detailed plan of local government organization, and to stamp it as the only one which is correct in principle and coherent in detail. In a sense, I care nothing about the precise suggestions submitted in the preceding paragraphs. They are offered, not as a definite plan of local political organization, but as the illustration of a principle. The principle is that both power and responsibility in affairs of local government should be peculiarly concentrated. It cannot be concentrated without some simplification of machinery, and without giving either the legislature or the executive a dominant authority. In the foregoing plan, the executive has been made dominant, because, as a matter of fact, recent political experience has conclusively proved that the executives, elected by the whole constituency, are much more representative of public opinion than are the delegates of petty districts. 100 district agents represent only 100 districts and not the whole state, or the state insofar as it is whole. In the light of current American political realities, the executive deserves the greater share of responsibility and power, and that is why the proposal is made to bestow it on him. The other details of the foregoing plan have been proposed in a similar spirit. They are innovations, but they are innovations which may naturally, and perhaps should, result from certain living practices and movements in American local politics. They merely constitute an attempt to give those ideas and practices candid recognition. No such reorganization may ever be reached in American local government, and I may have made essential mistakes in estimating the real force of certain current practices and the real value of certain remedial experiments. But on 2 points the argument admits of no concession. Any practical scheme of local institutional reform must be based on the principle of more concentrated responsibility and power, and it must be reached by successive experimental attempts to give a more consistent and efficient form to actual American political practices. The bestowal upon an executive of increased official responsibility and power will be stigmatized by old-fashioned Democrats as dangerously despotic, and it may be admitted that in the case of the central government, any official increase of executive power might bring with it the risk of usurpation. The Constitution of the United States has made the President a much more responsible and vigorous executive in his own sphere of action than are the governors of the several states in theirs, and he can with his present power exercise a tolerably effective control over legislation. But the states, for reasons already given, are protected against the worst possible consequences of illegal usurpation, and in any event the people, in case their interests are threatened, could make use of a simple and absolutely effective remedy. The action of the governor or of any member of the Legislative Council could be challenged by the application of the recall. He could be made to prove his loyalty to the Constitution and to the public interest by the holding of a special election at the instance of a sufficient number of voters, and if he could not justify any possibly dubious practices, he could be displaced and replaced. The recall is for this purpose a useful and legitimate political device. It has the appearance at the first glance of depriving an elected official of the sense of independence and security which he may derive from his term of office, and unquestionably, if applied to officials who served for very short terms and exercised no effective responsibility during service, it would deprive them of what little power of public service they possessed. On the other hand, it is right that really responsible and vigorous officials serving for comparatively long terms should be subjected to the check of a possible recall of the popular trust. No plan of political organization can, in the nature of things, offer an absolute guarantee that a government will not misuse its powers, but a government of the kind suggested, should it prove to be either corrupt or incompetent, should remain in control only by the express acquiescence of the electorate. Its corruption and incompetence could not be concealed, and would inevitably entail serious consequences. On the other hand, the results of any peculiar efficiency and political wisdom would be equally conspicuous. Men of integrity, force, and ability would be tempted to run for office by the stimulating opportunity offered for effective achievement. Such a government would, consequently, press into its service whatever public-spirited and energetic men the community possessed, and it would represent not an inferior or even an average standard public opinion and ideas, but the highest standard which the people could be made to accept. Provided only the voters themselves were on the whole patriotic, well-intentioned, and loyal, it would be bound to make not for a stagnant routine, but for a gradually higher level of local political action. End of Chapter 11, Section 1. Chapter 11, Section 2, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 11, Section 2, State Administrative Reform. The foregoing discussion of the means which may be taken to make American local governments more alive to their responsibilities has been confined to the Department of Legislation. The Department of Administration is, however, almost equally important, and some attempt must be made to associate with a reform of the local legislature a reform of the local administration. The questions of administrative efficiency and the best method of obtaining it demand special and detailed consideration. In this case, the conclusions reached will apply as much to the central and municipal as they do to the state administrations, but the whole matter of administrative efficiency can be most conveniently discussed in relation to the proper organization of a state government. The false ideas and practices which have caused so much American administrative inefficiency originated in the states and thence infected the central government. On the other hand, the reform of these practices made its first conquests at Washington, and therefore was languidly and indifferently taken over by many of the states. The state politicians have never adopted it in good faith, because real administrative efficiency would, by virtue of the means necessarily taken to accomplish it, undermine the stability of the political machine. The power of the machine can never be broken without a complete reform of our local administrative systems, and the discussion of that reform is more helpful in relation to the state than in relation to the central government. Civil service reform was the first movement of the kind to make any headway in American politics. Within a few years after the close of the war, it had waxed into an issue which the politicians could not ignore, and while its first substantial triumph was postponed until late in the 70s, it has, on the whole, been more completely accepted than any important reforming idea. It has secured the energetic support of every president during the last 25 years. It has received at all events the verbal homage of the two national parties, and it can point to affirmative legislation in the great majority of the states. It meets at the present time with practically no open and influential opposition. Nevertheless, the merit system has not met the expectations of its most enthusiastic supporters. Abuses have not been abolished wherever the reform has been introduced, but the abolition of abuses has not made for any marked increase of efficiency. The civil service is still very far from being in a satisfactory condition either in the central, state, or municipal offices. Moreover, the passage of reform laws has not had any appreciable effect upon the viability or the power of the professional politician. The machine has, on the whole, increased rather than diminished in power during the past 25 years. Civil service reform is no longer as vigorously opposed as it used to be, because it is no longer feared. The politicians have found that in its ordinary shape, it really does not do them any essential harm. The consequence is that the agitation has drifted to the rear of the American political battle, and fails to excite either the enthusiasm, the enmity, or the interest that it did 15 years ago. The partial failure has been due to the fact that the reformers merely attacked one of the symptoms of a disease which was more deeply rooted and more virulent than they supposed. They were outraged by the appointment of administrative officials solely as a reward for partisan service, and without reference to their qualifications for their official duties, and two means were devised to strike at this abuse. Lower administrative officials were protected in their positions by depriving their superiors of the power of removing them except for cause, and it was provided that new appointments should be made from lists of candidates whose eligibility was guaranteed by their ability to pass examinations in subjects connected with the work of the office. These were undoubtedly steps in a better direction, but they have failed to be effective, because the attempt to secure a more meritorious selection of public servants was not applied to higher grades of the service. At the head of every public office was a man who had been appointed or elected, chiefly for partisan reasons, who served only for a short time, who could become familiar with the work of his office, if at all, only slowly, and who, because of his desire to be surrounded by his own henchmen, was the possible enemy of the permanent staff. The civil service laws have been designed, consequently, to a very considerable extent, for the purpose of protecting the subordinates against their chiefs, and that is scarcely to be conceived as a method of organizing administrative employees helpful to administrative efficiency. The chiefs were allowed comparatively little effective authority over their subordinates, and subordinates could not be held to any effective responsibility. A premium was placed upon ordinary routine work which observed carefully all the official forms, but which was calculated with equal care not to task its perpetrators. The American civil service will never be really reformed by the sort of civil service laws which have hitherto been passed, no matter how faithfully those laws may be executed. The only way in which administrative efficiency can be secured is by means of an organization which makes a departmental chief absolutely responsible for energetic work and economical administration in his office, and no such responsibility can exist as long as his subordinates are independent of him. He need not necessarily have the power to discharge his subordinates, except with the consent of a board of inspectors. But he should have the power to promote them to positions of higher responsibility and income, or to degrade them to comparatively insignificant positions. Efficiency cannot be secured in any other way, because no executive official can be held accountable for good work, unless his control over his subordinates is effective. So far as the existing civil service laws in city, state, and the United States fail to bestow full responsibility, coupled with sufficient authority upon departmental chiefs, they should be altered. And their alteration should be made part of any plan of constructive reform in the civil service. The responsibility of departmental chiefs and their effective authority over their subordinates necessarily imply changes in the current methods of selecting these officials. The prevailing methods are unwise and chaotic. In some cases they are appointed by the chief executive. In other cases they are elected. But whether appointed or elected, they are selected chiefly for partisan service. They hold office only for a few years. They rarely have any particular qualification for their work. They cannot be expected either to take very much interest in their official duties, or use their powers in an efficient manner. To give such temporary office holders a large measure of authority over their subordinates would mean in the long run that such authority would be used chiefly for political purposes. Administrative efficiency, consequently, can only be secured by the adoption of a method of selecting departmental chiefs, which will tend to make them expert public servants rather than politicians. They must be divorced from political associations. They must be emancipated from political vicissitudes. The success of their career must depend exclusively upon the excellence of their departmental work. As long as these public servants are elected, no such result can be expected. The practice of electing the incumbents of subordinate executive positions inevitably invites the evasion of responsibility and the selection of the candidate chiefly for partisan service. When such a man stands for renomination or re-election, his administrative efficiency or inefficiency, unless the latter should chance to be particularly flagrant, does not affect his chances. He is renominated in case he has served his party well, or in case no one else who wants the job has in the meantime served it better. He is re-elected in case his party happens to have kept public confidence. Departmental chiefs can be made responsible for their work only by being subordinated to a chief executive whose duty it is to keep his eye on his subordinates and who is accountable to the people for the efficient conduct of all the administrative offices. The former, consequently, must be selected by appointment, they must be installed in office for an indefinite period, and they must be subject to removal by the chief executive. Those are the terms upon which all private employees serve, and on no other terms will equally efficient results be obtained from public officials. Under a democratic political system there is, of course, no way of absolutely guaranteeing that any method of administrative organization, however excellent in itself, will accomplish the desired and the desirable result. Administrative authority must at some point always originate in an election. The election can delegate power only for a limited period. At the end of the limited period, another executive will be chosen, possibly a man representing a wholly different political policy. Such a man will want his immediate advisers to share his political point of view, and it is always possible that in electing him, the voters will make a mistake and choose an incompetent and irresponsible person. An incompetent or disloyal executive could undoubtedly, under such a system, do much to disorganize the public service. But what will you have? There can be no efficiency without responsibility. There can be no responsibility without authority. The authority and responsibility residing ultimately in the people must be delegated, and it must not be emasculated in the process of delegation. If it is abused, the people should at all events be able to fix the offense and to punish the offender. At present our administration is organized chiefly upon the principle that the executive shall not be permitted to do much good for fear that he will do harm. It ought to be organized on the principle that he shall have full power to do either well or ill, but that if he does do ill, he will have no defense against punishment. The principle is the same as it is in the case of legislative responsibility. If under those conditions the voters should persist in electing incompetent or corrupt executives, they would deserve the sort of government they would get, and would probably in the end be deprived of their vote. A system of local government, designed for concentrating power and responsibility, might, consequently, be shaped along the following general lines. Its core would be a chief executive, elected for a comparatively long term, and subject to recall under certain defined conditions. He would be surrounded by an executive council, similar to the president's cabinet, appointed by himself and consisting of a controller, attorney general, secretary of state, commissioner of public works, and the like. So far, his position would not differ radically from that of the President of the United States, except that he would be subject to recall. But he would have the additional power of introducing legislation into a legislative council and, in case his proposed legislation were rejected or amended in an unacceptable manner, of appealing to the electorate. The legislative council would be elected from large districts and, if possible, by some cumulative system of voting. They, also, might be subject to recall. They would have the power, dependent on the governor's veto, of authorizing the appropriation of public money and, also, of passing on certain minor classes of legislation, closely associated with administrative functions. But in relation to all legislation of substantial importance, express popular approval would be necessary. The chief executive should possess the power of removing any administrative official in the employ of the state, and of appointing a successor. He would be expected to choose an executive council, who agreed with him in all essential matters of public policy, just as the president is expected to appoint his cabinet. His several counselors would be executive officials, responsible for particular departments of the public service. But they would exercise their authority through permanent departmental chiefs, just as the Secretary of War delegates much of his authority to a chief of staff, or an English minister to a permanent undersecretary. The system could offer no guarantee that the subordinate departmental chiefs would be absolutely permanent, but at all events they would not be changed at fixed periods or for irrelevant reasons. They would be just as permanent or as transient as the good of the service demanded. Insofar, that is, as the system was carried out in good faith, they would be experts, absolutely the masters of the technical business of the offices, and of the abilities and services of their subordinates. The weak point in such administrative organization is undoubtedly the relation between the members of the governor's council and their chiefs of staff, but there must be a weak link in any organization which seeks to convert the changing views of public policy, dependent upon an election, into responsible, efficient, and detailed administrative acts. If the system were not accepted in good faith, if in the long run it were not carried out by officials who were disinterestedly and intelligently working in the public interest, it would be bound to fail, but so would any method of political organization. This particular plan simply embodies the principle that the way to get good public service out of men is to give them a sufficient chance. Under the proposed system, the only powers possessed by the state executive, not now bestowed upon the President of the United States, would consist in an express and an effective control over legislation. It would be his duty to introduce legislation whenever it was, in his opinion, desirable, and in case his bills were amended to death or rejected, it would be his right to appeal to the people. He would, in addition, appoint all state officials except the Legislative Council, and perhaps the judges of the highest court. On the other hand, he would be limited by the recall, and he could not get any important legislative measure on the statute books, except after severe technical criticism and express popular consent. He could accomplish nothing without the support of public opinion, yet he could be held absolutely responsible for the good government of the state. A demagogue elected to a position of such power and responsibility might do a great deal of harm. But if a democratic political body cannot distinguish between the leadership of able and disinterested men and self-seeking charlatans, the loss and perhaps the suffering resulting from their indiscriminate blindness would constitute a desirable means of political education, particularly when the demagogue, as in the case under consideration, could not really damage the foundations of the state. And the charlatan or the incompetent could be sent into retreat just as soon as exposed. The danger not only has a salutary aspect, but it seems a small price to pay for the chance, thereby afforded, for really efficient and responsible government. The chief executive, when supported by public opinion, would become a veritable boss, and he would inevitably be the sworn enemy of unofficial bosses who now dominate local politics. He would have the power to purify American local politics, and this power he would be obliged to use. The logic of his whole position would convert him into an enemy of the machine, insofar as the machine was using any governmental function for private, special, or partisan purposes. The real boss would destroy the sham bosses, and no other means, as yet suggested, will, I believe, be sufficient to accomplish such a result. After the creation of such a system of local government, the power of the professional politician would not last a year longer than the people wanted it to last. The governor would control the distribution of all those fruits of the administrative and legislative system upon which the machine has lived. There could be no trafficking in offices, in public contracts, or in legislation, and the man who wished to serve the state unofficially would have to do so from disinterested motives. Moreover, the professional politician could not only be destroyed, but he would not be needed. At present he is needed because of the prodigious amount of business entailed by the multiplicity of elective officials. Somebody must take charge of this political detail, and it has, as we have already remarked, drifted into the hands of specialists. These specialists cannot be expected to serve for nothing. Their effort to convert their work into a means of support is the source of the greater part of the petty American political corruption, and such corruption will persist as long as any real need exists for the men who live upon it. The simplest way to dispense with the professional politician is to dispense with the service he performs. Reduce the number of elective officials. Under the proposed method of organization, the number of elections and the number of men to be elected would be comparatively few. The voter would cast his ballot only for his local selectmen or commissioners, a governor, the justices of the state court of appeals, and his federal congressman and executive. The professional politician would be left without a profession. He would have to pass on his power to men who would be officially designated to rule the people for a limited period, and who could not escape full responsibility for their public performances. I have said that no less drastic plan of institutional reorganization will be sufficient to accomplish the proposed result, and a brief justification must be afforded for this statement. It was expected, for instance, that the secret Australian ballot would do much to undermine the power of the professional politician. He would be prevented thereby from controlling his followers and, in case of electoral trades, from delivering the goods. Well, the Australian ballot has been adopted more or less completely in the majority of the states, and it has undoubtedly made open electoral corruption more difficult and less common than it once was. But it has not diminished the personal and partisan allegiance on which the power of the local boss is based, and it has done the professional politician as little serious harm as have the civil service laws. Neither can it be considered an ideal method of balloting for the citizens of a free democracy. Independent voting and the splitting of tickets is essential to a wholesome expression of public opinion, but insofar as such independence has to be purchased by secrecy, its ultimate value may be doubted. American politics will never be purified or its general standards improved by an independence which is afraid to come out into the open, and it is curious that with all the current talk about the wholesome effects of publicity, the reformed ballot sends a voter sneaking into a closet in order to perform his primary political duty. If American voters are more independent than they used to be, it is not because they have been protected by the state against the penalties of independence, but because they have been more aroused to more independent thought and action by the intrusion and the discussion of momentous issues. In the long run, that vote which is really useful and significant is the vote cast in the open with a full sense of conviction and responsibility. Another popular reforming device which belongs to the same class, and which will fail to accomplish the expected result, is the system of direct primaries. It may well be that this device will in the long run merely emphasize the evil which it is intended to abate. It will tend to perpetuate the power of the professional politician by making his services still more necessary. Under it, the number of elections will be very much increased, and the amount of political business to be transacted will grow in the same proportion. In one way or another, the professional politician will transact this business, and in one way or another he will make it pay. Under a system of direct primaries, the machine could not prevent the nomination of the popular candidate whenever public opinion was aroused. So it is with the existing system. But whenever public interest flags, and it is bound to flag under such an absurd multiplication of elections, and under such a complication of electoral machinery, the politicians can easily nominate their own candidates. Up to date, no method has been devised which would prevent them from using their personal followers in the primary elections of both parties. And no such method can be devised without enforcing some comparatively fixed distinction between a Republican and a Democrat, and thus increasing the difficulties of independent voting. In case the number of elective officials were decreased, as has been proposed above, there would be fewer objections to the direct primary. Under the suggested method of organization, each election would become of such importance that public opinion would be awakened, and would be likely to obtain effective expression, and the balloting for the party candidates would arouse as much interest, particularly in the case of the dominant party, as the final election itself. In fact, the danger would be, under such circumstances, that the primaries would arouse too much interest, and that the parties would become divided into embittered and unscrupulous factions. Genuinely patriotic and national parties may exist, but a genuinely patriotic faction within a party would be a plant of much rarer growth. From every point of view, consequently, the direct primary has its doubtful aspects. The device is becoming so popular that it will probably prevail, and as it prevails, it may have the indirect beneficial result of diminishing the number of regular elections. But at bottom it is a clumsy and mechanical device for the selection of party candidates. It is merely one of the many means generated by American political practice for cheapening the ballot. The way to make votes important and effective is not to increase but to diminish their number. A democracy has no interest in making good government complicated, difficult, and costly. It has, on the contrary, every interest in so simplifying its machinery that only decisive decisions and choices are submitted to the voter. Every interest should be made to arouse his interest and to turn his public spirit to account, and for that reason it should not be fatigued by excessive demands, and confused by complicated decisions. The cost of government in time, ability, training, and energy should not fall upon the followers but upon the leaders, and the latter should have every opportunity to make the expenditure pay. Such is the object of the foregoing suggestions towards Reconstruction which, radical as they may seem, have been suggested chiefly by an examination of the practical conditions of contemporary reform. Only by the adoption of some such plan can the reformers become something better than perpetual moral Protestants, who are fighting a battle in which a victory may be less fruitful than defeat. As it is, they are usually flourishing in the eyes of the American people a flask of virtue which, when it is uncorked, proves to be filled with oaths of office. The reformers must put strong wine into their bottle. They must make office-holding worthwhile by giving to the office-holders the power of effecting substantial public benefits. End of Chapter 11, Section 2. Chapter 11, Section 3, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 11, Section 3, Possibilities of Effective State Action. The questions relating to the kind of reforms which these reorganized state governments might and should attempt to bring about need not be considered in any detail. In the case of the states, institutional reconstruction is necessarily prior to social reconstruction, and the objects for which their improved powers can be best used need at present only be indicated. These objects include, in fact, practically all the primary benefits which a state ought to confer upon its citizens, and it is because the states have so largely failed to confer these primary benefits that the Reconstruction necessarily assumes a radical complexion. It is absurd to discuss American local governments as agents of individual and social amelioration until they begin to meet their most essential and ordinary responsibilities in a more satisfactory manner. Take, for instance, the most essential function of all, that of maintaining order. A state government which could not escape and had the courage to meet its responsibilities would necessarily demand from the people a police force which was really capable of keeping the peace. It could not afford to rely upon local bosses and the militia. It would need a state constabulary, subject to its control and numerous enough for all ordinary emergencies. Such bodies of state police, efficiently used, could not only prevent the lawlessness which frequently accompanies strikes, but it could gradually stamp out lynch law. Lynching, which is the product of excited local feeling, will never be stopped by the sheriffs, because they are afraid of local public opinion. It will never be stopped by the militia, because the militia is slow to arrive and is frequently undisciplined. But it can be stopped by a well-trained and well-disciplined state constabulary, which can be quickly concentrated, and which would be independent of merely local public opinion. When other states besides Pennsylvania establish constabularies, it will be an indication that they really want to keep order. And when the southern states in particular organize forces of this kind, there will be reason to believe that they really desire to do justice to the Negro criminal and remove one of the ugliest aspects of the race question. A well-informed state government would also necessarily recognize the intimate connection between the prevention of lynching and the speedy and certain administration of criminal justice. It would seek not merely to stamp out disorder, but to anticipate it by doing away with the substantial injustice wrought by the procedure of the great majority of American criminal courts. It is unnecessary to dwell at any length upon the work of reorganization, which would confront a responsible state government in relation to the punishment and the prevention of crime, because public opinion is becoming aroused to the dangers which threaten American society from the escape of criminals and the lax and sluggish administration of the criminal laws. But the remark must be made that our existing methods of framing, executing, and expounding criminal laws are merely an illustration of the extent to which the state governments, under the influence of traditional legal and political preconceptions, have subordinated the collective social interest to that of the possible individual criminal. And no thoroughgoing reform will be possible until these traditional preconceptions have themselves been abandoned, and a system substituted which makes the state the efficient friend of the collective public interest and the selected individual. Assuming, then, that they use their increased powers more effectually for the primary duty of keeping order and administering civil and criminal justice, reforming state governments could proceed to many additional tasks. They could redeem very much better than they do their responsibility to their wards, the insane and the convicted criminals. At the present time, some states have fairly satisfactory penitentiaries, reformatories, and insane asylums, while other states have utterly unsatisfactory ones. But in all the states both the machinery and the management are capable of considerable improvement. The steady increase both of crime and insanity is demanding the most serious consideration of the whole problem presented by social dereliction, particularly for the purpose of separating out those criminals and feeble-minded people who are capable of being restored to the class of useful citizens. In fact, a really regenerated state government might even consider the possible means of preventing crime and insanity. It might have the hardihood to inquire whether the institution of marriage, which would remain under exclusive state protection, does not in its present form have something to do with the prevalence and increase of insanity and crime. And it might conceivably reach the conclusion that the enforced celibacy of hereditary criminals and incipient lunatics would make for individual and social improvement, even more than would a maximum passenger fare on the railroads of 2 cents a mile. Moreover, while their eyes were turned to our American success in increasing the social as well as the economic output, they might pause a moment to consider the marvelous increase of divorces. They might reflect whether this increase, like that of the criminals and the insane, did not afford a possible subject of legislation, and I doubt whether even a regenerate state government would reach any very quick or satisfactory conclusions in respect to this matter. Public opinion does not appear to have decided whether the social fact of divorce abounding is to be considered as an abuse or as a fulfillment of the existing institution of marriage. Neither need the pernicious activity of such a government cease, after it has succeeded in radically improving its treatment of the criminal and its lunatics, and in possibly doing something to make the American home less precarious, if less cheerful. It might then turn its attention to the organization of labor, in relation to which, as we shall see presently, the states may have the opportunity for effective work. Or an inquiry might be made as to whether the educational system of the country, which should remain under exclusive state jurisdiction, is well adapted to the extremely complicated purpose of endowing its various pupils with the general and special training most helpful to the creation of genuine individuals, useful public servants, and loyal and contented citizens of their own states. In this matter of education, the state governments, particularly in the North, have shown abundant and encouraging goodwill. But it is characteristic of their general inefficiency that a goodwill has found its expression in a comparatively bad way. It would serve no good purpose to push any farther the list of excellent objects to which the state governments might devote their liberated and liberalized energies. We need only add that they would then be capable not merely of more efficient separate action, but also of far more profitable cooperation. In case the states were emancipated from their existing powerless subjection to individual, special, and parochial interests, the advantages of a system of federated states would be immediately raised to the limit. The various questions of social and educational reform can only be advanced towards a better understanding and perhaps a partial solution by a continual process of experimentation, undertaken with the full appreciation that they were tentative and would be pushed farther or withdrawn according to the nature of their results. Obviously, a state government is a much better political agency for the making of such experiments than is a government whose errors would affect the population of the whole country. No better machinery for the accomplishment of a progressive program of social reform could be advised than a collection of governments endowed with the powers of an American state, and really desirous of advancing particular social questions towards their solution. Such a system would be flexible, it would provoke emulation, it would encourage initiative, and it would take advantage of local ebullitions of courage and insight, and any peculiarly happy local collection of circumstances. Finally, if in addition to the merits of a system of generous competition, it could add those of occasional consultation and cooperation, such as is implied by the proposed House of Governors, the organization for social reform would leave little to be desired. The governors who would meet in consultation would be the real political leaders of their several states, and they should meet, not so much for the purpose of agreeing upon any single group of reforming measures, as for the purpose of comparing notes obtained under widely different conditions, and as the result of different legislative experiments. Just in so far as this mixture of generous competition and candid cooperation was seeking to accomplish constructive social purposes, for which the powers of the states, each within its geographical limits, were fully adequate. Just to that extent, it could hardly fail to make headway in the direction of social reform. If the state governments are to reach their maximum usefulness in the American political system, they must not only be self-denying in respect to the central government, but generous in respect to their creatures, the municipal corporations. There are certain business and social questions of exclusively or chiefly local importance, which would be left to the municipal governments. And it is as characteristic of the unregenerate state governments, of the past and the present, that they have interfered where they ought not to interfere, as that they have not interfered where they had an excellent opportunity for effective action. A politically regenerated state would guarantee in its constitution a much larger measure of home rule to the cities than they now enjoy, while at the same time the reformed legislative authority would endeavor to secure the edifying exercise of these larger powers, not by an embarrassing system of supervision, but by the concentration of the administrative power and responsibility to the municipal authorities. I shall not attempt to define in detail how far the measure of home rule should go, but it may be said in general that the functions delegated or preserved should so far as possible be completely delegated or preserved. This rule cannot be rigidly applied to such essential functions of the state governments as the preservation of order and the system of education. The delegation of certain police powers and a certain control over local schools is considered at present both convenient and necessary, although in the course of time such may no longer be the case. But if these essential functions are delegated, the state should retain a certain supervision over the manner of their exercise. On the other hand, the municipality as an economic and business organism should be left pretty much to its own devices, and it is not too much to say that the state should not interfere in these matters at all, except under the rarest and most exceptional conditions. The reasons for municipal home rule in all economic and business questions are sufficiently obvious. A state is a political and legal body, and as a political and legal body it cannot escape its appropriate political and social responsibilities. But a state has, in the great majority of cases, no meaning at all as a center of economic organization and direction. The business carried on within state limits is either essentially related by competition to the national economic system, or else it is essentially municipal in its scope and meaning. Of course, such a statement is not strictly true. The states have certain essential economic duties in respect to the conservation and development of agricultural resources and methods, and to the construction and maintenance of a comprehensive system of highways. But these legitimate economic responsibilities are not very numerous or very onerous, compared to those which should be left to the central government on the one hand, or to the municipal governments on the other. A municipality is a living center of economic activity, a genuine case of essentially local economic interests. To be sure, the greater part of the manufacturing or commercial business transacted in a city belongs indubitably to the national economic system, but there is a minor part which is exclusively local. Public service corporations which control franchises in cities do not enter into interstate commerce at all, except in those unusual cases, as in New York, where certain parts of the economic municipal body are situated in another state. They should be subject, consequently, to municipal jurisdiction and only that. The city alone has anything really important to gain or to lose from their proper or improper treatment, and its legal responsibility should be as complete as its economic localization is real. There is no need of discussing in any detail the way in which a municipal government which does enjoy the advantage of home rule and an efficient organization can contribute to the work of national economic and social reconstruction. Public opinion is tending to accept much more advanced ideas in this field of municipal reform than it is in any other part of the political battlefield. Experiments are already being tried, looking in the direction of an increasingly responsible municipal organization and an increasing assumption by the city of economic and social functions. Numerous books are being written on various aspects of the movement, which is showing the utmost vitality and is constantly making progress in the right direction. In all probability, the American city will become in the near future the most fruitful field for economically and socially constructive experimentation, and the effect of the example set therein will have a beneficially reactive effect upon both state and federal politics. The benefits which the city governments can slowly accomplish within their own jurisdiction are considerable. They do not, indeed, constitute the exclusive hope of democracy, because the ultimate democratic hope depends on the fulfillment of national responsibilities, and they cannot deal effectively with certain of the fundamental social questions. But by taking advantage of its economic opportunities, the American city can gradually diminish the economic stress within its own jurisdiction. It has a unique chance of appropriating for the local community those sources of economic value which are created by the community, and it has an equally unique opportunity of spending the money so obtained for the amelioration of the sanitary, if not of the fundamental economic and social, condition of the poorer people. There is, finally, one fundamental national problem with which the state governments, no matter to what extent they may be liberated and invigorated, are wholly incompetent to deal. The regulation of commerce, the control of corporations, and the still more radical questions connected with the distribution of wealth and the prevention of poverty. Questions of this kind should be left exclusively to the central government, or in case they are to any extent allowed to remain under the jurisdiction of the states, they should exercise such jurisdiction as the agents of the central government. The state governments lack, and must always lack, the power and the independence necessary to deal with this whole group of problems. And as long as they remain preoccupied therewith, their effective energy and good intentions will be diverted from the consideration of those aspects of political and social reform with which they are peculiarly competent to deal. The whole future prosperity and persistence of the American federal system is bound up in the progressive solution of this group of problems, and if it is left to the conflicting jurisdiction of the central and local governments, the American democracy will have to abandon in this respect the idea of seeking the realization of a really national policy. Justification for these statements will be offered in the following chapter. End of chapter 11.